Yo Shinobi fam, welcome back to Just a Shinobi. Today, we're diving into one of the wildest what-ifs. What if Naruto used element of time? Part 1, so buckle up for some serious action and twists. If you're new here, smash that subscribe button for more mind-blowing Naruto scenarios. Check out the other videos on the channel, share them with your ninja squad, and don't forget to drop your thoughts in the comments. Your support keeps this shinobi going strong. The battlefield slowly came back into focus as Naruto came to. The last thing he remembered was a Bija bomb from the Jubi coming straight at him with no time to dodge, and no hope of survival, until someone came out of nowhere with some kind of aura and shielded him from the worst of the blast, which clearly still had enough power to cause him to be knocked out for a bit. He looked up with bleary eyes and his heart stopped as the raven-haired body came into focus. Sasuke! He cried out as he staggered forward, not even really caring what Sasuke was doing there or when he had arrived. He kneeled next to his old friend/foe and took in the damage to his body. It was extensive to a point where not even Tsunade would have been able to save him, despite the aura that Naruto now realized was the Susanoo. Denying the evidence before his eyes, Naruto forcefully shook him, shouting, "Sasuke, get up!" Sasuke groaned as his eyes opened, and he looked at Naruto. "Hey there, Dobe," he managed to say before he suddenly hacked up blood, some of it hitting Naruto in the face. Naruto ignored this as Sasuke groaned and said, "Damn, it looks like." He coughed again. "I'm not going to get a chance to fight, Sasuke. What are you doing here? And why the hell did you save me, you idiot? How cough should I know? Just like that time before cough a lifetime ago. My body just moved on its own. There was cough no time to think." Sasuke then coughed more violently than before, a copious amount of blood flying out. Again Naruto ignored the blood spit that hit his face. Sasuke's pulse began to slow. "Sasuke. No, you can't die. It wasn't supposed to be like this. I was supposed to save you. Dobe, it really is too late this time." Sasuke managed to wheeze. "Don't you dare let my sacrifice be in vain. Beat the bastard who toyed with cough Itachi. Don't let his will and the village perish like they are some worthless afterthoughts. Sasuke, I promise you that I will find a way to win this fight. Even if it kills me, I'll hold you to cough. That. Just don't become bent on revenge. It will only blind you, just like it did to me. Since when did you get to lecture me on revenge? You're the one who blundered down that road in the first place." "Guess you're right on that," Sasuke said as he managed a small smile. "I guess that you were always a better shinobi than I was. It was always your guts that drove you on, while I could not see a thing beyond my own hatred. Do not even think of losing sight of who you are." He looked at Naruto one more time and held his hand to Naruto, his index and middle fingers extended. Realizing Sasuke's intent, Naruto hooked those fingers in his own, forming the reconciliation seal. This lasted for a full 3 seconds before Sasuke's hand slipped from Naruto's and hit the ground as the light fled from Sasuke's eyes. Tears stained Naruto's face as he looked at the body of the one he had called his brother. Rain began to fall. "It's like the heavens themselves are crying," Naruto mused as he looked in the distance, where he saw that the Jubi had somehow been driven somewhat far from Naruto's position and was engaged in a struggle against several large wooden dragons. Where did they come from? Naruto thought, recognizing them as what Madara had used against him in Kurama. But why would they fight the Jubi? He noted that the allied shinobi army was also attacking the Jubi with everything they had, though they were less than a third their original size and slowing down. Crap. What am I still doing here? I gotta go help them now. He dashed towards the battlefield as fast as he could in his exhausted state, sparing one more sad glance at his best friend's body. "For what it is worth, Naruto, I am deeply sorry that your friend died like that, especially after all you did to prevent this from occurring." Naruto sighed at Kurama's words and muttered, "Yeah, I know." He paused to pilfer a corpse on the path and was able to find a food pill. Blast it. Hiruzen Sarutobi cursed as he dodged another blow from Madara's Susanoo and launched a kunai with an exploding tag attached to it, cast several hand signs in quick succession calling out, "Shuriken Shadow Clone Jutsu." Said kunai replicated into over 300 copies and they all slammed into the Susanoo, each one exploding violently, but having no effect on Madara's defense. The entire battle had gone thus, being totally one-sided with his and Tobirama Senju's best efforts failing to even phase Madara. Tobirama, Sarutobi's former sensei, had already fallen to a strange jutsu of Madara's, one that allowed him to rip Tobirama's soul from his Edo Tensei body after grasping his head, causing it to crumble into ashes and leaving behind the Zetsu clone's corpse. It was no doubt a technique from the Rinnegan that Madara possessed. Hiruzen could not let Madara get close enough to do the same to him. It was only because he was also resurrected by the same technique that he was still fighting, for he had already received several blows that would have been otherwise fatal. He had to avoid another such hit, for even though he would regenerate from the damage, It would give Madara an opening to finish the fight. Hashirama Senju growled with the effort of using 3 of his wooden dragons, but he knew he needed to keep the brunt of the Jubi's attention on him rather than on the allied shinobi army, at least until they were able to wear the beast down enough to either seal or finish off somehow. 3 was practically a bare minimum for the task against such a powerful enemy, and even that was only partially successful because said army was still taking a beating. He grunted as the dragon he was riding took a particularly brutal hit from one of the 10 tails. "It's finally the end for you, Orochimaru," Obito declared as he yanked the soul out of the screaming Sannin and quickly avoided Minato's Rasengan. "Stay dead this time. I truly had high hopes for you, Obito," Minato Namikaze declared with a glare in his darkened eyes. "Was the pain of losing Rin truly that bad that you gave up on what you have held dear?" "That was only the start, Sensei. It was the realization of how sickening this shinobi world truly is that caused me to wake up. Now I can help create a world of peace with the Eye of the Moon, a peace that won't be real," Minato retorted as he ducked a blow from Obito's chain. "Here's a revelation for you, Sensei," Obito declared, throwing shuriken at Minato, who hiroshined to a seal he had managed to put on Obito with another Rasengan ready. It merely phased through as Obito shouted, "Reality is not worth living in." "I was too late to strike," Minato cursed mentally as Obito swiftly turned around and went to grab Minato's head. He would have succeeded if a shuriken made of chakra didn't come from nowhere and strike him while he was still solid. He cried out in agony as the blow carried him several feet before the shuriken expanded, effectively shredding the last Uchiha. "Dad, where did you come from?" Naruto asked Minato as he landed next to his father, unable to believe what he was seeing. Here was his father, alive and well right before him. "Naruto, you're all right. I thought you were killed along with Sasuke," Minato declared, as he and Naruto embraced, overjoyed. "To answer your question, Sasuke and Orochimaru somehow released me and the other 3 Hokages from the Shinigami, and Orochimaru used Edo Tensei with some of those Zetsu clones to bring us back. Sasuke asked a few questions of us, and he made a decision to honor his brother's wishes, and we came to help in the battle. We arrived in time to see you about to be killed and Sasuke. Well, you know what he did," Minato finished sadly. "So you were still the same person I called my friend deep down, Sasuke. I just wish you could have survived as well," Naruto thought. "We need to help the others now," he said as he managed to snap out of his funk. "You are right, son, we'll catch up later. Now let's." He got no further as an ominous figure appeared behind him. Hashirama was finally starting to make some headway against the Jubi. Several shinobi in the army were able to get under the beast, and their most powerful jutsu were able to divert its attention long enough for Hashirama to use his 3 dragons to try to pin it. He was unable to capitalize on it, however, because he felt a hand grab the back of his head. His last thought before Madara pulled out his soul was that Tobirama and Hiruzen must have failed. As the reanimated corpse dissolved, Madara looked almost sadly at the Hokage who was once his friend. "Goodbye, Hashirama." Then Madara turned his attention to Obito's location. There was no need to worry about the army. Without the support of the now fading wood dragons, the Jubi would finish them easily. "How the hell are you not dead?" Naruto yelled in despair as he watched his father die. "I hit you dead on with my Rasen Shuriken, and you don't have a scratch." Obito chuckled as his Rinnegan eye closed. "The bastard must have used the Izanagi," Kurama shouted in indignation. "It basically allows the user to alter reality in exchange for an eye such as the Sharingan, and apparently the Rinnegan serves as well. He just made it as though your attack never hit him." Naruto cursed as he entered Sage mode and prepared to fight. That's when Madara showed up. "Give up, Naruto Uzumaki," he said. "You cannot hope to defeat me, let alone both of us. Your friends are even now being destroyed by the Jubi. You have lost." "Shut up. I will not dishonor the sacrifices my friends have made to get us this far. And it's not over yet, no matter how bad the odds. Give up on trying to make me give up." Before either Madara or Obito could respond, a voice seemingly from thin air declared, "Well-spoken, Gaki." Then the very air next to Naruto seemingly broke as if it were glass, and from this hole in the fabric of reality, a figure stepped next to Naruto. He was a tall man, just over 6 feet, with a rather lean but well-muscled frame. He couldn't have been older than his late 20s at most. He had slightly tanned skin and his dark green hair was rather spiky on his head, though the part he had grown about halfway down his back was somehow smooth. He had no facial hair and his face was a little thin though far from gaunt. His bright yellow, almost like molten gold eyes stared down Madara and Obito with a piercing gaze. On the back of his right hand was the tattoo of a sapphire blue dragon. The straight sword he held in said hand was about 4 feet long in the blade and had 10 linked circles etched along its length. The 2 circles closest to the hilt were glowing with a green aura, while the 2 next to those had a yellow aura, though not as bright as the green ones. Then there were 2 blue ones, then 2 brown ones, finally ending with a dull glowing red nearest to the tip. But I don't suppose you want help. Who are you? Madara asked, his Susanoo flaring to life. Oh, you can call me Felix Yoshoryu, Elemental Dragon. I come from the Elder Dimension, just like the Jubi. I suppose it was you who revived it, the Elder Dimension? Never mind, it does not matter. All that matters is that if you get in our way, I will show you no mercy. Yeah, whatever, Felix said as he swung his blade at Madara, releasing a lightning-wrapped wind slash at Madara faster than the eye could follow. It was stopped by the Susanoo momentarily, but Madara was still forced to dodge before it breached the defense. The attack kept going and struck a large boulder and sliced cleanly through without slowing and was soon out of sight. Madara landed and looked at Felix with some interest now along with Obito, while Naruto was flat out gaping at him. Wow, Felix said. I have rarely seen my signature move, the Thundering Gale Slice, avoided before even if it was slowed, which is also quite a feat. Obito, you take care of Naruto, while I deal with the Yoshoryu character. Madara said, clearly excited at the prospect of battling someone who could fight him. Separate one-on-one battles, is it? Felix asked, pointing his sword at Madara. I'm game. He then rushed his opponent, who quickly jumped to high ground and launched a large fireball at Felix. Felix didn't even slow as he launched a slash of water this time at Madara, splitting the fireball. Madara dodged the water slash before using wood-style coils to try surrounding and crushing his opponent. Felix responded by breathing fire at the coils in front of him and dashing through the ashes before the rest could close in on him. Then he jumped in time to avoid the black flames of the Amaterasu and quickly raised his sword to block one of Madara's Susanoo blades. The force of the blow blasted Felix into the ground, causing him to sport a few cuts, though he quickly recovered and was able to roll away from the other blade, before rising in time to leap away from more wood coils and launch some stone spears at Madara as he landed. He can use all 5 elements? Madara thought, now truly impressed as the stone spears impacted the Susanoo with minimal results. However, those were mere diversions from the Thundering Gale Slice Felix sent at him. This time Madara lost his arm, though it quickly regenerated. Madara responded by creating another wood dragon. Huh, a dragon made of wood, Felix asked before stabbing his blade into the ground and conjuring all 5 elemental chakras and forming a large dragon of his own, the body made of earth, the legs of water, the tail of fire, the wings of lightning, and the head of wind. This beast was as large as Madara's wood dragon. This will be exciting, Madara commented with an evil grin. Who is your ally exactly, Naruto? Obito asked as Naruto avoided another attempt to drag him into Obito's space. The dragons were clashing with titanic force and both Naruto and Obito were in some awe of the spectacle. Beats me, Naruto replied as he dispelled one of his shadow clones to restore his Sage Mode before it ran out. Sage Mode was his best weapon against Obito, as it allowed him to tell where Obito was teleporting to as well as giving him the needed speed to avoid the attacks. He was down to 1 clone to gather the needed energy now, so he needed to finish the fight quickly. So far all he and Obito had managed on one another were a few small cuts. This is my first time meeting him, so I don't have a clue who he is. I see. Then that means you have no idea what the Elder Dimension he mentioned was. Your guess is as good as mine, Naruto said simply as he and Obito rushed each other again. Madara was having a little bit of trouble. Trying to avoid Felix's attacks was proving quite challenging, for Felix was very fast, to the point where the Sharingan was almost a requisite for tracking him, and he had already demonstrated the power to penetrate the Susanoo and had even cut Madara's gun by almost in half when Madara had tried to block that sword with it. However, Felix was also having problems. Unlike Madara, his body was not reanimated, so he did not have the regeneration factor or the endurance that came with it. That said, he had been hit with a few of Madara's weaker attacks and had the cuts, bruises and burns to testify. He also had a large slash across his chest from narrowly avoiding death from one of Madara's Susanoo blades. And he didn't even want to think about the moment he was almost hit with the Amaterasu either. He would have to seal Madara and soon. He rushed his opponent again, launching one of his wind and lightning slashes and quickly dashing to where Madara had dodged to. He used his sword to bypass the Susanoo and ducked under Madara's quick swing of his gun by. For a moment, they traded blows before Felix was able to kick Madara to the ground, pin him and cast a few hand signs and shout Elemental Dragon's separation sealing. He slapped his hand on Madara's chest. This was a special seal made to separate all 5 elements that were in the intended target and bind them to the world's natural elemental energy, effectively spreading the target's being to the world's collective being. Before Felix could finish, however, Madara was able to knock Felix off of him and tried to use Amaterasu again. Felix dodged, cursing. Just 1 more second and he would have won. His musings were cut off as he heard the Jubi roar and head for them. Well, it looks like the Jubi has finished swatting all those flies, Madara commented to the seething Felix. Even if he still could beat Madara, He had no chance with the rapidly approaching Jubi. He was down to one option, and he needed a resident of this world for it to work. His eyes fell upon Naruto, and he dashed for him. Naruto was preparing a raisin shuriken when Felix appeared next to him with no warning, grabbed him and shouted, "Elemental space manipulation." Then things went white for Naruto as he and Felix disappeared from the battlefield. Naruto groaned as he slowly regained consciousness, then he bolted upward frantically as he remembered what transpired. His gaze fell on Felix, who was panting very hard and fast. "What the hell?" Naruto shouted at Felix. "Take us back right now. I still have to help my friends." "That is redundant, Gaki. The Jubi killed all of them," Felix said coldly. "We can't win anymore, and even if we did, there's not much left to save." Naruto froze at the revelation and despair overtook him. First Neji, then Sasuke, and now everyone else precious to him. Shikamaru, Choji, Sakura, Sai, Ino, Kiba. So many others and especially Hinata. All dead. Gone. It was too much as Naruto broke into tears and sank to his knees. "There is still something you can do though, something that can fix things." Naruto looked at Felix as he conjured a large scroll and unfurled it. "This seal will let you go back in time." "What?" Naruto asked, hardly daring to believe it. "How is that possible, and how far back?" "It's a complicated seal that requires someone from the home dimension to activate, at least effectively. And you go back to the day you were born, so I can save my parents that day?" Naruto asked. "No, you're bound to this world's time, meaning if I turn it back 1 year, you'd physically be 1 year younger. So you'll only be a baby. However, I'm not from this world, so turning back this one's time won't de-age me, so I can help you with that." "What do I do?" Naruto asked. "Place your hand on the seal and pour some chakra into it. Your tenant should still have a little bit, so you should have enough." "Wait, how do you know about that? I took the liberty of viewing your memories while you were out." "No more talking, Madara and Obito could find us at any minute." "Hurry." Naruto nodded and placed his hand on the seal. "Guess this is goodbye, Kurama, since you'll be in my mother's seal again." "It was a pleasure knowing you, Naruto." Naruto sighed as the time seal activated and things went white again. Chapter 1. Rules of Time Travel. Felix knew he had to move fast. When Naruto turned time back to the day he was born, Felix was still in the same place he had transported them, meaning he had to use the same technique to get to Konohagakure and fast. He wanted to show up at the delivery area right then and there and kill Madara/Obito. But there were constraints that involved the time-traveling thing that kept him from going up against anyone or anything that the person who had turned this world's time back had fought with. This meant that whether he liked it or not, he had to let the enemy extract Kurama from Kushina. He also would be unable to seal Kurama into Naruto, because Naruto had fought said Biju, and said Biju would not remember until he was part of Naruto again. However, he could still save Minato and Kushina. He would just need a little help from a certain old man, though he knew Naruto would not like the end result. "Step away from the Jinchuriki, Yondaime, or else your son's first minute will be his last," Obito demanded, holding the newborn Naruto in a threatening manner. "Where the hell is Felix?" Naruto thought furiously as Minato tried to ask the masked man to calm down. He was supposed to do something about this. "Speak for yourself, Yondaime," Obito said, tossing Naruto up and drawing a kunai. "I am quite calm," he declared as he proceeded to stab Naruto in midair, only for Minato to flash by and rescue him from being skewered. "Your name as the Yellow Flash of Konoha is well deserved, but what about my contingency?" It was then Minato realized that the masked man had put exploding tags on Naruto's bundle. He cursed as he tore it free and flashed away from the explosion. They found themselves in a clearing with a small wood fragment embedded in Minato's leg as he thanked his lucky stars Naruto was alright. As he prepared to go try to save Kushina, Naruto thought angrily, "You better not let that bastard kill my mother Felix." Hiruzen Sarutobi got a surprise when the green-haired man showed up out of nowhere and knocked out his A and BU guards before they even knew he was there. "Who are you?" he asked as he prepared for a fight. "A friend," the man responded, dashing forward and grabbing the old man's head before he could react and started forcing memories into his mind. "Sorry about this will cause a bit of a headache, but it is quicker than just trying to explain, and time is of the essence." Sarutobi could only groan in reply as the memories of things that had yet to pass rushed through his mind. Naruto was somewhat relieved when Minato showed up with Kushina, but upon realizing that she no longer had Kurama inside of her he was pissed off. "What the hell is that jerk Felix doing?" he thought as Minato prepared to defend the village. A recovered Hiruzen was demanding answers as to what was going on and what the deal with those memories that never happened was. "So let me get this straight," he sighed as he tried to gather his thoughts. "Minato's and Kushina's son turned time back to this point after the future went to hell, and I was dead before then?" "That's the thick of it, yes," Felix responded. and you had better help reduce the casualties of the Kyuubi's attack right about now. I know that it is a difficult thing to ask for you to trust me, especially considering what I am asking of you, but there is little time to persuade you, so I can only give you my word that this is the best shot we have at rewriting the future. What do you say? Sarutobi thought for a few seconds as he prepared his battle gear to fight the Kyuubi. It was a far-fetched story to be sure, but it did seem that this Felix was on the up and up. He also knew that there was not much time to make a decision, so he decided to throw the dice. All right then. I will trust you and do my part. Good. Now get going and don't get yourself killed yet. I will come get you when it is time for your part in this. Are you Uchiha Madara? Minato asked as the masked man lowered his hood. But he is supposed to be dead, so you can't be him. I wonder about that, the masked man mused, preparing his chains. Not that it's important whether you are Madara or not. But why do you want to use the Kyuubi to attack Konoha? Well, I guess you could say that it is both a whim and a plan. For both war and peace. Well, whoever you are, and whatever your goals, I will not let you destroy the Leaf Village. They dashed at each other, and the ensuing battle was somewhat short, ending when Minato used a Rasengan on the masked man's back, followed by stabbing him with a kunai and using a contract seal to remove the Kyuubi from his control. As Madara backed off and teleported away, he declared, I am impressed that you have managed to wound me and delay my plans. It is no wonder that you are the Yondaime. But know this, the world will be mine someday. I have plenty of backup plans and many means at my disposal. Once he was gone, Minato could not shake the ominous feeling that the masked man was not lying. As Hiruzen was preparing the shinobi under his command for another attempt to drive the Kyuubi further out of the village, Minato showed up and used the Hiraishin to teleport the beast away before it could launch one of its bijou bombs. Just like before, if those memories are really true, he mused. So that means that Felix's character was telling the truth. His thoughts were interrupted by the bijou bomb explosion in the distance and Felix showed up. It's time to get going, he said gravely as Hiruzen nodded. Who are you? One of the nearby ANBU demanded, causing Felix to mutter something about that question getting rather old. Stand down, I have reason to believe that he is an ally of ours, Hiruzen commanded. The ANBU complied, albeit reluctantly. Let's go. And with that they dashed off in the direction of the Kyuubi's location. Upon reaching the barrier Minato set up, Felix quickly cut through it with his blade, earning astounded stares from the accompanying shinobi. Hurry, he said to Hiruzen as they dashed to the place where sealing would take place, Felix leading the way. Naruto could only watch in horror as he watched his father prepare the Reaper Death Seal. Before Minato could cast the final hand sign, however, Naruto's hopes were restored as a familiar green-haired man dashed up to Minato from behind and knocked him out with a quick chop to the back of his head. Before Kushina could say anything, Felix shouted, "Keep the Kyuubi at bay, lady. We'll take care of the rest." As he said this, Hiruzen came up next to him and started to cast hand signs. What is Gigi doing here? Naruto momentarily wondered before his eyes widened as comprehension set in. No, he can't be. His suspicions were confirmed as Hiruzen cast the final hand sign, and the Shinigami roared to life behind him. He had to do something, but his body was too small and helpless. I'm sorry about this, Kushina, but sealing the Kyuubi inside of Naruto is truly for the best, Hiruzen said, gazing at her with a sad look in his eye that took all argument out of said redhead. He turned his gaze to the Kyuubi then, and the Shinigami reached through his chest to the beast. As Kurama cursed, half of his being was then ripped from him and sealed within Sarutobi. Tighten the chains now, Felix shouted to Kushina before Kurama could take advantage of his smaller size. She complied as Hiruzen quickly set up the altar. Forgive me, Minato, Kushina and Naruto, Hiruzen asked before shouting 8 trigrams seal. With a final roar, Kurama felt himself being pulled into Naruto, cursing all the while. Then it was over. Naruto found himself once again within his mindscape as the seal resolved itself. Dimly he noted that he was in his 17-year-old body again, though that was due to his real mental age. He looked up as the ever-familiar cage manifested and a particularly loud demon fox with it. Damn it all! Kurama roared before a sudden jolt in his mind occurred. He growled at the agonizing pain in his head as his forgotten memories began to reassert themselves. What's wrong, Kurama? Naruto asked, only to be ignored. He is going to be out of it for a little bit, Gaki, Felix said as he appeared within the mindscape to Naruto's shock. He did not remember all that happened between the two of you initially, but now that he is a part of your mind again, they will be coming back to him. Then he doubled over as Naruto socked him in the gut. Hard. What the hell is wrong with you? Why did you let Obito release Kurama from my mother? And why did you make Gigi sacrifice himself? Felix regained his composure and responded, Look, Gaki, I am sorry I had to resort to that, but it had to be done. There are laws in the Elder Dimension that were put into that time travel scroll, and one of the big ones is that no being from the elder dimension is allowed to tinker a large amount with the timeline in question. One of the restrictions to avoid messing it up too much is that I am not allowed to fight against anyone the person who turned the timeline back had fought. So it was a no-go for me to stop Obito for you, since you fought him. I also could not be the one to seal Kurama back into you since you had fought him as well when you made your bid for his power. If the beings of the elder dimension went around solving everyone's problems for them, no one in those other dimensions would be able to do anything for themselves. If I had tried to break the rules, and trust me, I wanted to, then my life would be forfeit and the jutsu that brought us back would have been undone, making this trip for nothing. I did not want to sacrifice someone else like the Sandaime, but it was him, or your parents. He made the choice entirely of his own free will. I did not force him, so I am sorry, but it was the best option available to us. Naruto sank to his knees in despair. He had just gotten back, and already one of the people he had hoped to save from the horrors of the time he had witnessed was gone. Was the future really written in stone? Would this happen to everyone else he hoped to prevent the deaths of? Don't give up yet, Naruto, Felix said with a sympathetic tone to his voice. We have already managed to save your parents, even if it was trading their lives for the Sandaimes. He would not have wanted you to let that trade-off be in vain, now would he? You did not come back to this time to just allow everyone you care for to die sooner, did you? No, I guess not, Naruto said as he wiped away his tears. He could not let this unexpected turn bring him to his knees. Though I wish you would have let me know what your plans had been beforehand. First of all, there was too little time before we came back. For all we know, one of the Jubi's bijou bombs could have already been on its way to destroy us. I could not take that chance. Secondly, would you have gone through with it if I had? I would not have liked it, Naruto admitted. If you two are done with this conversation, I think that it is time for us to make plans for the next few years. Kurama interjected, having recovered from reclaiming his memories. Hey Fuzzbutt, are you feeling better yet? Naruto asked, glad to see his old friend again. Fuzzbutt? Kurama sputtered as Felix laughed at the nickname. Gaki, you had better open this cage now before you make me any more cranky. Yeah, all right, Naruto said as he complied, letting Kurama out. So Felix, what is our next move? First things first, I had better bring your parents into this conversation. This is something we should collaborate on, Minato groaned as he woke up. Who on earth had knocked him out? He looked up and saw Sarutobi lying prone on the ground, surrounded by a few Anbu. Two others were keeping watch over him. As he continued to take in his surroundings, he spotted a ragged Kushina holding Naruto while a green-haired man was using medical ninjutsu on her. What happened? He asked somewhat sluggishly. That man tending to the woman knocked you out, and Lord Sandaime sealed the Kyuubi in your place. Lord Yondaime, one of his guards, a man in a crocodile mask, responded. I see, Minato responded as he rose to his feet and went to his wife and son. He took a look at the man who was healing Kushina. He did not know who he was, but it was clear that he was very skilled to have been able to get the jump on Minato like that, even if he was a little preoccupied. He was also very good with the medical ninjutsu he was using on Kushina. He noted that the man seemed to somehow be drawing some of the residue chakra from the Kyuubi's attack from the air and streaming it back into her so she could survive without needing the complete being within her. There was a small chance that she would have survived anyway, being an Uzumaki, but this man was clearly taking no chances. Minato spared a sad glance at his predecessor's body before asking the strange man, How is she? Quite good actually, all things considered, the man responded. I have got her mostly stabilized, so we should be out of the woods momentarily. My name is Felix Ushoryu, by the way. Minato nodded in appreciation of Felix's words. If you don't mind me asking, what exactly are you doing here, and why did you aid us in the manner you did? I could tell you, once I am finished with the lady, but you might want to dismiss your ANBU guards for this. I am not saying that they are untrustworthy, but what I will be telling you will be most likely an S-class secret, and you should hear it before you deem who else can. Minato looked at all of the ANBU and nodded. Reluctantly, they left the clearing. About 10 minutes later, Felix announced that he was finished and Kushina sighed and said, Thanks. How do you feel? Minato asked her a little nervously. Like a load of crap that countless idiots unwittingly stepped on, she groaned. But definitely an improvement over giving birth and having the fuzzbutt ripped from me. Felix snorted and muttered something about that being where he gets that nicknaming tendency from. All right then, Minato replied, taking Naruto from her before turning to Felix. Now could you please explain all that has been going on? I'm no good at sugarcoating things, so I will give it to you straight. Brace yourselves. I am a traveler from the elder dimension. I actually came to this dimension about 17 years from now, and I had your son there turn time back to this point so that we could change things for the better, because it all went to hell when I came. Minato and Kushina stared at him for a moment. Then, predictably, they both burst out laughing. Time traveler, Kushina choked out. Please don't make me laugh like that. My body is already pissed with me despite your treatment. Minato sobered up first when he saw that Felix hadn't even twitched. Wait, you're serious, aren't you? Serious as a heart attack, Felix responded. And I can back the claim up. He then proceeded to conjure a scroll about the same size as the forbidden one. He unfurled it, revealing the seal, and said, "Why don't you take a look-see?" Minato and Kushina shrugged, still sure that this was some kind of joke before they saw the seal. It was so fiendishly complicated that not even Minato or Kushina could make heads or tails of it. The best they could figure was that it was indeed a space/time seal, and a very advanced one at that. "This is definitely something," Minato said. He glanced up at Felix. "Did you make this?" "Meh, that one is beyond me despite the fact that my own experience is nothing to sneeze at. That is the work of one of my friends and I took it with me, figuring it would come in handy. But that is not all the proof I have. Place your hands on Naruto there, and you will see what I mean." Numbly, they complied and found themselves in the dark sewer that was Naruto's mindscape, at least as far as his seal was concerned. Felix joined them and beckoned for them to follow him. For about a minute they moved through the winding corridors before they came to the room that held the cage. Only the Kyuubi was out of it, and was conversing with a blonde that looked almost like a carbon copy of Minato, except for the strangely familiar whisker marks. Upon noticing the two dumbstruck people in the room, said blonde turned to them and with a wide grin said, "Hey mom, hey dad." Chapter 2, The Elder Dimension. Hey mom, hey dad. Those words were the final straw for Minato and Kushina. Already shocked by what had happened so far with the Kyuubi incident that they miraculously survived, the time travel claims, the Kyuubi out of its cage, and now a teenager calling them his parents. So they did the one thing they were still capable of in their current mental state. They fainted. Felix, Kurama and Naruto all lasted about 3 seconds before they burst out laughing, which was rather impressive considering just how comical it was to see Minato and Kushina foaming at the mouth. "Can't breathe," Naruto gasped, leaning against the bars of the open cage for support. "I had forgotten just how amusing you humans could be," Kurama gasped, on his back and hugging his chest in the hilarity of the situation. "I really wish we could have a camera in here," Felix wheezed with effort. "This would be blackmail gold right here." After they had sobered up, Naruto went to try to wake Kushina up first. Hey mom, you alright?" Then he shuddered as he felt a large grade of killing intent. Before he could respond to this, Kushina jolted upward, and socked Naruto right in the face, sending him into the wall and making a crater that would make Tsunade jealous. "Who the hell do you think you are?" Kushina demanded as she started to stomp on the soon-to-be corpse, kicking up an anime-style dust cloud. "Do I look old enough to have a son your age? Do I?" As Naruto was begging for mercy, both Kurama and Felix were laughing their asses off again. "And this would be blackmail platinum," panted Felix. "Serves you right, Kit." Kurama gasped. At a bar near the outskirts of the Leaf Village, a certain blonde lady with a killer bust froze. For some reason, she felt as though her record of delivering the worst beating to an idiotic male was in jeopardy. She wished that Jiraiya was around for the first time in a while, so that she could re-establish dominance. Then her prayers were answered as some stupid drunk tried to cop a feel on her from behind. The resulting screams were heard for miles away. Kami, she loved chakra-enhanced strength. Once Naruto's beating was finished, Felix was able to calm Kushina down, which Naruto angrily noted he took his sweet time in doing, and they were able to bring Minato back to the world of the living. After that, they began to explain how Minato and Kushina both died in the original timeline and that upon the revival of the Jubi, they had to resort to time travel. Naruto was quick to explain that he was 17 in the mindscape due to being from the future, and this being his real mental age. "Call me crazy, but I actually believe this story," Minato said. "You are not just crazy, you are batshit loco," Kushina cracked, earning a laugh from everyone present. "But I believe it too. The question now is where we go from here," Minato said. "All we really learned so far is how the world ended up, not how it got there in the first place. As to that, I will not give many details yet on each future event," Felix responded. Noticing the confused and indignant looks he was getting, he clarified, "Look at it this way. If we went around changing everything bad, that stupid butterfly effect would basically ruin any plans we may have. If too many things get changed, we will throw the entire timeline out of whack, and the knowledge of what will happen in the future will become worse than useless. Because if we plan for one thing, and something entirely different occurs, we are just asking for disaster. As such, the Elder Dimension guidelines state that what we change will be between me and Naruto." As Minato and Kushina grudgingly nodded at the sense of this, Naruto said curiously, "You are always talking about the Elder Dimension, but I don't know what that is. Come to think of it, I was quick to trust you when we were about to turn back time, but I don't even know much about you, or why you were even in our dimension. Care to explain about that?" I am glad you asked." I was wondering when we were gonna get to that, Felix said, rubbing the back of his head. You all ever hear of the theory that states that there is more than one reality? Well, the elder dimension is the very first one to exist, and all others are split off pieces of it. Think of it like a tree, with the elder dimension being the trunk, while this one is just a branch. Anyways, the elder dimension is easily the most sophisticated and advanced reality. We have mastered several forms of chakra manipulation and jutsu, and have incredibly powerful clans. I myself am the head of the Uchiha clan, which has a Kekkei Genkai that allows us to manipulate all 5 of the elements. He paused as they took that part in, clearly amazed. As head of that clan, I own the blade Elemental Infinity, which I brought with me. He drew the blade and held it out. Minato, Kushina, Naruto, and Kurama looked at the blade with interest. It was extremely keen and well crafted, all 10 circles that were etched and glowing. It was easily better than the blades of the 7 swordsmen. Now that Naruto knew its name, he realized that the 10 circles were actually 5 infinity symbols, each one representing an element. I get the elemental part of the name, Naruto started, but why does it have the infinity part? That would be because it has access to all of the world's elemental chakra, effectively allowing for practically an infinite supply of chakra. But then, how did Madara manage to wear you down during that fight? While Minato and Kushina started at the name, Felix said, I said infinite chakra, not infinite durability. I was still hindered by the wounds Madara managed to tag me with. And that was a low blow, bringing that up. For the head of a prominent clan, even by Elder Dimension standards, while wielding one of the Elder Dimension's top 3 weapons, to be beaten by an upstart from this dimension is just positively embarrassing. Although in my defense, he did have that whole unfair reanimated by the Edo Tensei thing working for him, and I still nearly managed to pull a win out of my ass. The fact that I only had one way to beat him like that was a serious handicap against me. Madara was reanimated? Minato asked. So the masked man is not him? Or did he die between now and then? Madara actually is dead right now, though the masked man is affiliated with him and operates under his name with permission. Do you know the masked man's identity? I do, but I am not going to tell you. It would do no good and could do you a lot of bad. Trust me, for now at least, you are better off not knowing. Minato looked as though he was going to argue, but thought better of it. Anyhow, Felix continued. One distinction of my clan is that while we have the ability to use all 5 elements, we still have greater affinities with some elements than others. Not all members of my clan have green hair. We are born with the hair color representing our strongest element, green for wind, red for fire, yellow for lightning, brown for earth, and blue for water. I am a green head, so wind is my main element. Me too. Naruto exclaimed proudly. Our second place element is shown by our eye color. You can see that I am yellow-eyed, so I have a strong affinity for lightning. While we have no more body signs at birth after that, we developed a special ink that takes on the color of our middle element when used for tattoos. He showed them the blue dragon tattoo on the back of his right hand, so you can see that my middle element is water. The other 2 are represented by articles of our clothing, usually of our choice. He pinched the fabric of his dark brown slacks. Earth is next, and that leaves fire as my weakest, though it is still quite potent. He finished as he tugged at the sleeveless red vest that left his arms bare. I am guessing the order also shows itself for the wielder of your sword in the form of what colors the infinity symbols glow in, right? Naruto asked. Ah yes. Good eye Gaki, don't call me Gaki. I am 17. Mentally yes, but you have the body of a newborn now, Felix retorted as Minato, Kushina and Kurama snorted. But yes, the infinity symbols do glow in the order of the affinities of the current wielder, starting with the strongest, that one glowing with the brightest light and at the infinity symbol nearest to the hilt. Obviously, the weakest one glows dimly near the tip. Another thing about the sword is that only someone who can use all 5 elements at least to a certain extent can use this sword effectively, otherwise the elements that the user can't use will cause their own elemental chakra to become so unstable to the point where it could be fatal. Now to answer the question as to why I was here in the first place. While the Elder Dimension's inhabitants try to keep their nose out of the business of other worlds, we do try to clean up our messes. Long ago, the Jubi was the bane of the Elder Dimension itself. In those times, we were able to drive it out of the Elder Dimension and into this one. Many of the higher-ups back then thought that they should leave it at that, but one of the best of us, who you call the Rakuta Sennin these days, was concerned for the people of this dimension, and you already know how he handled the Jubi. So that means that I am in a way from your Elder Dimension, Kurama rumbled. That is correct, Kurama, albeit in an indirect way. Of course, there was controversy in the Elder Dimension as to whether the Rakuta Sennin was a hero or a traitor. These days, he is viewed as the former, though his actions back then resulted in his exile. Today, we try to follow his example and solve problems for other dimensions if they originated from ours. There are always power-hungry bastards, even from our realm, and there is no shortage of those who leave the Elder Dimension to try to subjugate weaker worlds. So we try to keep them from doing too much damage. As a result, when the Jibi was revived and I was notified, I ended up traveling here. So now here I am, stuck here for the next 17 years. Why is that? Naruto asked. Gaki, there is a reason I consider time travel to be a last resort. There are a lot of complications and obey under penalty of instant death rules that make it even more of a pain to utilize. One such rule is that I can't leave the dimension that had its reset button hit until we get to the point where time was turned back in the first place. This rule was made to keep the person who turned time back in the first place from messing up, by ensuring an Elder Dimension denizen could keep an eye on them. My friends will probably come to see what is taking me so damn long to get back. But wait, didn't we turn time back? So when we get to the point where you can leave again, it will still be a point where you were only briefly gone. Doesn't work like that. We only turn back time in this dimension. Picture two spools side by side, each representing the present time of a world. The strings of both are unwound as time passes, the strings representing the past of those worlds. Turning back time, or rewinding a string, does not affect the other spool's string, and both spools are still side by side, allowing travel between the two. In other words, in the Elder Dimension, it is even now in the exact state of time it was before we turned this universe's time back. Savvy? I guess that makes sense. I have a question, Minato piped up. Two actually. First, why were you sent to deal with an opponent as strong as the Jibi by yourself in the first place? That is a good question. You see, even though we of the Elder Dimension tried to clean up messes originating from our home, we still tried to avoid sticking our noses in too far in the affairs of other worlds. As such, one of the dumber rules was that only one knight, that's our name for fighters in the Elder Dimension instead of your local shinobi, is usually sent per enemy we have to fight from our home. Since the Jibi, powerful as it is, was only one foe, and all others are local to this dimension, they sent a one-man army, me. Although I still think they could have made an exception to the stinking rule, considering just what I was up against. Even someone like me going up against the Jibi, well, it is like asking me to try slaying a dragon armed with nothing but a pin and no chakra use. I think Mom might manage that, if said dragon was dumb enough to make a comment on her age or maybe her weight, Naruto joked dryly, causing everyone present to burst out laughing. I don't. Ha ha. Think she'd? Ha. Need the pin. Ha ha ha. If it came to that, Minato managed to heave while clutching his sides. You are damn. Ha 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 ha. Right, I wouldn't, Kushina practically gasped as everyone laughed harder. After about a minute, when they were sober, Felix asked, You mentioned a second question, Minato? Ah yes, Minato replied. Just why are you and Naruto telling me and Kushina all this, when you are not going to let the two of us change things? I never said I would not let you change things. I merely said that what we change will be at the discretion of Naruto and I. Not only that, but we need someone in a high place to help keep these things as low-key as possible. Who better than the Yondaime and his wife, on top of them being the parents of the time traveler, adding to their trustworthiness. Also, it is important for you to have at least the gist of things as they come up, so questions are not asked when we need you change something for us. I see. So that means that we are in on the loop, but on a need-to-know basis, is that it? Bingo, Minato sighed. I have gotten too used to being in a position to be the one withholding information, being Yondaime and all. Now it sucks to be on the receiving end. Felix chuckled before saying, Now that that is out of the way, it is time to plan for what we need to do in the present. Once we get out of here, I am going to need a cover story. You can tell everyone that I am one of the last surviving members of a clan that kept our existence secret, which can be why no one else has heard of it before today. I will be offering my services to your village as one of your shinobi, though you will have to be careful what assignments you give me, so I don't create too many butterflies, or break one of the time travel rules, yada yada. Minato nodded in acknowledgement. Alright, I guess that it is time for us to go back to reality then? You got it. Once they were all back out of the mindscape, minus Kurama of course, and were heading back to the Leaf, accompanied by the ANBU, Felix whispered into Minato's ear, I know that it is disconcerting to have a baby with the mental age 17, even if he is immature. My advice to you is to just treat him like the kid he physically is. Kami knows, he deserves to have a decent childhood this time around, and it will be too funny to watch his protests to pass up. Minato only chuckled in response. Obito was furious. The blasted Yondaime had delayed his plans by breaking his control of the Kyuubi, and now he and his former Jinchuriki of a wife actually survived the attack when a green-haired stranger, and that old Sandaime foiled his hopes that they would die in the attack at least, making it easier to plan his next moves. Zetsu was wisely keeping his distance from his infuriated boss. Obito's brooding was interrupted when the air seemed to crack, and pieces fell, causing what seemed to be a rift in reality. 5 people stepped from this tier to stand before a shocked Obito and Zetsu, 4 of them standing behind the one in the lead, who was covered in head to toe in plate armor colored in the darkest black Obito had ever seen, with the other 4 wearing simple black hooded cloaks that obscured all of their features. The only body feature in sight from this group was the jet black hair that flowed out of the back of the lead person's helmet to the back of his knees. Obito got up and demanded, "Who are you people, and what are you doing here?" That was before he was hit by the lead man's aura, which projected a very high level of killing intent, one that intimidated even the Uchiha, who staggered back after quickly recognizing the fact that this was definitely not a person to tick off if you were fond of breathing. "I am Raisin Genshikoi Atsuri, gravity manipulation, and these 4 are my underlings," the armored man replied. "Individual introductions for them can come later. As for what we are doing here, we hail from the Elder Dimension and I have a proposition for you." Needless to say, Obito found his interest piqued. Chapter 3, Catching Up to the Future. Obito thought hard on what had just occurred. The armored man that had led the strange group had told him a very interesting story about how the Elder Dimension was, as the name implied, the oldest one in existence, and that the Jubi and the Rakuta Sennin both originated from said dimension. Raisin had then claimed that the Rakuta Sennin was the last bearer of the Elder Dimension's prized dojutsu, the Rinnegan, and deliberately split its power in 2 among his descendants to keep it from returning to the Elder Dimension, due to him having lost faith in its governing system. Raisin then proceeded to explain that he was aware that Madara had been able to reunite the 2 halves of the power, and implanted them into a boy named Nagato. Then he offered to aid Obito and the organization he was going to build over the next few years in reviving the Jubi, and using its power for the Eye of the Moon plan. It did not take Obito much effort to figure out what Raisin wanted in return. "You want the Rinnegan," he had stated rather than asked. Raisin had laughed and said that Obito was correct, though he would wait until after the Eye of the Moon was complete to take his payment, but he would expect a good faith payment as soon as Obito was finished with one of his side projects, which Obito quickly recognized as an implication that Raisin also knew that he was helping to stoke the Uchihas into a revolt, and wanted Obito to provide him with Sharingan, once a few of the clan had been killed and would no longer need their eyes. Obito had spent little time deliberating. The offer was good, for he would no longer need the Rinnegan once the Genjutsu had been cast, and he was sure he could easily spare 2 Sharingan once the revolt had taken place, for whether or not the Uchiha won or not, there was bound to be at least a few casualties among them. If by some chance that did not occur, he could always terminate a few himself. As for what he would get in return, it was quite obvious from the aura Raisin gave off that he would be a powerful ally, one he definitely did not want as an enemy. So he had agreed. Now he was thinking about the deal he had just struck. It seemed too good to be true, and unfortunately, that usually meant that it was. That Raisin was extremely shady, and Obito was sure that he was after something else entirely, and planned on using him for it. But Raisin was too powerful for Obito to really have a hope of going up against, so he would have to wait until the Akatsuki was formed and make sure he had loyal and powerful followers before he could very carefully plot against his new ally. "I'm certain he suspects, Lord Raisin," one of the cloaked men said to his armored master. "It is clear that he is no fool, and it is easy to deduce that you could easily take the Rinnegan yourself easily." "Yes, but the last thing we want is to tip off the higher-ups in the Elder Dimension that we are here, and that the Genshikoi Atsuri clan still has a surviving member," Raisin replied. "If there is anything that would provoke a large reaction from them, it is the power we hold. They would send more knights than even I could handle." He laughed and continued, "So for now, we operate with and through our new pawns, discreetly gathering the pieces we need until we have our real prize within reach." Minato was relieved as his paperwork neared its end. It had been 2 months since Kurama had attacked the village under the influence of his amnesia and the masked man. It was still a little hard to swallow the idea that he and Naruto had befriended each other, though he and Kushina both considered that to be somewhat small news compared to the whole time travel thing. The funeral service for all those who perished fighting the fox, with Hiruzen Sarutobi being one of the most mourned, had been held a week after the attack. There were many who broke the shinobi rule of not shedding tears, but Minato did not blame them at all. It was a very heavy blow to the spirits of the village. A few days after that, the village council had finally managed to drag him into a meeting to discuss Naruto's fate. Minato and Kushina had by then revealed that they had been secretly married, and that Naruto was their son, but that did not stop several members of the civilian council and Fugaku, the head of the Uchiha clan, from wanting the demon brat killed. Fugaku was greatly angered by the Kyuubi's attack due to the accusations from many of the villagers against his clan that emerged from the rumors that an Uchiha had controlled the nine-tailed beast, and he wanted the recompense and revenge. The members of the civilian council were just plain scared idiots that could not distinguish between a jail and the prisoner, though Kurama did not seem to mind so much anymore, not that anyone else had to know that. Danzo Shimura, backed by Hamura Mitokado and Koharu Yudatane, was determined to enlist the boy into his root program and turn him into an emotionless weapon. This was only further motivation for Minato to keep the fact that Naruto and Kurama were on good terms under wraps, as if he needed it. If that got out, Danzo would become more determined, seeing even greater promise in using Naruto as a tool of war. Fortunately for Minato, he was able to gain the collective support of Heishi Hyuga, Shikaku Nara, Choza Akimichi, Inoichi Yamanaka, Suminazuka, and Shibuyaburame and keep custody of his son. Further arguments were quickly put down when Kushina started to get irritated, scaring the crap out of the idiots, the council. Minato then made it law that no one was to discuss the Kyuubi, for several reasons. Among them was the fact that he knew that Naruto would be a target of those who wanted to bring back the Kyuubi, and he wanted to prevent them from making any early moves. Secondly, this would hopefully give Naruto a chance to have friends growing up this time around, since the parents of children would not be allowed to tell their children why they wanted them to stay away from Naruto, and hopefully Naruto's status as the son of the Yondaime would help cancel any negative feelings the parents gave their children, giving them a chance to judge Naruto for who he is. Finally, this measure had been taken in the previous timeline, and it was imperative to keep things as close as possible to that timeline, so that this one could maintain a measure of predictability. Minato stressed that the breaking of this law was punishable by lifelong incarceration, or even death. Protests naturally abounded at this, only to be silenced by Kushina threatening to be the one to carry out the latter penalty if they argued. The topic then moved to Felix Yushoryu. Minato told the council an obscure and believable story that the man was a previous acquaintance of Hiruzen and had been in town when the Kyuubi attacked. Felix had agreed to help Hiruzen seal the Kyuubi in Minato's place, which was obviously successful by the fact that Minato was the one alive now. The council was pleased that Felix had decided to stay on as an elite jonin, and they were quite intrigued with his Kekkei Genkai. There was talk of trying to marry off Felix, so they could establish the new clan, but Minato told them flat out that Felix had no interest in doing so. Felix had told the group earlier that he was already married and had 2 kids he had left behind. He expressed great sorrow that he would not be able to be there for them as they grew up over the next 17 years, something Naruto knew the Minato of the original timeline could easily relate to. Other than that, there were few problems with allowing Felix to settle in the Leaf Village, though Danzo brought up the question as to whether Felix could be trusted or not. Minato responded by saying that Felix had already rendered a great service to Konohagakure, and it had been clear that Hiruzen had trusted Felix to help him seal the Kyuubi and prevent Minato from being the one to sacrifice himself, though that was Felix's plan. But again, the council did not need to know that. He also brought up the fact that Felix had given expert care to Kushina, and for that, Minato was fully prepared to trust the man. With that, the meeting had ended, but the headache was very persistent. And every time he had almost cured it, the next wave of paperwork would only bring it back full force. But now he was just finishing the final stack, and it was about time too. He was getting very close to the point where he would simply flash it all to an obscure place to burn later, flash back and deny that it had ever existed. But he knew Kushina would kill him if she had ever found out that he had to resort to such measures to skip out on his duties like that, and he knew she was more than capable of doing so now that she was fully recovered. She was not called the bloody habanero for nothing. Or tomato either when she was a kid, but he would never say that, even if he was sure she wasn't around. He was too fond of his internal organs and his skin to take such a stupid risk. He sighed in relief as he set the final sheet aside, when there was a knock at his door, and his blood froze. No, please Cammy, no. His worst fears were confirmed as 2 of his secretaries came in, both struggling under stacks of paper that would probably be taller than them if set down. Face palming to hide his anime tears, he said, "Thanks you too, why don't you take the rest of the day off?" What happened next was the last straw for his nerves. "Thank you, Yondaime-sama. But it is going to take at least 2 or 3 more trips to bring the rest in before we can go." Felix was in the midst of doing a few chakra control drills at a training ground a few miles away from the Yondaime's office when his eardrums just about popped at the agonized cry of "Anol." "Why me?" Turning in the direction of the cry, Felix chuckled. Apparently the paperwork for a kage is a level of torture that even that ankle lady would have problems replicating. Naruto, while sad that the Sandaime had sacrificed himself to seal Kurama in him again, was actually glad to at least have the friend and comrade he thought he wouldn't see again initially. Upon hearing this, Kurama merely chortled, "I guess that you are still stuck with me for life, Kit. Tough luck for you. And you are stuck with me as well, Kurama." Naruto grinned. Kurama froze at this. "Crap, when you put it like that, I guess I am not really in a position to laugh at your misfortune. It's rather clear that you got the better end of the deal." They shared a good laugh at that. Naruto was especially glad to have Kurama still with him due to his 17-year-old mind stuck in his rather tiny and helpless 2-month-old body. At least he had decent company to pass the time, and it was passing slowly indeed. He wanted ramen as always, but he was stuck drinking nothing but milk until his teeth grew back in. You'd think that time travelers from the elder dimension would have invented a decent ramen-flavored milk just for cases like this. But Felix had laughed at him and said he was on his own for that. Jerk. Naruto was also unable to walk, meaning he had to put up with the rather crappy, pun intended, diapers, rather than simply go to the bathroom. He couldn't even talk. If he wanted to have a conversation with someone other than Kurama, he had to bring them into his mindscape. But with his parents and Felix being the only ones available, his options were limited. Not only that, but Felix was always busy with training and getting acquainted with everyone in the village, and his parents were still rather nervous around Kurama. Not that he could blame them, and Kurama just found it rather amusing, but the next few months were going to be very long indeed. It was finally Naruto's first birthday and his parents were throwing a party for him, something he was not quite used to. He was really looking forward to seeing many of the people he cared about for the first time. Jiraiya was the first to arrive, though that was due to him being dragged there by his hair by a very irritated Felix, who had caught him doing his research, thus resulting in Felix kicking the crap out of said pervert. It was a shame Kushina and Felix were both married, because she was in love. Apparently, Felix had a great deal of respect for the privacy rights of women, and made it quite clear how embarrassed he was for his own gender. Naruto thought it was hilarious that Jiraiya got his ass kicked by a guy with strong principles this time for his peeping, instead of the usual pissed kunoichi. Felix probably did him a favor, when he thought about it. As Jiraiya finally recovered, he started doing his best to embarrass his little tyke of a godson, though Naruto did not mind. He was too glad to have a shot at saving the man who had helped shape him into the person he was now. This time, Erosenin, I will make sure that the final outcome of what happened with Nagato will be different, and I refuse to let you die this time. Kakashi was next to show, a little before the party started, causing Naruto to try dispelling an obvious genjutsu, but apparently Kushina had threatened Kakashi, saying that if he was not on time for her son's special day she would remind him exactly why she was the only person that Minato feared, and would use his Ika books for the resulting funeral pyre. That was clearly enough to encourage Kakashi to show up a little early for once. Naruto remembered the last time he had seen Kakashi in his time, as Obito had pulled him into that dimension of his. Naruto did not know for sure if his sensei had perished at the hands of his former comrade, but Naruto swore to himself that he would make sure Kakashi survived for sure this time around. While there were other guests, the next that had an impact on Naruto was Hisashi with his son Neji. Apparently, Hisashi had been a friend of Naruto's father back when they were genin. As Neji and Naruto were introduced, Naruto thought about the events of Neji's death. Flashback. Naruto was on his knees, unable to avoid the Jubi's stakes in time, only able to watch as Hinata came between him and the attack, ready to lay her life down for him without so much as a thought, only for Neji to come between her and the attack, getting impaled in places that not even Tsunade would have been able to heal, even if she was present. Trying to deny the evidence before his eyes, Naruto supported his mortally wounded friend and comrade, and shouted, "We need a friggin' medic." "No," Neji wheezed. "It's too late." Neji coughed, as Hinata said sadly, "Brother, Hinata-sama is willing to die for you, Naruto," Neji stated with conviction. "So keep in mind that your life is not your own anymore. It also includes mine now as well." With Hinata shedding tears next to them, Naruto desperately asked, "Why? Not in a place like this. You're the Hyugas." Neji seemed lost in contemplation when Naruto continued with tears in his eyes, "Why would you go this far for me? Sacrificing your life?" With a final smile on his face, Neji replied, "Because I was called a genius." And so the mark on his forehead finally faded as he died, having freely chosen his death. "I thought you wouldn't let me kill a single one of your comrades?" Obito mocked from on top of the Jubi's head. Naruto. End flashback. Naruto had almost broken then and there. He was unresponsive to his surroundings, with Obito's words that his views were naive and there was nothing left for him but suffering in this world. Had it gone any further, Naruto's psyche would have almost certainly snapped, but then Hinata had slapped him, bringing him back to reality, and with her declaration that it was Naruto's principles that Neji had died for, and with some further pushing from Kurama reminding him what his parents had sacrificed themselves for, Naruto was able to re-emerge from the darkness. Now Neji was here in front of Naruto, and Naruto was damned if he was going to allow this second chance to go to waste. Neji was not going to die this time, not if Naruto had anything to say about it. And now that he thought about it, there was also something else that Naruto could change for Neji. As Hisashi and Minato caught up a little, Naruto recognized that the man was quite warm towards the Namake's family, even him and Kushina. It did make sense when Naruto thought about it. After all, the branch house members were quite aware of what having a seal placed on them against their will was like, so being able to relate to Jinchuriki was quite natural. Unfortunately, Kushina's close friend Mikoto was unable to come, due to Fugaku's hatred of the Kyuubi, and by extension Naruto. Ever since the Kyuubi attack, the villagers had been getting more and more hostile to the Uchiha clan because of their suspicions of the clan, despite the best efforts of Minato to keep the situation from coming to a head. The absence of Mikoto did not stop Naruto from thinking about Sasuke and Itachi. That was probably the most important thing he had to change. If you weren't forced to slaughter your entire clan Itachi, then Sasuke would never have gone down the path of hatred. You could have helped him get strong without him losing sight of who he was, and you would probably have been able to help keep the future from going to hell like it did. This time, I will make sure that this is the case. The massacre will have a different result this time, I swear it. The party was actually rather uneventful except for when Felix and Kushina both pummeled Jiraiya and Kakashi without mercy when they were discussing inappropriate content from the Ika Ika series where Naruto and Neji could hear them, much to Naruto's amusement. Naruto was glad to have presents this birthday, instead of having to run for his life from drunk mobs on this particular day. Sure, most of them were little kid toys, but it was easily an improvement over what he had in his previous life. A couple more years had passed, Naruto's third birthday had come and gone, and Felix was dealing with a massive headache. After a day of the training exercises, Minato and Kushina had finally begun running him through in recognition of the fact that he would need to be as strong as possible for the coming storm. Despite their wanting him to just be able to enjoy his childhood, he had come to Felix asking if they could change an event. The previous day Hayashi had stopped by, extending an invitation to the Namikaze family to attend the heiress Hinata's third birthday party, while coincidentally, a delegation from Kumogakure was coming to the Leaf to sign a treaty on the same day, meaning Minato would have to show up later. Naruto and Felix both knew what was going to transpire. The ninja from Cloud would attempt to kidnap Hinata, resulting in Hayashi killing him, and causing further hostilities between the two shinobi nations. Kumo would demand Hayashi's corpse in recompense for Konoha's violation of the treaty, so they could get their hands on the Byakugan. The Hyuga clan would then sacrifice Niji's father to keep the dojutsu from Kumo, while seeming to appease the latter. However, if the Kumo ninja could be caught alive this time, and if they could get him to confess his goals, Konoha would be able to call bullshit on Komo's claims and demands. The problem was that while Felix did want to do this, he had to consider all possible changes that might screw up any plans they had. The butterfly effect was just one of the many things that made time travel such a major pain in the ass. Seemingly harmless changes now could have serious repercussions further down the line. This was one of the reasons that time travel was so rarely resorted to, and no one has had to for over half a century, something he was being constantly reminded about when he finally managed to establish some communications with the elder dimension. His friends were never going to let him hear the end of it, and he was not looking forward to his wife getting her hands on him in about 14 years. She was going to be so ticked about him being gone for so long. Despite Felix's doubts about what could ultimately happen, he eventually agreed to save Niji's father, because Naruto was adamant on doing something to repay the department he owed the Niji from the future. So, stating that any negative consequences were on Naruto's head, Felix went to have a chat with Minato. On the day of Hinata's birthday, Naruto and Kushina were among the first to arrive. Naruto noticed many dirty glares from the main family towards him and his mother, though they were quick to hide this when she looked their way. Naruto grinned. It seemed even the stoic Hyuga were scared of the bloody habanero. The branch house members on the other hand showed a great deal of respect. This served to further increase Naruto's determination to become Hokage and change the ways of the clan. Eventually, Naruto spotted Hinata and froze. Just like Kakashi, he was not sure as to what her final fate had been before he turned back time, though it was extremely likely that she had perished fighting the Jubi. As Naruto watched her hide behind her father, he contemplated what had happened to bring them so close in the past. Back then, it was his determination to see the bright side of life despite the brutal treatment he had received at the hands of the village that she had been attracted to in the past. She had tried so hard to be like him, despite her chronic shyness, and never let anyone else affect her view of Naruto. She had always been able to see him for who he was, and he felt stupid for never noticing her attraction to him. He had remained in the dark about it due to this obliviousness, and it had taken an invasion of an extremely powerful foe to get her to confess her feelings for him, followed by her almost dying for him to realize his feelings for her. He would not make that mistake again. If he was fortunate enough for her to fall for him again, he would not let it go to waste. He walked up to her and tried to strike up a conversation, but as expected, she was too shy even at this point to make much progress. Naruto was disappointed, but hopefully he would eventually manage to bring back her feelings for him. It was about a week later when Minato and Felix entered the Hyuga compound. Minato had managed to arrange a meeting to discuss village business for this particular night. While Minato and Hayashi went over some of the redundant documents, Minato grumbling all the while about wondering how the village could still possibly have trees, Felix acted like his legs were kinking up and got permission to stroll through the grounds, accompanied by a branch member named Ko, who also happened to be Hinata's caretaker. As planned, they happened upon the Kumo Nin as he was making his getaway. Felix moved fast, dashing by the kidnapper, and taking Hinata from him as he went. As the man realized he was caught, he pulled a kunai and engaged Ko. "Don't kill him," Felix shouted out as he set Hinata down. "I want to know who he's working for." For a moment, the Kumo Nin and Ko were engaged in a taijutsu battle, before the former was able to break away from the fight and rush towards Felix and Hinata, intent on reclaiming his prize. With a swift motion, he launched 3 shuriken at Felix, who, rather than dodge, swept his left hand in front of him, fingers splayed. In that same motion, he caught the first shuriken between his index and middle fingers, the second in his middle and ring fingers, and the final one between his ring finger and pinky, before he reversed the motion and threw the stars right back at their owner before he realized what happened. All 3 weapons hit him dead on, all in non-vital spots, causing him to stagger back and giving Ko the opportunity he needed to close in and shut down several of his tenketsu. Defeated, the Kumo Nin slumped unconscious. About 10 seconds later, Hayashi and Minato rushed to the scene to investigate what the commotion was. "What is the meaning of this?" Hayashi demanded as he took in the unconscious masked man and his daughter lying on the ground, the latter now awake and seeming terrified of the situation. "Lord Hayashi," Ko responded. "We ran into this man as he was trying to leave the grounds with Lady Hinata over his shoulder. Our guest Felix and I were able to apprehend him without any problems, and Lady Hinata is unharmed." "I see," Hayashi replied as he knelt and unmasked the man. "That's the Kumo Nin I just signed the treaty with a week ago," Minato stated, faking shock. "Well, he clearly has some explaining to do," Felix said. "Negotiations with Kumo actually went smoothly from there since they had proof of Kumo's treachery, and the Cloud was unable to justify any demands for the Byakugan." Needless to say, Minato, Felix and Naruto were quite pleased with themselves and how things went. Now Niji won't have to grow up with his burden alone, Naruto thought with a smile. Chapter 4, A Mighty Spar. Then back to the academy. "So tell me what we are doing here again?" Minato asked Felix as they, Kushina and a nearly 5-year-old Naruto headed into the basement of the rather large compound Felix now owned. "That pile of paperwork at my desk won't get any smaller while we're here. Honestly, I do not even know why we bother with shinobi anymore. All we have to do to defeat our enemies would be to throw those massive piles at them, and they would not stand a chance." "Oh, for Kami's sake," Felix said. "Why don't you stop complaining about all that paperwork? It's getting irritating. Honestly, is there some sort of rule against using shadow clones? Or is there really that much paperwork that even that does not work?" Minato froze. "Wait. What? Damn it, Felix!" Naruto yelled. "I was gonna sell him that secret." Felix gaped at Minato while Kushina was laughing her ass off. "You mean to tell me," he said incredulously, "that you never thought of that? I am so stupid," Minato said as he wept anime tears. "You just spared me from so much future suffering." Felix sighed as he pinched the bridge of his nose, astounding that one of the world's smartest shinobi could miss something so glaringly obvious. "Aha, you're right about that," Minato said before he frowned and turned to Naruto. "Am I to understand that you knew the secret all this time, and you just let me muddle on because you were busy trying to figure out how much you could make off of my pain?" "Oh," Naruto said as he spotted the frenzied look in his father's eyes that he usually saw in his mother's. "I am so screwed." Anyway, Felix quickly intervened before the enraged Minato could finish strangling his son with Kushina trying to calm him down. "Wow, a backward situation. That paperwork must have really done a number on Minato's sanity. I brought you 3 here to show you a little something I was working on over the past few years." He opened a door to show a pure white plain room that somehow seemed to be much larger than the space it was supposed to occupy. "This here is what I like to call an all-out sparring room, or AOS room, because it is a distortion in the space-time continuum, and everything that happens in here is erased from said continuum once certain criteria are met." "And this is important, why?" Minato asked. "Because it will allow for any level of sparring, with no repercussions. Even if one of us actually kills the other, there will be no harm done, because once the spar is over, we will find ourselves right back out here without a scratch, unless of course you had it before entering the room. This means we can cut loose a little, and practice our most dangerous techniques against an actual foe. And yes, one of the features is that we actually remember what occurs after the fact. It took me the past 4 years to finally get the blasted thing right, and I actually had to call in for some assistance on more than one occasion from home. I might have dabbled in this sort of thing once or twice, but it is far from my area of expertise. Naruto, Minato, and Kushina were now very interested in the possibilities the room had to offer. While it would not help them with the more physical aspect of their training, because any physical strain would be erased, it would certainly be of aid in coming up with strategies against dangerous enemies and safely settling disputes as to who is a stronger fighter. Kushina also harbored the rather wicked notion that she could drag anyone who ticked her off into the room and kill them slowly. Over and over and over again. MWA ha ha ha. Near the bathhouses in Kanha, a certain white-haired pervert suddenly shivered. Why do I get the feeling that I should be a lot more careful around Kushina than usual now? He asked while weeping anime tears. Not to question your work or anything, Minato asked. But is the room always white and empty like that? I mean, it is not going to be very useful if… Of course not, Felix declared. All I have to do is concentrate before entering the room on an environment, and the room will imitate it. As he said that, the room actually did shift to show the forest on the outskirts of Konoha. Anyway, I brought you guys here because I wanted to ask you, Minato, if you were interested in helping me break this room in tomorrow. And yes, summoning do work, so you will have all your tricks up your sleeve available. Is that a challenge? Because if it is, I accept. Excellent. Same time, same place tomorrow then? You got it. The next day, Naruto and Kushina were following the two combatants into the room. Naruto was excited at the prospect of watching his father and the person who helped him so much already duke it out with no holds barred. The field currently resembled a meadow with a thin amount of trees surrounding it. Both combatants walked to opposite ends of said meadow and stared each other down. On three, Kushina shouted, having been selected to start the match. 1, 2, 3, fight. Minato wasted no time in throwing one of his Hiraishin kunai at Felix, who dodged and drew Elemental Infinity, launching one of his signature Thundering Gale slices at Minato with the same movement. Minato was able to dodge it, only to find that Felix had instantly closed the distance between them, and swung his sword at Minato's head, forcing the latter to Hiraishin to his previously thrown kunai. It was then he realized that the same slash he had just narrowly avoided was used to launch another of those bothersome slices right in his direction, with no hope of dodging in time. That's what Felix thought anyway. The instant before the slice hit him, Minato smirked and Hiraishined again. Felix's eyes widened as he realized that Minato must have slapped one of his seals on him before he had flashed to the kunai to avoid the slash. Sure enough, Minato appeared right next to him, a fully charged Rasengan in hand. Blast! Felix cursed as he jumped back, the Rasengan grazing his chest a little and shredding the front of his red leather vest, before it was slammed into the ground. Minato rose and looked at his opponent, who tore off the remains of the vest, the Hiraishin seal with it, leaving his torso bare, and said, "You jerk. You have any idea how expensive these are?" Minato rolled his eyes and replied, "Yeah, right. Didn't you say that all damage would be repaired once we left?" Felix grinned sheepishly. "All right, you got me. I was just giving you a hard time." They shared a laugh at this before Minato drew some more kunai, and threw them in some random directions. He moves at about the same speed as a taijutsu specialist with 7 celestial gates open, Minato mused as he did this. While my speed is nothing to sneeze at either, I am going to have to abuse the hell out of Hiraishin if I hope to remain untouched, and make sure I have plenty of options to go to, so he doesn't send one of those slices to greet me next time. Man, those Rasengans are potent attacks, Felix thought. I was just barely nicked by that one, and it tore through the reinforced leather like it was nothing, as well as peeling a good layer of skin off my chest. I cannot allow a direct hit against me, or I will be taken out in a heartbeat. They dashed at each other again, only for them to both veer off to opposite sides, Minato casting fast hand signs. Wind style, multiple air bullets. As the name implied, several small balls of air emerged from Minato's mouth to go at high speeds in Felix's general direction. However, Felix simply cast several one-handed signs with his left hand. Fire style, giant flame dragon lance. Minato's eyes widened as Felix breathed out a massive amount of fire in the shape of a dragon, each air bullet hitting it only increasing its size as it sped towards Minato, forcing him to Hiraishin to a position he had set up behind Felix's current area to throw a kunai at his back. Felix dodged, of course, only to have to again when Minato Hiraishined to the thrown kunai's location, catch it, and throw it again. This process repeated itself several times until Felix just dodged once, and quickly slashed where he knew Minato would appear. The attack caught Minato off guard and he was diced across the chest. The smile was wiped from Felix's face when Minato disappeared in a puff of smoke. "Crap," he said as the real Minato appeared with another Rasengan. This time Felix got it a bit in the side, though he was once again able to dodge the worst of it. He quickly swiped down at Minato, who was unable to dodge or Hiraishin again on time, so he resorted to quickly striking the side of elemental infinity with the still-charged Rasengan, causing the sword's elemental energies to flood the Rasengan, A/N. I don't think it takes a genius to figure out where. The resulting blast when the sphere exploded nailed both Minato and Felix, launching them back away from each other, sporting several cuts and burns as a result, though Minato got a little more damage due to the fact that the said bomb was in his hand at the time, plus he slammed painfully into a rock, while Felix was lucky enough to simply skid a little on the ground. "Maeon, that's smarts," Felix said, getting up gingerly as Minato followed suit. Clearly the Rasengan mixed with elemental energy the wrong way results in a lot of pain for everyone present. "Tell me about it," Minato grinned. "I have been trying to upgrade the silly thing by adding elemental chakra for years, but all it's gotten me so far was multiple trips to the hospital." "I don't doubt that. When did you make that shadow clone anyway?" "When I launched those air bullets earlier, I knew that you were most likely going to respond with a large-scale fire technique. Fire might be your weakest element, but I knew that you would not hesitate to use it if you were up against the element it beat. I figured that when you did use it, there was a good shot at it being large enough to obscure your view of me, at least for a moment. That's when I quickly made the shadow clone, and we Hiroshined to different locations, the clone following the assault, while I waited to catch you off guard." "Brilliant! You actually took advantage of one of my own attacks, and you almost had me too. Unfortunately, you are just too quick, even when I do surprise you. You're not holding back by any chance, are you?" "If I was, you would have already beaten me," Felix answered seriously. "You, likewise," Minato answered with a grin, and he pulled out 2 kunai. They closed the distance again and started exchanging blows. Minato realized that if he tried to block elemental infinity with his kunai, the blade would simply shear through it like it was nothing but air, so when he needed to stop it from cutting him, he instead used quick strikes to the side of the blade to divert its path rather than outright stop its progress. This also served to give Minato an opening to try to strike Felix with his other kunai. "Good call," Felix stated when he noticed what Minato was doing as he sidestepped another jab from the latter's kunai. He proceeded to slam his fist right into Minato's cheek, sending him flying. But not good enough. Minato recovered by flipping and throwing one of the kunai. Felix dodged and Minato Hiroshined to it, and parried Felix's quick counter-strike with the other kunai with yet another Rasengan in his free hand. Felix hastily backed off and this time managed to completely avoid the attack, though it was still way too close for comfort. Felix and Minato stared each other down, both panting with the exertion of keeping up with each other. Felix moved first, stabbing the ground with his sword. Elemental style, dragon ruler of all elements, with a lot of rumbling and elemental energy. The same dragon that Felix had conjured to fight Madara, and he would dragon sprang into existence again. Minato quickly bit his thumb, cast the hand signs he needed and slapped his palm onto the ground. Summoning jutsu. There was a good deal of smoke as the 3 gargantuan toads that Naruto recognized as Gamma Bunta, Gamakin and Gamma Hero arrived at the battlefield. "Oh, it's time for that fight then?" Gamma Bunta rumbled as he blew a puff of smoke, having been briefed the previous day by Minato about the spar. "Yes it is," Minato said. "Remember, don't bother with elemental attacks, he will only counter with the opposing element. So just weapons and brute force then?" Gamma Hero commented. "That sounds like my style. I'm not sure I am graceful enough to fight such a foe," Gamakin said a little nervously. "But I shall give it my all." "Enough talking, he's attacking." Bunta A/N, yes, I am going to use the shorter version of their names for this. It's easier that way, shouted as Felix's dragon breathed fire right at them. Initially ignoring Minato's advice on the elemental attacks because he felt that he should at least counter fire style with water style, Bunta shouted water style, liquid bullets. 2 large spheres of water shot out of Bunta's mouth at the approaching fireball. Banata grinned as they extinguished it, only for his eyes to widen as an earth-style attack the dragon had launched behind the fireball overpowered the water spheres. "Told you," Minato face-palmed, having wisely moved to Hiro's head before the earthen cloud slammed into Bunta. Naruto and Kushina watched in awe as Hiro and Ken engaged the dragon. Hiro's blades dug into the earthen hide of the elemental beast, while Ken slammed his staff into the winged head of the massive creature. Said head merely reformed and fired a blast of water at Ken, charged with lightning, which Ken was quick to avoid. Claims of clumsiness be damned. Hiro was also forced to back off to avoid the flaming tail of their opponent. A pissed-off Bunta recovered from the recent blow and rejoined the fray, sliding on his back under the beast's belly, and kicked his hind legs into the gut of the creature, launching it an impressive distance into the air. "Dad is amazing to go toe-to-toe with Felix, isn't he?" Naruto asked his mom. She chuckled and said, "Can I pick them, or can I pick them?" As the elemental dragon sailed through the air, it spread its lightning wings and stabilized itself, actually gaining altitude and hovering above the battlefield with Felix still riding it. "Great," Minato muttered as the dragon rained down some elemental attacks, forcing him and his 3 summons to do a lot of dodging. I was hoping that those wings were for show, or maybe some simple offensive purposes. I did not expect the creature to actually fly with those wings. As he said this, he noted that his chakra was already dangerously low, and he only had 2 kunai left. He had to finish this with one fast gamble. Bunta, I am going to need you to jump as high up as you can, Minato said as he re-established himself on the toad's head. I'll take care of the rest. Bunta obliged, managing to get level in the air with the dragon, so Minato could leap towards it and launch one of the remaining kunai he had. As it sailed right above the dragon's back, he flashed to it and landed on the earthen part of its body. He rose with his gaze fixed on Felix, who assumed a battle stance. Minato cast a hand sign, Shadow Clone Jutsu. 4 clones sprung into existence with Minato, and one of the clones falling behind the other 3, where he discreetly traded his last original kunai with the clone's copy. The first 3 clones charged Felix with the 4th right behind them, while the original Minato charged what would be his final Rasengan. Needless to say, Felix quickly dispatched the first 3 clones with a blinding display of his skilled kenjutsu, and the 4th managed to graze his arm before also getting cut down. What Felix was not expecting was for the clone's kunai to remain as the clone popped out of existence, and Minato capitalized on this, flashing to said kunai. Rasengan! He shouted as he slammed the spiraling sphere straight into Felix's torso, just below the chest. Felix cried out in pain as the blow launched him so far he fell right off his dragon's back, his sword falling from his grasp. The said dragon then fell apart, so Minato also found himself in freefall, too exhausted to do anything about it. Fortunately, Bunta extended his tongue and caught the blonde, while Felix landed limply in the wooded area. Well done, Bunta remarked after setting Minato down. Then he and his fellow summons disappeared. Looks like I won, Minato panted with a grin, before Felix suddenly appeared behind Minato, and pierced him through his back and out his chest with his wind chakra-covered hand. Did you now? Felix asked before coughing up some blood and covering his chest wound with his other hand. How did you withstand the Rasengan? Right before you hit me, I knew I would not be able to dodge this time. So at the last instant, I focused some wind chakra at the point of impact to take the brunt of the blow. You still did some major damage, but I could still fight. Darn. That's more than you could say for me. I guess I lose, Minato said with a sheepish grin. Outside of the room, Minato and Felix were exchanging some notes about the fight, Minato still amazed that all damage done was really gone, as promised. Then Minato paused as he spotted Kushina, with a pout on her face, hand a grinning Naruto several bills of cash. He looked like a gaping fish for a second as he processed this, before spluttering, "Wait a minute, you two actually bet on our match? And Naruto, you actually bet against me?" "Actually both Mom and I both wanted to bet on you," Naruto quickly said with an appeasing gesture. "So we had to draw straws on it. I thought my luck had failed for a little bit, to tell you the truth," Minato face faulted. "Next time, Naruto bets on me," he deadpanned. That crazy luck of his gave Felix an unfair advantage. Flashback. Read M and weep, boys. Kushina laughed as she revealed her full house of 3 tens and 2 kings, beating Minato's ace flush. Recently, Kushina thought it would be a good idea to teach Naruto to play poker to teach him a harsh lesson about being careful with betting so he would not become like Tsunade, and hoping to win all of Naruto's allowance back to fuel her next shopping spree and ramen pig out. So far it was failing miserably, as Naruto had won all 3 hands they had played so far with a full house of his own, a straight and a 3-of-a-kind hand. She and Minato were flabbergasted to say the least, and they were sure he wasn't cheating. They were watching him like hawks. How much is 2 pairs worth?" Naruto asked as Minato said a tearful farewell to his remaining cash. "Sorry Naruto, but even your dad's hand beats that," Kushina said with malicious glee at finally winning. "Oh well," Naruto sighed as he tossed down 4 sevens. Kushina stared for a minute at the hand with an impressive fish imitation, while Minato sensed the danger and quickly flashed out of the room. All of Konoha heard the shriek of ARRRGGGDGHHHH. Why Kami WHHHHHHHYYYYYYYYYYYYY. End flashback. Needless to say, Minato never gambled with Naruto again, though Kushina just refused to quit, determined to prove that Naruto's luck would run out sooner or later. It was finally Naruto's first day at the academy, and he was not happy about having to attend all the boring classes. He had already remastered most of his abilities, including Sage Mode and the Rasen Shuriken, though Kurama told him that he would have to wait for his body to develop a little more before sharing his chakra, since he was sure that Naruto's current 6-year-old state would not be able to handle it yet. Minato was surprised to learn that Naruto was able to complete the Rasengan, though he was disappointed to learn that the completed version was useless without Sage Mode. He made a mental note to make some time for a trip to Mount Maiboku, after letting Naruto sign the Toad summoning contract again. Felix had revealed that he knew a sage mode of his own when he told them to take a close look at his eyes, and they noticed that the pupils had become slit. He proceeded to explain that this was what a perfect sage mode for those who have a summoning contract with the elemental dragons of the Elder Dimension looked like, and that it was not so noticeable due to the fact that his eyes were already yellow. This was how he could move so fast. He maintained his sage mode in battle by absorbing the nature energy from elemental infinity, even while he was moving. He had then asked Naruto and Minato to teach him the Rasengan, and they agreed that it would be perfect for him because of his ability to potentially mix it with any element that he chose. He scared them a little though, once he mentioned that it would be potentially invincible if he could mix in all 5 elements at once with an evil grin on his face. Other possibilities. And now Naruto was moving towards the monument to boredom, knowing that the only good he could do there would be befriending everyone he had known last time again. There really wasn't anything important he could learn there anymore, not even academic-wise, for his mom had already made sure to cram all that into his head. But he saw the value of keeping everything as close as possible to the last time, though he had no intention of being the dead last this time around. Although, he grinned widely. He did pull plenty of pranks in the previous timeline, why not this time around? As he entered the classroom, he noticed that he was one of the first there. There were only 3 other people in the room. He spotted the lazy bum Shikamaru in the back row, snoring his life away. Choji was sitting next to him, munching his potato chips so loudly, it was a wonder he didn't wake his friend up. In one of the middle rows was a particular raven-haired boy. Without hesitation, Naruto sat right next to him and said, "Hello, my name's Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze." Wow, he was still having trouble getting used to that last name. The raven-haired boy looked at him and smiled. "Mine's Sasuke Uchiha," he replied. Later that evening, Sasuke returned to the Uchiha compound, in a very happy mood. Upon entering his home, Makoto looked at him and asked, "I take it your first day at the academy was a good one, sweetie?" "It was," Sasuke replied before turning to Itachi. "You were right, big brother. I had no problem making a friend." "Told you so," Itachi replied. "Who is this friend?" Naruto Namikaze. Fugaku, who had been taking a sip of his tea at that moment, choked at this. Upon recovering, he glared at Sasuke and stated, "Sasuke, you are to stay away from that boy. I do not want you to even speak with him anymore." "What? But why?" the now upset child demanded. "There is no need for you to know the reason, all that is necessary is for you to do as I say." "But," end of discussion. "Honey," Makoto said, flaring some of her killing intent, cutting off Itachi, who looked as though he was going to come to Sasuke's defense. "You don't really think that the couch is a comfortable place to sleep for the next 2 months, do you?" A/N. Let's all have a round of applause for Tensei Zangetsu 102. Fugaku paled as what she said sunk in. "You wouldn't make me." "Oh, you know I would," Makoto replied with a deceiving smile. "Sasuke, I support your friendship with Naruto. Your father doesn't really mind, do you, honey?" Fugaku merely sighed and shook his head. Itachi looked at Sasuke and made discreet motion like he was brandishing a whip, earning a chortle from his brother. "You wanted to speak with me, father?" Itachi asked Fugaku later that night in one of the compound's private chambers. "Itachi," Fugaku started. "What I am about to tell you is an S-class secret that you are to inform no one that I mentioned it to you." Itachi raised his eyebrow as Fugaku proceeded to tell him about the Kyuubi. At the end of the explanation, he replied tonelessly, "I see. That is why I want you to keep a close eye on what occurs between him and Sasuke. If you so much as think that he might hurt your brother." Fugaku gazed intently at the older of his 2 sons. "Take care of it." Chapter 5, Wounds Reopened. It had been about a year since Naruto had befriended Sasuke, and now the two were thick as thieves. Naruto was currently in the running for what Kushina called proudly the Itazurikage, Joke's shadow, with Sasuke as an occasional accomplice, to Fugaku's displeasure. Much to Minato's exasperation, Kushina was over the moon with Naruto's first few jokes and practically encouraged him to pull some more. Several of the more memorable jokes were Naruto and Sasuke sneaking into the ANBU headquarters and slipping copious amounts of pepper into the nose area of the masks, them capturing the cat Tora instead of the usual Genin team, only to set him loose in the Inuzuka compound, resulting in a great deal of mayhem. Putting a dummy of Jiraiya set to explode on impact with paint when hit outside the Kunoichi Springs in his research position, they accidentally got Felix with that one, though he took it well and actually complimented their little trap, and switching their academy instructors, one that came before Iruka and who disliked Naruto because of Kurama, had banned with a fake that said "I'm an idiot" when he wasn't paying attention, resulting in all the students sniggering at him without a clue why. The biggest joke yet, however, was a repeat of the Hokage monument painting, pretty much the same designs as last time, with Naruto giving the instructions to Sasuke while they worked. The only difference was Minato's head. He was now painted with an expression of mortal terror, with tears in his eyes and a few lump designs on his hair. On the rock behind his head, there was an image of Kushina preparing to swing a rolling pin in both hands at the back of his head with fire in her eyes. Kushina thought it was a masterpiece, while Minato was shedding anime tears upon realizing that the whole village would now have an idea of how whipped he was. But now Naruto was in trouble for an entirely different reason. He and Minato were now currently listening to the BS of 3 sets of angry parents claiming that Naruto had assaulted their children, while Naruto was busy trying to tell his father the real story. Flashback. Now hurry up and apologize. One of the 3 kids in question demanded Hinata as he grabbed her head and forced her to her knees. I'm sorry, Hinata whispered. Not good enough. Say it like you mean it. Knock it off. Naruto shouted at them as he came upon the scene. She already apologized for whatever it is you think she did wrong. Now leave her alone already. Hey, one of them said as he looked at Naruto. It's the Yandame's kid, you're right, the one holding Hinata down replied, releasing her as he turned to Naruto. So, you think you're better than us too, do ya? Well, your old man ain't around now, so what are you gonna do? I'm gonna kick your asses if you don't back off now, Naruto declared. Ha, look at you, the last one said with a sneer. Already got a swelled head because of who your dad is? No wonder half the village hates you, and the rest of them are just trying to kiss up. Oh, that's not why half of the village hates me, it is something else entirely. And though I won't deny that my head can swell up a little, it's due to my own abilities, not because of my dad. Oh yeah? We'll see about that. And with that they all charged Naruto, who just looked bored, as evidenced by him digging in his ear with his pinky. 3 idiots getting their asses handed to them later. Now why don't you apologize? Naruto asked the 3, who were lying in pain on the ground. We're sorry, they said in unison. Good, now get out of here. They hastened to obey, running so fast they almost left their shadows behind. Tth thank you, Hinata said, as she rose shakily to her feet. But why did you help me? What? Do I really need a reason to help someone when they need it? My name is Naruto Namikaze, by the way. He extended his hand to her. Hinata Hyuga. She shook his hand tentatively. Lady Hinata? Ko called out upon spotting her and coming up to the 2. What happened? Why are you here of all places? A quick explanation of how the 3 boys had dragged her into the woods after she had run into them by mistake, and how Naruto came to her aid was given. I see. You have my thanks, Namikaze-san, Ko said, bowing respectfully before taking Hinata's hand and leading her away. As they were leaving, Hinata looked back at Naruto with a glimmer of the same emotions she had for him the last time around. End flashback. Minato finally shooed the outraged parents out of his office with a sigh of exasperation. Really, some people did not seem to know the difference between assault and coming to someone else's defense these days. Finally, I can get to important things, he said, sitting back down at his desk and creating several clones. Honestly, if it wasn't for that shadow clone secret Felix gave me for the paperwork, I would have lost my mind by now. Dad, Naruto began with a serious look on his face. By important things, you mean the Uchiha's coup that is in the planning stages right about now, right? There was a thump as Minato dropped the folder he had just retrieved in shock. How did you write time travel? He deadpanned. Yeah, and I know how it ended last time too. Itachi walked into Minato's office later that night, confused as to why he was called on such short notice. He noted that Felix was also in the room before asking. You wanted to see me, Yandame-sama? Itachi, I am going to take action on the coup you have informed me about last week, Minato said. Itachi blinked. I thought you were going to try to resolve this peacefully, and asked me to try talking them out of it. I was, but I fear that the situation is going to escalate very soon. I know Fugaku well enough to tell that he is beyond reason at this point in time, and I believe that Danzo plans to have the entire clan eradicated. He always was far too radical and forceful. The point is, Itachi, Felix continued. If we don't take decisive action now, there will be a bloodbath on our hands. That is why the night after tomorrow we are going to raid the Uchiha compound and take Fugaku and other leaders in the coup into custody. I promise that no excessive force will be used unless there is resistance. The problem is that we don't have enough evidence to justify the arrest as of yet. Am I to assume that this meeting is to ask me to get that evidence before we move? Itachi asked. Yes, that is the case, Minato replied. That is unnecessary, Itachi said, earning incredulous looks from both Minato and Felix. What do you mean? My father has committed another crime that we can bring him in for, and I can testify to it. He revealed to me that the Kyuubi is within your son. I see, Minato said. And you are willing to do this? He is your family after all. I am capable of seeing the bigger picture, Lord Yandame. The village is the most important thing, and if there is a chance to resolve this without bloodshed, I will take it. Just promise me that my mother and my brother will be left unharmed. I already planned on it. Once we take Fugaku in, will the coup fall apart? It should. Without my father as clan head, my mother should be able to take over, and she was against the coup from the beginning. Then all we need to do is make sure Mikoto and Sasuke are out of the way before we make our move, and hope things go smoothly. On the night of the raid, Kushina was able to persuade Mikoto to bring Sasuke over to the Namake's estate to train with Naruto. With that part of the plan out of the way, Minato left with his strike team, which consisted of Itachi, Felix, Kakashi, Might Guy and 4 of his best ANBU. As they approached the compound, Minato stated, "Remember, our objective is to get in, get Fugaku, and get out before things get ugly if possible. Odds are, we will encounter resistance, though I hope to avoid that. Should that occur, you have permission to use lethal force but only if necessary. We need as little bad blood as possible to come of this." The rest of the team nodded in understanding. "Fugaku-sama." An Uchiha clan member called to the clan head as he was about to enter his home. "What is it?" Fugaku asked. "The Hokage is on his way to the compound as we speak. He has several NBU and Jonin with him, and Itachi is a part of the group," Fugaku cursed. He knew the yondaime would not come unannounced unless as it was an emergency, and certainly not with a small fighting force. The only explanation was that he knew about the coup, and that meant Itachi had betrayed the clan. "So be it," he muttered. He still loved his son, but he had betrayed the entire clan with his actions and sided with the corrupt village that had put the Uchiha down for so long. "Inform all of our fighting ninja to prepare for a fight. Send the first 5 you find to me. I have a special task that needs taking care of." The messenger immediately set off. Within 2 minutes Fugaku had the 5 shinobi he had requested assembled in front of him. "Good, that was quick," he said approvingly. "What would you have us do, Fugaku-sama?" One of them inquired. "I am sending you 5 to the Namake's estate." Just outside the Uchiha compound, Minato and his team were greeted by a large number of kunai and several fire-style attacks. "Looks like they were expecting us," Kakashi remarked as they quickly dodged the assault. He pulled up his headband, revealing his Sharingan, and proceeded to engage 2 Uchiha that came at him. "Itachi, get to Fugaku!" Minato shouted as the rest of the team was quickly tied up with a various number of Uchiha each. "We'll handle the rest of the clan here." "I'm on it," Itachi responded, weaving through his attackers. Sharingan flared, heading for the building that his family lived in. He was momentarily stopped by a large group of his fellow clansmen who tried to bar his path. The way was then cleared, however, when Felix launched a thundering gale slice at them, forcing them to scatter. Felix came up beside Itachi, his eyes slit to show he was in his Dragon Sage mode. "I've got you covered," he told Itachi. "I'll keep your path clear until we get to Fugaku." Itachi nodded in thanks as he dodged another clan member, and Felix slammed the handle of his sword into the back of his head, knocking him out. Soon enough, they arrived outside of Itachi's home. "Go!" Felix shouted as 4 more of the clan came at them. Felix turned to face them while Itachi entered the building. Itachi dashed through the halls of his home until he came to the main sitting room where he found his father waiting for him. "So, you chose the village over your clan and family," Fugaku stated as he drew his katana. "So be it, father, there is no need for bloodshed," Itachi pleaded. "If you could just come quietly, and call off the rest of the clan." "Enough." Fugaku rushed Itachi, his katana coming down, forcing Itachi to block with his own. Their blades were locked as Fugaku continued, "I already know your reasons, and you know mine. Now all that's left is for us both to put our convictions on the line. If you hesitate, I will cut you down." They both jumped back and Fugaku fired a giant fireball jutsu at Itachi, who dodged in the fireball and it blasted the entire side of the building out. "Father," Itachi said sadly, and they rushed at each other again. "You need to use more chakra," Naruto told Sasuke when the latter fell right off of the tree he had been attempting to walk up. I know, Sasuke muttered, rubbing his newly acquired lump, while Kushina and Mikoto sniggered. Then Mikoto froze and shouted, "Kushina, watch out." She knocked Kushina aside and grabbed the arm of the man that had just tried to strike the back of Kushina's head with the blunt side of a kunai. "Lady Mikoto," the Uchiha protested, as she twisted his arm behind his back. "The yondaime is laying siege to the Uchiha clan. We need to take his wife and child alive so we can stop him." "What?" Mikoto cried, shocked at this, as she looked towards Kushina. 2 more of the Uchiha quickly closed in on Kushina, only to be caught and restrained by her chakra chains. "It's true," Kushina said. "Itachi told my husband about the coup, and they are trying to stop it now. We made sure that you and Sasuke would be here at the time, so that you two wouldn't be caught in the crossfire if things went south." "I see," Mikoto replied, knocking out the Uchiha she had restrained earlier. "If that's the case, we need to move somewhere safer in the chance Fugaku sends more." "Wait, where are Naruto and Sasuke?" Kushina whipped around to see that the 2 boys were indeed missing from the training grounds. "Oh no, blast, I should have realized that bastard Fugaku would try to take Mom and me hostage, Naruto thought angrily while he and Sasuke ran through the woods near the Namake's training grounds. Upon realizing that he and Kushina were being targeted, Naruto had fled in an attempt to lead the other two Uchiha away from the others. Unfortunately, Sasuke had followed him, wanting to know what was going on. Naruto stopped without warning, grabbed Sasuke's arm and threw him aside as a hail of shuriken came at them. He jumped and was able to avoid them. However, one of the Uchiha came up behind Naruto and caught him in a full Nelson. "You're coming with us, Namikaze brat," she declared. To her shock, Naruto just looked back at her with a grin and asked, "That's so?" Then he disappeared in a puff of smoke. "What? A shadow clone? Rasengan." The Uchiha woman turned in time to see the 7-year-old coming at her next to another of his clones, with a chakra sphere in his hand. Before she could do anything, the Rasengan was slammed into her gut, and she was thrown back, impacting painfully against a tree. It was clear that she wouldn't be getting up any time soon. "You're next," Naruto shouted as he turned to the remaining Uchiha shinobi, who quickly got over his shock and started casting his next jutsu. "No way," Sasuke thought in disbelief as he watched Naruto charge the remaining enemy. "Is my friend really that strong already?" Naruto avoided a fireball and closed in on his opponent, ramming his fist into the Uchiha's face, only to phase through. "Crap, when did he put me in a genjutsu?" Naruto thought as he frantically cast the hand sign to dispel it. So he not only knows the shadow clone jutsu, and his accursed father's Rasengan, but also already knows how to dispel genjutsu. The Uchiha thought. Not bad. But it's too late. He dashed at Naruto with his kunai drawn. Time suddenly seemed to slow for Sasuke when the shinobi dashed at his friend, who was unable to respond due to the genjutsu. "Naruto!" he cried out as he leapt towards them in desperation. As the genjutsu was dispelled, the Uchiha shinobi came into view for Naruto, but with no remaining time to dodge the kunai thrust. Crap, he thought. Blood spattered the forest floor. Itachi and Fugaku continued to clash their blades, occasionally launching a jutsu or two at the other. Fugaku would manage to get behind his son and impale him from behind, only for Itachi to dissolve into crows and reform for another attack. Itachi would launch a fireball at Fugaku and witness his father either dodge or cut through the attack for a fast counter. And so the battle went back and forth and through the streets of the Uchiha compound. However, Fugaku was not expecting the battle to come to an abrupt halt when they charged each other again. Just before their blades clashed again, Fugaku slipped on blood that had been shed in what must have been a previous fight in the area between the clan shinobi and the strike team. Normally, Fugaku would not have missed such a thing, but Itachi had covered the puddle with a genjutsu, having planned ahead of time. "Forgive me," Itachi whispered before impaling his now off-balance father through the chest. Fugaku coughed up blood and collapsed. "It seems that I am finished," Fugaku managed to say. "Your determination to protect the big picture. It seems I underestimated your conviction, my son. If the village is truly that important to you, then there is something you must know." "What do you mean?" "I wasn't alone in plotting the coup. There was a masked man who helped spur me on." Fugaku paused as he coughed up blood, and his breathing became more ragged. "He claimed to be..." He coughed even more violently. "Father!" Itachi cried while realizing that Fugaku had only seconds left in this world. Not willing to let the knowledge die with him, Itachi shook him frantically. "Who did he say he was, Mamadara?" "Uchiha," Fugaku managed to say with his dying breath. Itachi's eyes widened as this sunk in. "But that man should be dead," he whispered to himself. Shaking his head, he decided to work that out later as he picked up Fugaku's body, not realizing that his eyes momentarily took the form of a three-pronged shuriken. He had a fight to stop. Naruto was trying to deny the evidence before his eyes. Sasuke was standing in between him and the shinobi, the kunai that was meant for Naruto embedded in his gut as he gripped the arm of the shinobi with both hands, his teeth grit in pain. When the shinobi had attacked, Sasuke had come between him and Naruto, taking the hit for him. Not again, Naruto thought with desperation, not again. Flashback. It was over. The Jubi's Bija bomb was coming for him, and he was too exhausted to dodge it. He had no hope of survival. "So this is how it ends," he said with regret. Before the blast could hit him, however, he watched a figure surrounded by a purple aura come between him and the blast, and take the full force of it. The explosion still had enough power to knock Naruto back, and cause him to black out, though he had recognized his friend in his last instant of consciousness. And flashback. The Uchiha shinobi was horrified at what he had just done. His clan leader's son was now badly injured on the end of his weapon, glaring up at him with his now blood-red eyes with two tomo, before he blacked out. Before Sasuke even hit the ground, Naruto rammed full force into the man who had likely killed his friend. The impact launched him backwards until he skidded to a stop. Before he could even try to get up, Naruto was on top of him. The Uchiha stared in terror at Naruto's red-slit eyes as the latter began mercilessly pounding him with a feral expression on his face. Eventually, the man's screams for mercy got through to Naruto's mind. As Naruto looked down at the man's barely recognizable face, he was horrified at what he had done. He had almost killed a man, not out of necessity, but out of hatred. Had it gone any further, the man would have almost certainly died. Sickened with himself, Naruto struck him one more time to knock him out and dashed back to Sasuke, his features returning to normal. To his immense relief, he found his friend still breathing, though his wound was serious, and would need to be treated as soon as possible. The night ended with the death of Fugaku made known and Mikoto arriving to order the rest of the clan to stand down. Naruto had managed to get Sasuke to the hospital on time, using a shadow clone to find their mothers and letting them know what had occurred. Of the Uchiha's 67 fighting shinobi, 19 had been killed in the struggle, most of them at the hands of Minato and Felix, though not by design. Nearly all the rest were hospitalized for their injuries, along with Kakashi, who had overused his Sharingan, Guy, who had opened 5 celestial gates, and 3 of the A and B them, the 4th being the only casualty on the strike team. Itachi's friend Shisui Uchiha was discharged after a minor injury on his arm had been treated, and he apologized to Itachi for failing to stop the clan with his genjutsu before things had escalated, which Itachi had accepted. Shisui departed the hospital greeting Felix as the latter passed by. Felix entered the hospital to find Naruto in the waiting room. "I heard what happened," he told the boy as he sat next to him. "Will Sasuke make it?" "Yeah, he'll be fine," Naruto replied, though he still seemed downcast. "Listen, it was not your fault. I also failed to see Fugaku's tactic coming. I know that this sounds ironic, but not even those who know the future can predict everything." "It's not that, at least not entirely," Naruto replied before looking around to make sure no one was near. "When Sasuke took that kunai from me, it was a reminder of how he had died, before we came back." "I see," I snapped after that. "I was beyond reason. I wanted to kill that man out of sheer hate, and I almost did, but you didn't. You regained your senses before it was too late. Most people who are pushed as far as you were would not have been able to do that. The fact that you could shows how strong you are, Naruto, and you should be proud of that." "Thanks, Felix, anytime." Shisui sighed as he strolled through the forest outside of Konoha to clear his mind. A disaster had hopefully been averted, though it would take some time for things to fully settle down. He was relieved that they now at least had a clan head that would steer them towards peace. He froze and whipped around. Nothing. He spent a few moments trying to make sense of the strange sense he had just had of someone being behind him. He finally relaxed and muttered, "All this excitement has been making me paranoid." He turned to resume his stroll and almost ran headlong into a man in black robes wearing a mask with a single eye hole. Before he could react, the man impaled him through the heart with a blade. As the dying man glared up at his assailant, the latter said, "Your power will be quite useful indeed, Shisui Uchiha." Chapter 6. Aftermath and Plots. "You are sure of this?" Minato asked Itachi. It was the night after the incident, and Itachi had told the yondaime about his father's final words. "I am positive, Lord Hokage," replied Itachi. "The name my father gave me was that of one of the Leaf's co-founders, Madara Uchiha. I am not sure if this is the real Madara we are dealing with or not. He should be dead by now, but if there is someone who could extend his life like that, it would be him." Minato sighed and rubbed his temples. It had come back to the masked man again. Felix told him that the masked man was not in fact Madara, but continued to refuse to tell him the man's true identity, and Naruto was keeping his mouth shut as well. After digesting Itachi's words, Minato considered everything he knew about the man. He knew that, Madara or not, he was an extremely dangerous Uchiha. His mask only had one eye hole, the right one, which probably meant he was missing his left eye. He had seemed to know a thing or two about Minato's moves, though that could be written off as having a very good spy network. He had known Madara at some point, which probably put him at a decent age, though he would have to be a little past his prime for the most likely ages. Though there was still the possibility that Madara did extend his natural lifespan even if only a little. Not only that, but Felix seemed to think that the knowledge was not something he would want to know about. As much as he trusted Naruto's and Felix's judgment, he felt he needed to figure this out. The man was an Uchiha who only used his right eye, seemed to know about Minato's abilities, and there was thought that the knowledge would be something Minato would not take well. Oh no. Minato's eyes snapped open as the pieces fell into place. It couldn't be, but it fit much better than Minato would like. Itachi noticed Minato deep in thought before seeming to have a sudden revelation. He was about to say something, but the door burst open and Asuma dashed into the room. "Lord Hokage, I am sorry to disturb you, but this is important. Someone somehow got into the morgue without leaving a trace of their presence, except for the fact that all the eyes of all the uchiha that were killed during last night's incident have been taken by someone. Not only that, but Shursui Uchiha has been found dead in the forests outside of Konoha, and his eyes are missing as well. What? Itachi shouted, shocked to hear about the demise of his closest friend. How are you feeling? Naruto asked Sasuke as he entered the hospital room. I've been better physically, but I'll be fine in that area, Sasuke replied. I just can't believe that my father would have done such things. Planning a coup on the village, and actually coming for you. I just don't understand. Hey, look on the bright side, at least you awakened your Sharingan. Sasuke actually gave a small smile. Yeah, there is that. Do you hate him? No, I can't hate my own father. But I do know that he did need to be stopped, so I can't blame anyone for his death. Mom agrees with me on that. Good, at least Sasuke isn't going down the path to hatred this time. Naruto thought with a sad smile. We've got a good start to fixing things. Anyway, I'll be out of the hospital in a few days, Sasuke continued. Then we can start training again. I don't want to have to take another kunai for you. Yeah, it's getting to be a habit with you. What? Oh. Nothing. Naruto panicked, as he cursed his big fat mouth. He was saved from the possibility of Sasuke getting suspicious by the arrival of Itachi. Feeling alright, Sasuke? Itachi asked. Hello, Naruto, he then said with a small smile at his brother's friend. I'm fine, big brother, Sasuke replied. What about you? You alright after being the one who had to kill Dad? I'll get over it, but something else has occurred. Shursui is dead. What? Both Naruto and Sasuke demanded, having the same reaction as Itachi. You are quite generous, Obito, Raisin said as he removed his helmet and laid down on the operating table, his face still obscured by the shadows. I knew that you would deliver the good faith payment, but to have a set of Mangekyo Sharingan? You certainly outdid yourself this time. It is no trouble at all, Obito replied, smirking under his mask as he prepared Shursui's eyes. I can be quite generous with my power when I want to be. It was about 2 days after the incident had occurred and Naruto was being pulled towards his dad's office by Kushina. Apparently, after all that had happened, she was determined to give Minato some good news for a change. So now she was putting a scroll into Naruto's hands and pushing him into the office, telling him to open it towards Minato so he could read it when she gave him the go-ahead. Naruto felt he could use some good news as well. After learning of Shursui's death, he had been depressed. Even though he had never met the Uchiha, he had hoped that preventing the Uchiha clan massacre, he could save him as well. But it seemed as though he had failed again. Minato, how is it going? Kushina asked sweetly as he and 4 clones were going through the large piles of paperwork that the incident had resulted in. Kushina, glad you and Naruto could stop by, Minato replied. It's going alright, though it's going to take some time for the waters to calm between the village and the Uchiha clan. Well, Naruto and I have something to tell you, Kushina said with a nod to Naruto, who opened the scroll with the writing in it facing Minato, who stared dumbly at it for a few seconds before he fainted, his clones going poof as well. Confused as to why good news would make Minato pass out, Naruto checked the writing on the scroll before doing as his father had done, fainting. Kushina laughed hysterically at the two as the scroll fell, the words, I'm going to be a big brother, displayed to the air. Obito-sama, do you really think it was wise to give him a Sharingan that powerful? Setsu asked Obito. It is true, for now he will be a greater threat because of it, Obito replied. But the Sharingan he is now using is Mangekyo, which will mean his vision will start to deteriorate to the point of blindness. That will give me an advantage when the time comes for us to struggle for power in this organization. But won't his Sharingan allow him to manipulate you? That will render your plans useless. I have already thought of that, which is why I am going to take a few of your clone spores. Every 2 minutes when I am around Raisin, you are to have them send a bit of chakra into my system. That should dispel any genjutsu he puts on me when I am not paying attention. I see. That is cunning, Obito-sama. Both Naruto and Sasuke screamed in mortal terror as they fled the academy with a horde of love-struck girls right on their heels, Sakura and Ino in the lead. It had been 5 months since the incident with the Uchiha clan, and Naruto finding out that his mother was pregnant. Things had settled down for the time being. Mikoto had taken leadership of the clan as planned, though Itachi had some support. He had refused, preferring to remain an active shinobi. Sasuke had eventually moved on from the death of his father, though he was still seen mourning at times. They had finally gotten Iruka as their teacher in the academy, and things had been looking up since then. Unfortunately, at some point, most of the girls had finally passed the cooties phase and were now after Naruto and Sasuke on a regular basis. This group had ambushed them as they had tried to leave the classroom unnoticed once the lesson was over. Moving quickly, they rounded a corner and Naruto made 20 clones, had 10 of them turn into Sasuke, and the clones scattered in pairs, while the originals used the transformation technique to appear as stones on the road. Once the fangirls were gone, they returned to their normal forms with a sigh of relief. How the hell do they keep finding us? Naruto asked exasperatedly. He remembered Sasuke having these problems the last time, but it was new for him. It was likely due to the fact that he was known as Minato's son this time around, and wasn't exactly bad looking. I don't know, but let's get out of here before they catch on that we are not among the decoys and come back, Sasuke replied, shuddering at the thought of being caught by them. Agreed. They immediately set off, eventually finding themselves at Ichiraku's where they saw Itachi and Felix each enjoying a bowl. Oh Sasuke, Naruto, how was your day at the academy? Itachi asked. You look a little like you've seen better days. Horrible. Evil monsters. Naruto replied with a shudder. It never ends, Sasuke continued. Make it stop. Itachi's sweat dropped as he watched both boys go into the fetal position. Fangirls again? He asked while Felix snorted. Itachi remembered his days in the academy, running for his life and dignity from the said plague. He recalled a particularly nasty incident when he had resorted to hiding in a dumpster to escape his fan club. He almost wished they had caught him upon being chewed out by both of his parents for coming home smelling like garbage as a result. Part of the reason he became an ANB was so he could get away with wearing a mask all the time so he could ditch them more easily. So far he was able to keep them from catching on to which ANB was him, but he feared that it was only a matter of time before he would be requesting another mask be issued to him from Minato. After Naruto and Sasuke recovered from their horrible experience, Itachi bought Sasuke a bowl of ramen. Though he was smart enough to refrain from paying for Naruto's, his wallet could not be labeled as a masochist anytime soon. After that, he and Sasuke headed home. Hey Naruto, Felix said while Tsuchi was gleefully counting the money he had made off of Naruto. The only other customer who brought in this much was Kushina, and she was eating for two now, so Tsuchi was making a killing lately. Your father wants to have a word with the two of us. What about? Naruto asked, slurping up his last bowl of ramen. He did not say, but it probably has something to do with the ED. Alright, let's go. With that, Felix paid his bill and they headed off towards the Hokage's tower. You know, I remember my days when I was being chased by fangirls as well. What? You had fangirls too? Of course. I was a prodigy back in the Elder Dimension growing up and I am from one of the more prestigious clans there. Not only that, but my looks were considered devilishly good to a lot of them, Naruto snorted. So, how do you deal with it? I got married to a very scary woman, Felix deadpanned. It's amazing what having a wife that terrifies the living daylights out of people making it clear that you're taken can do to that otherwise unstoppable force. Well, that certainly explains why Dad doesn't seem to have many problems. But doesn't that mean you're whipped? Felix's sweat dropped. There is no such thing as a perfect solution, you know, Naruto sniggered. I bet you're wishing that vixen of yours wasn't so shy right about now, Naruto? Kurama sniggered. Shut up, Fuzzut, we haven't even started to really talk to one another yet. Naruto thought at Kurama before he asked Felix, you know, you just reminded me when you mentioned your clan, is it the most powerful one in the Elder Dimension? No, though it is up there. Of course, the most powerful clan that the Elder Dimension saw, the Genshukui Atsuri, died out long ago. The Genshukui Atsuri? Who were they? These days, we only have legends of them, but their Kekkei Genkai allowed them to manipulate gravity at will. Isn't that the force that pulls us down to the ground? I see that your mother has been hard at work pounding information into your head. That is correct, though that is not all there is to it. You see, all objects have a gravitational attraction to them and other objects. The more mass an object has, the greater the attraction. Since the ground has the most mass in the world, it has the strongest pull on all objects near it. But a Genshukui Atsuri could easily increase or decrease these attractions with a thought, and reverse them, allowing them to attract one object to another or repel them. It's kind of like what pain could do, only with more power behind it. It was also a simple matter for them to either make objects either lighter or heavier at will, even to the point where flight was child's play for them. Supposedly, this actually allowed them to wear armor as heavy as they desired while making it light enough to easily move in without even being slowed. In fact, I believe that a few used their abilities to condense whatever metal they chose to a point where it was virtually impenetrable, and used their power to make the extra weight non-existent. But that kind of power would eat up a large amount of chakra, Naruto said. To use it like that in battle, constantly maintaining it, they would not have lasted that long. Under most circumstances, that would be correct. However, the Genshukui Atsuri had massive chakra reserves, comparable to a bijou. Felix paused to let this sink in. Not only that, but they somehow had very good chakra control despite this, enough to make those regular clones that you had so much trouble with if they wanted to, not that they ever had a use for such a technique. With those factors working for them, they were able to meet the heavy demands of their jutsu, and if the legends are anything to go on, their greatest application of their power was to create a microscopically small point where the gravity was so strong that even light would be sucked into it, from an area about the same size as a normal Rasengan. They could use this for either defense by absorbing attacks into it, or offense by using it as a projectile on enemies. And if that point of gravity absorbs enough matter, they could detonate it by releasing the gravity from that point, causing it all to violently explode, likely with enough power to rival a bijou bomb if it was going for more than a minute. Naruto shuddered. He did not relish the idea of going up against someone who had that much power. If they were that powerful, what happened to them? They were not a virtuous clan to say the least. It is believed that their Kekai Genkai twisted their minds at birth, resulting in them becoming power-hungry. If there ever was a clan that was born evil, it would be them. At one point, they became the tyrannical rulers of the Elder Dimension until all other clans united and rose up against them. Even then, the only real reason they were defeated was because the clans outnumbered them by over 100 to 1. And even then, about 90% of the allied clans' forces were slain in the struggle. But in the end, the Genshukoyatsuri clan was driven to extinction. Wow, Naruto said as they approached the Hokage's tower. Good, you're both here, Minato said when Naruto and Felix entered the office. Look, Minato, I already told you, Felix started. I am not going to tell you every little detail of the future until we get to points where we need your assistance to change something so. It is not that I want to ask Felix. This is about the masked man. Felix sighed and said, I already said that you are better off not. He's a Bito, isn't he? Felix and Naruto both stiffened. So you know then, Felix said. I guess it wasn't that hard to figure out, now that I think about it. Minato sighed and buried his face in his hands, clearly having hope that Felix or Naruto would deny what he had deduced. Minato, I know what you are thinking, Felix said. You can't hold back if it comes to another fight between you two. As much as I hate to say it, he has become too dangerous to do so. Saving him is out of the question now. Kakashi tried, but Obito likely killed him in the future, though either Naruto or I saw it. I did not want you know, because I thought you would hesitate to do what needs to be done. He is already most likely past the point of no return, and what's worse, he actually believes that his goals, which I still won't say yet, are ultimately for the greater good. I know that, though it won't be easy to stop thinking of him as my student. You are going to have to put those feelings aside when the time comes. Remember, Naruto and I have seen what the future he brought about is like, and we need to prevent it, even if it does mean killing Obito. I know how you feel, Dad, Naruto piped up. I had a comrade in the future who went down a dark path despite my best efforts to prevent it, and I was fixated on bringing him back. Eventually he did come back, but it was only due to some special circumstances that I had little to do with, and he barely made the decision to honor the choices of the one he was trying to avenge. He had been so far gone. Obito is already beyond even that point. I won't say that he can't be saved, but he did so many things that I cannot forgive, even if many of them haven't happened yet, and I prevented the first of them. You're talking about the death of Kushina and I, right? Minato asked. Then he sighed. You're both right. If he truly has fallen so far as to try to destroy the village and try to kill her, then he will see no mercy from me. I promise that. At an Akatsuki hideout, Orochimaru was busy finishing one of his experiments before he stiffened and turned in time to see a masked man appear out of virtually nowhere. Who are you? He demanded before he pulled his sword out of his mouth and called several snakes. I am the true leader of the Akatsuki, Obito said boldly. Orochimaru frowned at this. I thought our leader was Pain. Oh, I see, you're using him as a figurehead. You are correct. And there is something I would discuss with you. Very well, but who exactly are you? Your name this time, please. Madara Uchiha. Orochimaru's eyes widened. I don't believe you. That man is supposed to be dead, Obito laughed. Oh, Orochimaru, did you really think that you were the one to develop a means of immortality? So you know about that? Indeed. I am also aware of the fact that you have your eyes set on one of the followers of one of our members, Raisen Genshukoyatsuri. Orochimaru frowned. If that is the case, then why haven't you already tried to kill me, since I am plotting against the organization? Because I am worried that Raisen is planning on playing us all for fools. I promised him his current set of Sharingan as well as another powerful dojutsu, but I believe he is in reality after the prize that I myself desire. It is in my best interests, therefore, for me to allow you to attempt to remove one of his pawns for me. However, whether you are successful or not, should you survive and flee the organization, I see no reason that we can't still privately help each other toward a mutual side goal, the destruction of the Hidden Leaf Village. Go on. It was about 4 months since Minato had deduced Obito's identity, and things were quiet at the academy. Hinata was staring intently at Naruto, trying to figure him out. He was the yandame's son and was top of the class along with his best friend Sasuke. But he did not seem to think he was superior to everyone despite all this. He was always willing to go out of his way to help someone, just like he had helped her that day. That said, he did have a rather boisterous attitude and pulled a great deal of pranks, with Sasuke always willing to lend a hand to them, but they never did anything too cruel, with the possible exceptions of Tora being set loose into the Inuzuka compound and that memorable incident with the monument painting that let the village know that the yandame was whipped. And most people laughed about the jokes afterwards, even if they were the victims, but what Hinata was really trying to figure out about him were his eyes. There seemed to be a deep sorrow in them, the kind that she recognized because of her mother dying when there were complications in Hanabi's birth. But why did his eyes have that look? Sure, there were plenty of villagers who seemed to hate the boy for some reason, but that was not enough to warrant such a sense of loss. What could have happened to make Naruto's eyes like that? And it only seemed to get more complicated when she noticed that he seemed to glance at her sometimes, with this sense of loss seeming to increase, as well as something else appearing in his eyes. It took Hinata some time to place just what emotion it was that appeared whenever this had occurred. Longing. It was almost as if she had known him before, with them being at least somewhat close, but had forgotten. This conclusion only confused her more. Naruto and Sasuke were in the midst of exchanging notes, or plotting their next joke under the guise of exchanging notes, when they and everyone else in Konoha heard the anguished scream, "Good at HURTTSSSSS." Naruto's sweat dropped. He recognized that voice, and there was only one thing that could make its owner cry out that loud in pain that loudly. His mom was in labor. He guessed he would have to put the masterpiece he and Sasuke were planning on hold. About 10 hours later, he was holding the newborn red-headed girl, Akari Namikaze. His parents had gotten back from the delivery room and Kushina was more than willing to let Naruto get acquainted with his new sister. Naruto was wondering if Akari would resemble their mother as much as he resembled their father. He laughed when Minato told the story of how he had learned Kushina was in labor. Apparently he had dashed out of his office in a hurry with the secretary asking what about the paperwork, and he had answered that unless that was having babies as well, though he wouldn't exactly be surprised if that was where it all came from, then it could wait. Naruto gazed at Akari fondly. He had never expected to have a sibling. But then, last time around he lacked what he had always wanted, and this time he was able to reclaim it. A family. Chapter 7, Teams and Troubling Rumors. Today's the day. An excited Naruto told Sasuke as they headed towards the academy for their graduation exams. They were both a little nervous, but confident that they would be able to pass, even with the academy's new rule that for graduation, not only the academy 3 jutsu would be required, but an additional jutsu of the students' choosing would be required to pass and become a ninja. Minato was serious about raising the standards of the academy, so that genin would be more prepared for the shinobi world. They took their seats, and the written part of the test began. Of course, it was easy, even if Naruto did not specialize in this area. Next came the shuriken and kunai proficiency aspect of the test, which both Naruto and Sasuke both passed with perfect scores, nailing the bull's eyes every time. They both went back into the building, pleased with themselves thus far. One by one, each student was called into the exam room and exited with their new forehead protectors while Naruto and Sasuke waited somewhat impatiently for their turn. Naruto gave Hinata a thumbs up as she exited the exam room wearing her forehead protector around her neck. She blushed and returned to her seat. "You're in luck, Kit. It seems that she has a crush on you again this time as well." "I guess some things are just meant to be," Kurama chortled. "Don't say that, you'll make me think the future is going to go to hell again," Naruto mentally replied. Kurama snorted and said, "Please. I know that it would take more than me jinxing things to stop you from changing things, hopefully for the better." "Sasuke Uchiha," Iruka called. "Good luck, not that you'll need it," Naruto confidently told Sasuke, who smirked in response before entering the exam room. Sure enough, he was back out before long, wearing his forehead protector with a look of pride on his face. Naruto noted that all the rest of the rookie 9 had passed as well, even Sakura, who he had his doubts about due to the new requirements. Finally, Naruto Namikaze, Iruka beckoned. With a confident grin, Naruto entered the exam room. "All right then, Naruto, show me a basic transformation." Without hesitation, Naruto took on the form of Minato. He was tempted to use his sexy jutsu since that would technically pass the exam, and in a fun way, but he decided to be serious for a change. "Good, now try a substitution with that chair when I toss this book at you." As expected, Naruto performed it flawlessly. "Okay, now for your clone technique. I hope you don't mind if I use shadow clones instead of regular ones," Naruto replied as he produced 3 perfect copies of himself. "No, of course not, Naruto. Your father informed me of your reserves and besides, shadow clones are more useful." Mizuki scowled at this as Naruto dispelled his clones. "I almost forgot about Mizuki. What to do about him? Naruto wondered. Now all you need to graduate is any other jutsu of your choosing, Iruka said. Let's see what you've got. Naruto nodded and upturned his palm. Rasengan. With that, the technique materialized into his hand. Over the past few years, Minato and Felix had been taking an active role in Naruto's training. One of the major things they had worked on was getting rid of Naruto's glaring weakness of needing a clone's assistance to form the technique. He still needed one to form the Rasen Shuriken, but that was definitely progress. He had also learned some basic wind-style jutsu, and Felix had helped him learn to use earth element techniques. Minato and Kushina also started Naruto on Fuin Jutsu. The sealing arts proved to be extremely complex, but Naruto somehow had a natural knack for it. It was most likely due to his Uzumaki blood, as well as his father being a Fuin Jutsu master. He had already learned how to store objects within seals, as well as create exploding tags. Another useful trick he learned was the finger carving seal, a jutsu that allowed the user to apply writing to any surface they chose. With a pang, Naruto recognized it as the jutsu Jiraiya had used to write his last code on Fukasaku's back before being killed by pain. Minato had decided to try teaching Naruto the Haraishin as well, though Kushina was against it at first, declaring she had enough problems with a single yellow flash going all over the place with no warning. She relented when Minato pointed out that the way Akari was growing up, there would be a second coming of the bloody habanero. So far, Naruto was making decent progress. That's amazing, Iruka said as he took in Naruto's Rasengan. I never would have thought that you had already mastered your father's jutsu, Naruto. He grabbed one of the forehead protectors and tossed it to Naruto. Congratulations on passing, Naruto. You are now a shinobi of the leaf, a title I know you will bear with pride. Thanks, Iruka-sensei, Naruto replied. He exited the room as he tied the headband around his forehead. Looks like you passed too, Sasuke said. Of course I did, Naruto responded with a smug look. Was there ever any doubt? Well, let's go. Our families are waiting for us at Ichiraku's. We wouldn't want to keep them waiting with good news now, would we? Look, Mommy, Big Brother and his weird-haired friend are here, Akari declared as Naruto and Sasuke approached, earning a chuckle from everyone else present, while Sasuke developed a tick mark. My hair is not weird, you little rascal, Sasuke retorted at the 4-year-old, only to make everyone to laugh a little harder. Another bowl please, Tuchi-sama. Both Akari and Kushina demanded at once, holding out their empty bowls. To Tuchi's eternal delight, both of Kushina's children had inherited her seemingly endless appetite for ramen, and on a day where all three of them were around, he raked it in. Coming right up, Tuchi declared as he and Ayam quickly busied themselves. One for me too, please, Naruto requested. And by one, you mean 1 dozen, right? Sasuke asked after he placed his order. Maybe. Sasuke laughed as he turned to his sibling and mother, only to be quickly smothered by a crushing hug from his mother. I can't believe you've graduated, Sasuke. You're growing up so fast. Mom, jeer off me, Sasuke begged as he was once again the subject of everyone's laughter. Hey, give me that camera, Naruto. No way, Naruto responded gleefully as he avoided Sasuke after the latter broke free of his mother. This is going into the scrapbook of your embarrassment. Get back here! A short chase around the area ensued, before Kushina shouted at both boys to settle down and get their ramen before it got cold. Naruto quickly finished his first bowl, and Tuchi already had his next one ready, having learned by then about that appetite that ran in the family. It's good that you are a ninja at last, Naruto, though I'm curious. Why aren't you wearing your headband on your head? I would have thought that you would be proud to show it off. Huh? Naruto replied, confused. What are you talking about, old-timer? I'm wearing it right. What? Sure enough, said forehead protector was missing. Where did it go? Where's my headband? Naruto asked frantically as he started to panic. Look, Mommy, look, Daddy, I'm a ninja. Akari squealed in delight as she ran around the stand, with, you guessed it, Naruto's forehead protector having somehow gone from his head to hers. Why, you little? Come back here with that. Needless to say, another chase ensued around the stand, everyone else laughing. I got a scrapbook of my own, Sasuke remarked as he snapped a picture of Naruto right behind his cackling sister, his arms outstretched and falling just short of laying hands on her. Your friend's sister is quite a handful, Itachi noted. You have no idea, Minato and Kushina both deadpanned when Naruto finally caught the said bundle of energy. With a pout, Akari relinquished his headband. Oh, by the way, Naruto, once we are done eating, Minato began. Felix said that he had something for you after you graduated. Sweet, Naruto replied, already on his 4th bowl, knowing anything Felix had to offer had to be good. What did you get me? What did you get me? The excited blonde asked upon entering Felix's home. I didn't get you nothing, Felix replied. I actually made this. With that, he pulled out a sheathed katana that was about 3.5 feet in length. I hear that the Uzumakis were fairly skilled with kenjutsu, so, awesome. Naruto declared as he swiped the weapon away and drew it. What the? Despite the sheath being 3.5 feet long, the sword itself was about a foot shorter. What gives? That is a ninjato. A scaled-down version of a katana, made for more speedy attacks, while retaining some of the cutting power. It's short like that because it is really the right shape for you, and it is traditional for a ninja, at least in the elder dimension with that class of fighter. Okay, but why is the sheath so long then? Surprise. A more analytical opponent will try to judge the likely amount of time it will take for their enemies to draw their blades. You'll be able to get yours free of the sheath a split second sooner than those enemies would anticipate. And on the battlefield, a split second could save your life. I like that idea. Good, because I don't have enough cash to afford any more of the chakra-conducting metals I would need to lengthen the thing. Not after the last time I made the mistake of treating you to Ichirakus, Felix said jokingly. If you want the blade to be longer, all you have to do is run a little wind chakra through it anyway, and that is not all the sword can do either. With some help from your parents, I put some seals on the weapon. Any chakra-based attack that you can block with the weapon will be sealed within it, for you to release against your enemies later, though it won't be able to hold the chakra for very long before it disperses. Okay then. What's this sword's name? I thought that you should give it its name, since you will be its first wielder. And I hope that it is a blade that will earn some fame and be passed down with honor. Alright, I'll see what I can come up with. And I also recreated the blade Sasuke had used last time. Mind giving it to him for me? No problem. It was about a week later when Minato had decided all the team placements. He had decided to spend a little more time actually trying to make the teams with the best matchups possible, rather than simply putting the dead last with the top boy and girl. He wanted to make teammates that would have the best chances of working together, so when deciding his son's team, he did not hesitate for a second before putting Naruto and Sasuke together. Kami knows, they were as devious as hell when they collaborated with those underhanded jokes of theirs. The third teammate was a bit of a dilemma, but Minato ultimately decided on Hinata. Not only did it seem that she and Naruto seemed to like each other, encouraging them to work together, but Minato had noticed that she had a good deal of potential. She was simply too shy and reserved to let it show, and would need some combat experience before she could become stronger. Naruto and Sasuke had the best chance of keeping her alive until then. As for their Jonin instructor, he had a strange request regarding that. He had originally intended to put Team 7 with Kakashi, but he had to admit that the one who requested to be the teacher would be a good choice as well. That person and Kakashi had already discussed it, and Kakashi agreed to surrender Team 7 to them, and rejoin the NBU. With a sigh of relief, Minato finished writing down the team placements before handing the folder to Iruka, who was in his office waiting for the choices. Iruka entered the academy room and noted everyone was there. He nodded to Naruto and Sasuke, a little surprised to see them both wearing swords strapped to their backs, though he had to admit that they probably did have some potential in kenjutsu. Naruto was grinning and wondering who he would be placed with this time, seeing as he was no longer the dead last this time, so he realized his chances of being placed with Sasuke would be slim. Sasuke was hoping to be placed with Naruto himself, and praying to Kami that they would not be stuck with one of the fangirls. Speaking of which, Sakura and Ino were busy fighting over the seat next to Sasuke. Please, Kami, Sasuke thought, revising his thinking. I'll take any teammates, even fangirls, just please not one of those two, or heaven forbid, both of them. Sasuke shuddered at the extremely unpleasant thought before turning to Naruto, who was in the other seat next to him, and saying in an undertone, Naruto, if I end up on a team with one of those two, or both of them, I want you to kill me immediately, without a second thought. Don't hesitate, it will be the kindest thing you could do for me. You don't even have to ask, Naruto replied jokingly, placing his hand near the hilt of his sword, which he had named Arashikata, Tempest Cutter. Sasuke had yet to name his weapon, because nothing good came to mind. You shouldn't tempt me like that, Sasuke. Just promise to do the same for me if I end up with two of my fangirls. Agreed. Alright everyone, settle down, Iruka called. I am about to tell you all your team placements. This year, the methods of selection were a little different, as the Yondaime Hokage personally decided to take more of a hand in selecting the teams to ensure the best possible results. I am about to call them out. Team 1 will be. Naruto was not paying much attention to this, just listening for the names of the rookie 9. He had pretty much given up on the idea of being placed with Sasuke, though he had some hope of being placed with Hinata. His thoughts were interrupted when Iruka called, Team 7 will be Naruto Namikaze, Hinata Hyuga and Sasuke Uchiha. Naruto's heart skipped a beat as his wildest hopes of being on a team had come true, Sasuke also breathing out a major sigh of relief. He almost did not notice Sakura and Ino trying to hang themselves in the back of the room until a panic-stricken Iruka tried to stop them. Once order had been restored, Iruka continued, your Jonin instructor will be Itachi Uchiha. This shocked both Naruto and Sasuke. After the teams had finally been finished with the announcing, the only other difference to the Rookie 9 was a sobbing Sakura being placed on Kurenai's team with Kiba and Shino. Asuma's Team 10 was the same as last time. Naruto wanted the whole team to eat at Ichiraku's to celebrate, but Sasuke had insisted on going different for a change. They eventually found themselves at the barbecue area that Team 10 was celebrating at. Ino was looking depressed until Sasuke came into view. Oh, Sasuke, over here, come sit here. She shouted as she kicked an unfortunate Shikamaru halfway across the stand from the seat next to her. Troublesome, Shikamaru muttered, while rubbing the lump on his head. I changed my mind, we can go to Ichiraku's after all, Sasuke whispered to his two teammates, making Hinata giggle nervously. Before Naruto could agree with this stroke of luck, however, Felix showed up out of nowhere. I'm sorry, Naruto, but could you come with me? It's urgent, Naruto sighed. Sorry to bail on you too, but duty calls. Both Hinata and Sasuke nodded reluctantly at this. As they set off, Naruto asked what is so important. I don't know yet, but one of my old friends from the Elder Dimension showed up with news that she needs to tell everyone else in this dimension who I have informed about the Elder Dimension. It does not seem good. Naruto nodded and did not say anything else until they reached the Hokage's office. Kushina was already there, along with a woman with bright purple hair cut just above her shoulders and intense blue eyes and a figure that was somewhere between the future Sakura's and Ino's. She wore a plain black headband, as a simple gray kimono with a sash around the waist. The woman looked up as Felix and Naruto entered the room. Just 3 people, Felix? She asked. I know that your pride has been wounded by having to resort to time travel to defeat the enemy you were sent to handle, but you should have at least a couple more people within this circle, and only the one you used to turn the clock back has all his memories. I actually have 4 in on this, Celia, Felix responded. We are just going to have to go into the mindscape of this one here if you want the 4th to be included in this conversation. All right then, she replied as she put her hand on Naruto's head, followed by Minato, Kushina and Felix. They all found themselves in the room that once held Kurama's cage, with said tenant waking up to this intrusion. What's this? Kurama yawned. Another meeting in here? Let's make this quick, I was taking a nap. And who is that? He asked upon catching sight of Celia. Another friend from the Elder Dimension, just like Felix, Minato responded. Perhaps we should introduce ourselves to her first. Everyone agreed to this, and after said introductions were done with, Celia nodded. Before I tell you anything about me, or why I am here, I am going to make sure that you are all trustworthy, she said as she undid her headband. Before anyone could ask what she meant, they noticed that she had a horizontal slit on her forehead that had been covered by the headband. She closed her eyes as the slit opened to reveal a third eye with a scarlet pupil. Everyone was shocked except for Felix, who had already known about this. Naruto froze as the eye's gaze fell upon him, having the strange feeling that his soul itself was being watched. The feeling passed as Celia turned away to view the others. With a nod, she closed the eye and opened her normal ones, replacing the headband. Sorry about that, she said. It seems that I can trust you all with my information. My name is Celia Aki. What you just saw was the Tamashii Kensukumi, Soul Search Eye. As the name implies, it allows the bearer to glimpse into the character of whoever its gaze falls upon. But don't worry, I can't read your mind or access your private thoughts. It also allows me to have an understanding of any jutsu or technique I come across, though not on the same level as this dimension's Sharingan, so I can't copy them without practicing them first, though I can easily figure out strengths and weaknesses of said abilities and how best to counter them. I can also spot traps with it with no problems. What I like most about this though is that I can understand any language I read with it, including the sealing arts. As you might expect, those of us with this third eye are considered Fuinjutsu masters of the highest order in the Elder Dimension, and we are the only ones who can make seals as complex as the one that Felix used to turn time back. In fact, I am the one who wrote his. The biggest drawback is that the eye automatically consumes chakra when it is open, and it only takes about 30 minutes for the user to be completely drained, closer to 10 if we're fighting. I see, Minato said. That is a very impressive Kekkei Genkai. It's not a Kekkei Genkai, Felix said. It was developed about half a century ago by one of our most brilliant scientists, and it is not all that difficult to manufacture. The reason it is so rare for someone to have one is because it kills about 80% of all people it is tried to be implanted in, and drives most of the survivors insane. It is also supposed to be excruciatingly painful, even with sedatives, which is part of the reason for the last 2 potential side effects. It also erases any Kekkei Genkai the recipient may have. It was almost banned from being implanted anymore after final results, but those who acquired it proved so useful that very restricted attempts are still allowed, not a single one lightly. Currently, Celia is one of only 3 that are on active duty with it, and one of them, while not insane enough to be a danger to others or himself, did get a little crazy from the procedure. How even he saw logic in trying to plant chickens to grow eggs, I will never know. Everyone's sweat dropped at this last comment, for actually, Celia said, another one was added while you were gone, but we digress. What I am about to tell you is very important. Just 3 days ago, we came across a sort of cult. Their uniform was somewhat simple, mostly black hooded robes that hid their faces. They were oppressing a small village, so we took care of it and captured one of them alive for interrogation. His mind was protected by some strong seals, of course, one that even covered the pulse imprint jutsu. What's that? Naruto asked. Remember when I said I viewed your memories, Naruto? Felix asked. That was what I used. It is a highly advanced and delicate technique. The idea is to send a pulse of electricity or lighting chakra into the subject's head to their hippocampus, the part of the brain that stores memories. It then basically creates an imprint of all that is stored there before it flows back to the user and overlaps their hippocampus, storing copies of the memories there. Simple yet effective. If used properly, it is also capable of reawakening suppressed memories, such as the ones that still exist after time is turned back as a faint echo. The seal you used automatically did this for you. Back to the topic, Celia continued. By the time we broke through his seals, his mind was broken beyond repair. However, we were still able to pick out a few coherent words, 3 of which seemed to be in the same context, and alarmed everyone who was privy to them. She gazed at all of them intently before she continued. They were Lord Genshukui Atsuri, followed soon after by Jubi. Felix and Naruto both paled after hearing this, with Kurama growling. Minato and Kushina just looked confused. What exactly is so bad about the Genshukui Atsuri part? Kushina asked. And the Jubi is long gone after what the Rikuta Sennin did. Naruto and Felix both proceeded to explain that the future had gone to hell because Obito's final goal involved bringing back the Jubi and succeeded, albeit an incomplete version. Then Felix explained about the legends of a Genshukui Atsuri. He finished with the statement, if one of them really is alive and has designs on the Jubi, most likely planning on sealing it within himself, then not even the Elder Dimension would be safe if he were to succeed. He would be virtually unstoppable, if virtually can even be used in the statement. The Jubi nearly destroyed both of our worlds, if you remember, and the Genshukui Atsuris were easily the most powerful human beings to ever exist, with the possible exceptions of the Rinnegan bearers, not counting a particular one you knew, Naruto. He has barely scratched the surface of its full potential, and the worst part is, most of the Elder Dimensions Council does not wish to believe the rumors of this, Celia growled. They would rather pretend nothing was wrong, because the alternative is too scary for them to bear. The most decisive action they have yet taken was sending me here to investigate the rumors and tip you off. I do admit that the rumors are rather unlikely, though. It was a cult we took down after all, and they probably just viewed the Genshukui Atsuris and the Jubi as gods of destruction, and the one whose mind we read was in bad mental shape. Plus, the Genshukui Atsuris were supposed to all be dead for centuries, and I don't think that our ancestors would have stopped hunting them until absolutely certain that the threat was gone forever. I agree, Felix said. The chance that a Genshukui Atsuri survived all this time is slim at best. However, we should still treat this situation as though the rumors are true. If there is even the slightest chance of a member of that clan getting his hands on the Jubi, we must make sure that it does not happen. Agreed, everyone else said at once. Chapter 8, Departure for the Waves. They left Naruto's mind and Felix turned to Celia. So you are staying until the rumors are confirmed true or false? Yes, so I will need a cover story, Hokage-sama, she said. I can probably establish you as a chunin for a while until we have a better idea of your abilities, Minato replied, and Celia nodded. By the way, Kushina began. You are the one who made the seal for the time travel scroll, right? Do you mind if I tried to figure it out? I don't intend to use it or anything, but it is an amazing piece of work, and I would like to challenge myself on it. Good luck, Celia replied as Felix handed the scroll to Kushina. You may be from a clan of Fuinjutsu specialists, but I bet that this is way beyond you. It took me years to learn, even with the Tamashii Kensukami. The only one who could make the seal without one was the one who created it in the first place, and he was beyond a genius of Fuinjutsu. No one had been able to replicate his work after he had died nearly 4 centuries ago, not until the eye had been developed, allowing its bearers to eventually reverse engineer his seals. But if you manage to even begin to pick it apart, I will be extremely impressed. I still can't believe Felix actually had to use it, though. You must be slipping. Hey, cut me some slack. It was the freaking Jubi I was up against, Felix replied, causing Celia to shrug in a good point kind of way. What are you talking about? Naruto asked with an evil grin. You never went up against the Jubi. It was Madara who beat you. I'll remember this, brat, Felix growled as Celia started laughing at him. Naruto and Felix were walking back to the place where they had left Naruto's teammates, while Felix was deep in thought. Hey, what's up, Felix? You still thinking about what we just heard? Yeah, actually. I'm thinking that we should restore Itachi's memory. Why is that? Because I know that he has the sense to not change every little thing he does not like. Not only that, but we do need some powerful allies to be sure things go better this time, ones who are in on this, particularly now, when you possibly have a member of that clan after you. I'll feel better if someone who knows what to look out for is with you. Good thinking, Naruto said before stiffening and turning around to see a familiar square rock behind him. Alright, come out. It is easy to tell that the rock you are hiding in is fake. With that, Konohamaru jumped out of the box, declaring, as expected of a fellow Kage descendant, you found me out. Huh? Naruto asked, feigning ignorance. Felix had clearly decided to bug out, because he was gone. He must not have wanted anything to do with whatever Naruto had been plotting when re-meeting the younger version of himself. I am Konohamaru Saratobi, the grandson of the Sandaime Hokage, the hero who gave his life to save the village from the Kyuubi attack. I don't care who you are, why are you following me? You are already a ninja. I want to be your apprentice, since you are the son of the Sandaime Hokage. Then, once I am strong enough, I can become Hokage myself and prove I am more than just a big man's grandkid. Yep, this was the same kid who reminded Naruto so much of himself. Naruto grinned and said, alright, I will teach you a few things, but they will be just a few pranks at first. Huh? Why? Because you shouldn't take the fact that you are still a kid for granted. Have fun with it for a while. Plus it actually will be good for learning to be a ninja, because it helps you with your creativity and trap setting in some ways, not to mention the fact that you will learn how to run very fast when escaping angry victims. Konohamaru was grinning evilly as he understood what Naruto was telling him, and Naruto clinched it when he said, besides, you want to build your own reputation, right? What's wrong with the rep of a jokester? Damn it, Naruto, what kind of godson are you? Jiraiya wept as his doom approached. He had had the misfortune to be in town at the time, and Naruto and Konohamaru were laughing their asses off, having set a booby trap that not only let the kunoichi Naruto knew that his godfather would be spying on no he was there, but also caught him in a net with some basic chakra-suppressing seals, so he would not be able to get away from his punishment. Naruto was teaching his new/old apprentice the value of knowing your target, the kind that enjoys making his family suffer a little. Erosenin. Naruto cackled as Konohamaru laughed harder at the nickname. He's all yours, ladies. No. Jiraiya screamed in anguish as the ticked-off women were set on him. Not so much a prank as just desserts, but entertaining all the same, Naruto told Konohamaru. Since when did you pull a prank without letting me in on it, Naruto? Sasuke asked as he came onto the scene. Is your new apprentice that much better assistance than me? Nah, I was just trying to give some one-on-one training to this little guy. That was so much fun, Naruto-sama. Konohamaru declared. Who will we prank next? I think we should first introduce you to Akari, Naruto's sister, Sasuke replied evilly. That should liven things up quite a bit around here. Oh Sasuke, Naruto said with a grin of his own as he imagined the idea of another duo of pranksters plaguing Konoha so soon after the last one had graduated. That is brilliant. You have learned much, my most faithful accomplice. Don't push it, Sasuke said as the laughing group left Jiraiya to his misery. That's not supposed to bend that way. So that's how it is, Itachi said to Felix, the former having just had his memories restored by the latter. Yes, and it is very important that you help keep Naruto and his team safe, Felix replied. Trust me, the very thought of a member of that clan still around is enough to make my blood run cold. If you do come across someone who seems to have that kind of power, run. That kind of enemy is beyond you. So what's our next step? Last time, Naruto had a mission to the Land of Waves, one that had a great impact on his life. I intend to make sure he has that one again, so he can help two particular people this time around. It will also serve to give that snake in that war two less pawns to manipulate, so we have fewer casualties when the war does come around. And what role will I play in that? Naruto will give you an overview of how the last mission went. Meanwhile, activate your Sharingan. I'm going to teach you the pulse imprint jutsu. He should be here any minute now. Big brother is not one for being late, Sasuke said while he, Naruto, and Hinata waited for their Jonin instructor. Sure enough, Itachi soon entered the room. Meet me on the roof, you three, he said before doing the body flicker. Show off, Sasuke muttered as they headed for the roof. Once the three of them were sitting on the railing with Itachi standing in front of them, he stated, so as of today, we are Team 7, so the time has come for us to know each other a little better. I will start. My name is Itachi Uchiha. I like my family, and the friends of my family. I dislike war and pointless fighting. My hobbies include training and embarrassing my little brother. My ultimate goal and dream is to see a lasting peace that does not require painful sacrifices to maintain for the shinobi world. Your turn, Naruto. Alright, my name is Naruto Namikaze. I like ramen of all kinds, playing jokes with my friend, and I also care a great deal for my friends and family. I dislike the time it takes for ramen to cook, and I really hate the kind of trash who put themselves over their friends and comrades. No, they're lower than trash. My hobbies also include training, as well as plotting my next major joke. My dream is to become the Hokage one day, and my goal is to usher in an era of peace to the shinobi world. A kid after my own heart, Itachi remarked. It seems as though my memories of him are accurate. Hinata was next. Well, my name is Hyuga Hinata. I like cinnamon rolls. I dislike those who are unnecessarily cruel to others. My hobbies include, well. She paused, not wanting to let on that she stalked Naruto on a regular basis, trying to understand why he was hated by some of the villagers. Of course, he already knew, but she didn't know that. Taking walks. She finally said. My goal and dream is to be a great ninja, strong like my father, and yet kind like my mother was. Sasuke was finally up. My name is Sasuke Uchiha. I like rice balls. I dislike fangirls. My hobbies are also training, though I also enjoy assisting my friend with his humorous exploits. I also spend more than what is probably a healthy amount of time praying to Kami that our fan clubs never catch us. My dream is to become a great shinobi like my brother, and my goal is to restore the honor that my clan has lost 4 years ago, regaining the village's respect for our clan. Excellent, everyone, Itachi said. Alright, we go our separate ways for the day, but I want you all up bright and early at Training Ground 7, because at 6 a.m., we start some survival training. And this won't be like the kind you had at the academy, because this will actually determine whether or not you remain genin, or get sent back to the academy for a year. That graduation exam was more of a preliminary test than anything. This final test unfortunately has a failure rate of 66, though I have confidence in you three. The next afternoon in the Hokage's office, Minato listed off the teams of the nameless Jonin instructors as they came forward. Team 6 failed. Minato nodded as the instructor went back to the line and Itachi stepped forward. Team 7 passed with flying colors, he proudly announced. Their teamwork seemed flawless, and Naruto saw through the deception of the two bells almost immediately. They even managed to take them from me near the end. The only potential weak point of the team is Hinata, though that is only because she pulls her punches, not wanting to hurt anybody. I believe all three of them will go far. Minato nodded, having a hard time holding back his smile. Kurenai came forward. Team 8 passed, but only just. The problem, Lord Hokage, is that Sakura girl. She was supposed to be smart, but that clearly only applies to books, and she does nothing but dote on that Sasuke all the time. She actually showed up late to the test, because she did not want to get up early, and she wasted time on her hair. The only reason I passed her is because Kiba and Shino have actually earned the right to be genin, and I couldn't fail her without holding them back as well. Well, just continue to work with her, Kurenai, Minato said. You may have to give her some rude wake-up calls, but I am sure that she has potential in her own right. Kurenai snorted as she went back into the line, while the rest of the Jonin were sure they had their new Tora fodder team, as they called it. That cat was always escaping its owner, and was the bane of all genin teams. That particular mission probably pulled in more money than all other D-rank missions, with a few C ranks added to the equation combined. Team 10 passed, Asuma said proudly, with near flawless execution of their combos. I think we have the next generation of the Ino Shikacho in the bag. Good call putting them together. After the remaining teams were announced to have failed, Minato dismissed them, glad that his son and some of his closest friends had passed. While Naruto had been dreading the nightmare of going through D-rank missions again, he had to admit that it did not seem that bad this time around. For some reason, Team 8 was getting the dreaded capture Tora much more than they were. Sasuke seemed to take some vindictive pleasure in seeing one of his head fangirls covered in scratches all the time. The only really big pain they dealt with was cleaning the Hokage monument. Apparently, Konohamaru and Akari had heard about the incident in the past, and were inspired, doing it almost exactly as he and Sasuke had done. The only difference was that Konohamaru had made the mistake of making the Kushina design look a little fat. He was still recovering from when she had gotten her hands on him. Whose idea was it to introduce those two again? Naruto growled as he continued to scrub at the paint-covered stone. You went along with it, Sasuke replied defensively. The D ranks aside, Team 7 was spending a lot of time training with each other, Sasuke and Naruto improving fast, the latter almost having Hiraishin down. If only he could just stop going way off course. Once, he managed to get about a mile away from where he had placed the seal, and landed right on the trigger for a booby trap that Konohamaru and Akari had set up for the former's annoying tutor, Ebisu. The villagers would forever remember the amusing sight of a smelly goo-covered blonde chasing his apprentice and sister all over the village bellowing for their blood. Going way off course aside, at least he was successful in doing the teleporting in the first place. Sasuke was practicing his fire-style techniques and taijutsu, as well as some of the more skilled maneuvers with kunai and shuriken that Itachi had already mastered. He and Naruto were also trying to help get Hinata out of her shell a little bit, with limited success. Of course, there was one memorable incident where Sasuke had tried to provoke a little bit of fight from her by saying that she would get what you should never call a girl or an akimichi if you were accustomed to living painlessly if she did not lay off the cinnamon rolls. Big mistake. It had taken the Uchiha about 5 hours to regain full feeling his extremities when the normally shy Hyuga went Kushina on him. Itachi had decided to start them on their elemental affinity training early and had found out that Sasuke actually had a lightning type, with Hinata being a water type. He had already known about Sasuke's interesting affinity, but no one else but Naruto and Felix were aware of his restored memories. Hinata was already learning many decent water-style jutsus, including the water-style, water whip, which she showed great skill with, while Itachi had started trying to teach Sasuke the Chidori, which he had learned from Kakashi. So far, Sasuke was making good progress. He couldn't really do much for Naruto's wind style, but had a few earth techniques for him. Needless to say, Naruto mastered them somewhat effortlessly. Other than that, Itachi had been training both Naruto and Sasuke in Kenjutsu. They were far from proficient yet, but they were advancing fast. At least they should be able to handle most low-class thugs with sword skill alone. Finally, the day had arrived for the wave mission. As Team Itachi stood in front of Minato, the Hokage stated, "It is my understanding that all three of you have made excellent progress with your training over the past few weeks. Itachi has expressed confidence in your abilities and has recommended you all for AC rank mission." With all due respect, Yondaime-sama, Iruka interjected, ignoring the death glare he was getting from Sasuke. "Isn't it a little early for this, regardless of their ability? They have barely been out of the academy for a month, and only have a few D ranks under their belt. I know you want to see Naruto go far, but, while it normally is early for AC rank, Iruka-san," Itachi said, "it is not unheard of for greater abilities to mean getting promotions and higher ranking missions sooner than normal. I can attest to this, being a jonin at my young age. I assure you, my team is already close to, if not at low chunin level. They are ready for this." "Thank you, Itachi," Minato said. "As I was saying, Team 7, I am going to assign you 3 with the protection of an individual from the Land of Waves. Send him in." With that, the doors opened and a very familiar old man came into the room. This is all?" Tazuna asked, taking a swig of his sake. 3 brats, and a barely of age teacher as well? The girl in particular looks like she will pass out at the first sign of danger." Hinata blushed furiously. Before Tazuna even spotted movement, he had a blonde who was very annoyed at his comment against Hinata behind him, with his rather short blade at his neck. Itachi sighed and said sternly, "Naruto, please don't kill our client before our mission even begins." "Sorry, Itachi-sensei," Naruto said, though he did not move Arashikata from Tazuna's neck. "I wasn't going to kill him. I just wanted to show him that if you insult a ninja or his comrades, your insurance had better be good." And with that, he was back in place with his sword sheathed, again, before Tazuna could blink. "Damn, that midget is fast," a rather pale Tazuna thought. "I almost crapped myself. I might survive this mission after all." Soon after that, the team was on the road, with Itachi and Tazuna giving a lecture to the team on the waves, just like last time, with a few obvious differences, being 2 different people present and all. Soon enough, they passed a familiar puddle. Naruto and Itachi locked eyes, the latter giving a nod and falling behind. As the puddle was passed, the demon brothers made their appearance from it and leapt into action. Within a moment, they had Itachi wrapped up in their chains. "One down," one of them declared as they pulled the chains tighter, dicing up Itachi. "Itachi-sensei." Hinata and Naruto, the latter acting, cried out, while Sasuke shouted, "Big brother." "4 to go," the other demon brother stated. Naruto was prepared, remembering that they had come for him last time after dealing with Kakashi. But this time, they went for a different seeming weak link in the team, Hinata. As the chain between them approached her, she just froze, just as Naruto had done last time. "Shit," he thought, dashing to her defense. He came between her and the chain, his hand going for the hilt of Arashikata. The demon brothers both smirked, confident that he wouldn't get the blade out in time, when Naruto pulled the ninjato out of the longer sheath and brought the edge down on the chain, a split second before it touched him. Arashikata easily severed the link it hit, causing both halves of the chain to pass harmlessly by him and Hinata. She was able to snap of her shock at that moment, and immediately dashed at one of the brothers, who was off balance, having expected to land in a different manner. Before he knew what was happening, She had already struck him with several Juken strikes, knocking him senseless. The other brother had landed next to Sasuke, who wasted no time whipping his sword out and impaling the missing Nin through the shoulder with it, and piercing the trunk of a tree, pinning him to it. "Excellent work, you three," Itachi said as he came out of hiding, ignoring the cries of "You're okay" from the team. "Sorry I scared and ditched you like that, but they only got a substitution of me," he pointed at the dice log. "I was interested to see how you three would handle this situation, which is why I held back, ready to jump in, if needed." "Lazy ass," Sasuke muttered darkly. "But there was another good reason," Itachi continued. "I wanted to be sure who their target was. While I have made many enemies, if it was me they were after, they would have just fled the moment was dead, and they had lost the element of surprise. None of you three have ever left the village, so that leaves you." "Something you haven't told us, Tazuna?" said Old Man Fidgeted, trying frantically to come up with a good cover story before finally saying, "Alright, I'll tell you everything." And with that he explained that a multimillionaire named Gato had basically put a stranglehold on the economy of the Land of Waves, putting most of its citizens in poverty. Morale was low, and the man was surrounded by his thugs, which kept the people from getting to him. The bridge Tazuna was building was the only hope of having a trading route that Gato did not yet control, and Gato was sending assassins after him for this reason. Tazuna and the other citizens of the wave were unfortunately too poor to afford anything beyond AC rank mission, which was why Tazuna had withheld the full story. "I see," Itachi said after Tazuna had finished. "All right, we'll continue to help you." This statement shocked Tazuna, Sasuke and Hinata, though Naruto was pleased. "Even though our team is a genin team, and you only paid for AC rank when this mission is now clearly AB rank at least, we are not the kind of people who abandon others who need aid. Not only that, but I have seen these three perform quite well, and dispatched our two friends here easily, and they were supposed to be Chunin level. And anything they can handle I am sure I should be able to. After all, rogue ninja are generally expensive to hire. From what I heard about Gato, he would be unwilling to buy the services of any more than he thought he needed. If we get the bridge built fast enough, before Gato realizes his first attempt has failed and has a chance to hire more skilled assassins, we may be able to complete this mission without any more ninja after us." "I'm up for it," Sasuke said. "And me too," Hinata said. "Hell yeah," Naruto declared, looking at Itachi, glad that the latter could act well and was following the plan so far. "Besides, I don't think Naruto would let me hear the end of it otherwise," Itachi deadpanned while thinking about the hard part yet to come. "If we tried to return to the village, he would probably try to help you himself." That night on the road, after leaving the demon brothers tied up, they had set up camp with Itachi taking the first watch. As Naruto tossed in his bedroll, he noticed one of the others was empty and frowned. Hinata was afraid. While she understood Itachi's logic, there was a chance he was wrong, and that they would have to deal with stronger foes next time. Not only that, but there was still what had happened before. "Hinata?" Naruto asked as he came up to her, causing her to jump a little. "Something the matter?" "I am worried about the mission and Naruto-kun," she replied. "What if Itachi-sensei is wrong, and there will be more ninja after us? Then we can take them. We beat the demon brothers pretty easily, and even if we get more difficult foes later on, we have Itachi-sensei. That was mainly you and Sasuke who beat them. I nearly got killed, because I was too scared to do anything. It happens to rookies, Hinata. I am actually impressed that you snapped out of it on time to help. But don't you see?" Hinata asked, starting to cry. "It was only because you were able to save me then, Naruto. I might freeze again, and put you and the others in danger. And I don't want to hurt people either, which is another thing that will make me hesitate when I can't afford it. I'm scared, and weak, and I'm not fit to be a ninja." Slap. Naruto hated to strike Hinata, but he knew from experience that sometimes a slap was needed to snap someone at their lowest back to reality, something that Hinata had ironically been the one to teach him. Shocked, she looked at him, holding her cheek. Naruto grabbed her wrist to pull her hand away before gently putting his own to the spot, gazing intensely into her eyes as she had done that time. "Listen to me, Hinata. You are not weak. What happened there was only due to your inexperience, and was a one-time thing that we came out of. And don't you dare think of your kindness as a weakness. Being cruel does not make one strong, nor does being kind make you weak. Itachi-sensei is a good example of this. He is one of the strongest people I know, and yet he never treats anyone harshly, not unless they deserve it, and only kills when there is absolutely no other way. You can be like this too, Hinata." "I know it." Hinata gazed back into Naruto's eyes for a moment before she sniffed and said, "You're right, Naruto-kun. I will get stronger, and I won't be a burden to you anymore." Naruto pulled her into an embrace and said, "You could never be a burden to me, Hinata." They enjoyed the moment before Naruto stiffened and sighed. "All right, Sasuke, come out and bring that camera with you." And the moment was ruined. Chapter 9, Blazing Crow vs. Bloody Demon. They were told to be as quiet as possible on the boat, something that Naruto and Hinata were all too glad for. Sasuke was not letting them hear the end of what had happened between them the previous night, and had the photos primed for blackmail. Both Naruto and Hinata were planning to secretly burn those photos at the first opportunity. Most likely when Sasuke was sleeping, Itachi had turned away from the rest of the party, facing the waters and discreetly focusing some chakra into the palm of his hand. A spark emerged from it, and he smiled. "I've pretty much got it down," he thought with some satisfaction. "This pulse imprint jutsu does not require much chakra, but the control is very important. I don't want to kill him by mistake." The boat pulled up to the dock, and they departed. There was still some distance between them and Tazuna's home. The air somewhere else in the land of waves cracked like it was glass, and two figures stepped out of the resulting rift. The first was a tall blue-skinned man with a shark-like face and a large sword wrapped in bandages strapped to his back. His attire was a set of black robes with red cloud designs. The other figure was nearly as tall, but that was the only feature that was not obscured by his attire, which was made up of black gloves, boots, and completely black robes, with the hood shadow completely obscuring the face. "That method of travel you guys use is useful, but I thought that we weren't ready to seal the tailed beasts yet?" Kisame asked the man next to him. "So why are we going after this one already?" "Lord Raisin has reason to believe that the host of the Kyuubi has been getting stronger at an alarming rate," the cloaked man replied in a deep voice without so much as a twitch. "If we were to wait to capture him, our chances of succeeding would decrease. Since this is the first time he will be out of the village, this is going to be our best chance at taking him. Besides, even if we are forced to kill him, the Kyuubi should reform by the time we need it if we move now." "Humph, I still don't see why I have to be partnered with you. You are not even a full member of the Akatsuki, you just work under one who is." "Because Lord Raisin has complete confidence in my abilities and trustworthiness, which is more than your leader can say for most of your members, especially after the stunt the one called Orochimaru pulled when he possessed the body of one of my comrades and fled your organization. That was his actions alone, not the organization as a whole." The cloaked man did not respond to this, preferring to simply walk towards their destination. "Zabuza Momochi, demon of the bloody mist," Itachi said in a neutral tone as the swordsman stood casually on the handle of Kubikurabocho, which was embedded into the tree it had hit when the team had avoided it. "It is an honor to meet you." "The pleasure is mine, Itachi Uchiha, Blazing Crow of Konoha," Zabuza replied as Naruto, Hinata and Sasuke fell into a defensive position around Tazuna. "I see it is no wonder the demon brothers failed. They were truly insults to the demon name," Kurama snorted from within Naruto. "Of course, this fellow is much worthier of the title." "Everyone, get back," Itachi said as Zabuza jumped back down, grabbing the handle of his large sword and pulling it free as he went. "This man is far beyond any genin, even you three. Before he was even an academy student of Kirigakure, he was able to slaughter an entire year of students without any mercy. Keep Tazuna safe." "So you've heard about our little graduation exercise," Zabuza said as he raised one arm and cast a hand sign with the other. "Hiding in the mist jutsu, be on your guard," Itachi shouted to his team with the mist gathering thickly and obscuring Zabuza. "Zabuza Momochi is the greatest known master of the silent killing technique. If you relax for even an instant, you will be dead before you even know you slipped up." After he had said that, a massive amount of killing intent hit the team and Tazuna, causing Hinata, Sasuke and Tazuna to freeze in mortal terror, and even Naruto shivered, and they heard Zabuza's voice from somewhere within the mist. 8 points of instant death. Liver, lungs, spine, clavicle vein, neck vein, brain, kidneys, heart. Which one should I go for? "I can't speak for me, Hinata or the old fart," Naruto said, despite the atmosphere they were in. "But you should go for Sasuke's brain, he does not use it much anyway." The shock of Naruto actually cracking a joke under the killing intent caused Sasuke and Hinata to snap out of their stupor, Sasuke having almost stabbed himself out of fear. Somehow, Naruto's relatively calm demeanor seemed to instantly calm his companions. One of the things Felix had taught Naruto is that those who you are close to are sensitive to your thoughts. If you are calm, they will be more likely to be calm, whereas if you are panicking, odds are they will be as well. An attitude, both good and bad, was infectious. I see that a genin already has the will to resist my killing intent. Let's see if you have the skills to match." "Behind us," Hinata shouted, having had the presence of mind to activate her Byakugan to spot Zabuza. Indeed, Zabuza had gotten among them and was swinging his blade at Tazuna. Naruto reacted fast, coming between Zabuza and Tazuna and drawing a Rashikata an instant sooner than Zabuza would have expected. He managed to block Kubikurabocho at the last possible moment. Of course, even though he had trained harshly, his body was still that of a 12-year-old, so without Sage Mode he ended up being thrown back very hard against a tree by the man's brute strength. He did manage to slow the attack though, just enough for Hinata and Sasuke to get Tazuna to safety. Oh, Zabuza said with interest. No wonder I was spotted, you have a Hyuga brat among you. It must be my lucky day, it seems you are a member of the main house. Not only that, but you have another uchiha with a Sharingan as well. And then there's you. He turned to Naruto, who sheathed the Rashikata and made a shadow clone while glaring at Zabuza. Not only were you able to withstand my killing intent at full blast and help your teammates do the same, but you are fast, and that blade being shorter than its sheath to allow for faster drawing than an opponent would anticipate. That gives you a good shot at ending most battles quickly. And a shadow clone to boot. It is actually a shame I will have to kill you three. You would have been almost worthy of the title of ninja if you had some experience. Damn. Itachi shouted as he tried to rush to his team's aid, only to be stopped by another Zabuza. Now Itachi, don't interrupt them, let the brats play with my water clone a little. Besides, I would like to fight you a little, one-on-one. Be careful what you wish for. Fire style. Giant fireball jutsu. Itachi shouted as he launched a large inferno at Zabuza, who dodged, only for Itachi to move with blinding speed and impale him with his katana. Before Itachi could celebrate, Zabuza dissolved into water. "I'm not that easy," Zabuza said as he stabbed Itachi through the heart from behind with a kunai, only for Itachi to dissolve into crows and reform beside the demon, already forming signs for his next fire-style attack. "Neither am I. Naruto, be careful," Sasuke shouted, watching his friend form a Rasengan with assistance from his clone, to Zabuza's surprise. "Wait, why is Naruto using a clone to form the Rasengan? I thought he did not need to do that anymore." "Wait, he can form the Rasengan?" Zabuza's water clone thought, intrigued. "That's a high-level technique, made by the Yondaime Hokage. I see, this brat is his son, though he clearly can't use the technique without an extra set of hands, at least not yet. Still, to be able to use it at all at that age. Perhaps I shouldn't kill him. I could probably make a decent amount of money if I took him alive and returned him to Konoha for a price." "Don't worry, Sasuke," Naruto shouted. "Water clones only have about 10 of the original's power. I should be able to handle it. You and Hinata just keep him away from the geezer." With that he dispelled his clone and charged the water clone. "Pathetic," Zabuza said, not even bothering to dodge, instead swinging Kubikura Bocho at Naruto, hitting him with the side and flinging him back again, the Rasengan dispersing as the boy lost his concentration. "It's over for you," the water clone shouted as he dashed forward, sword raised to strike the potential cash cow unconscious rather than kill him. Naruto recovered quickly, though not quickly enough, or so Zabuza thought. With a smirk, the blonde formed another Rasengan and charged again, causing the water clone's eyes to widen in horror. "He can actually do the technique one-handed? He let me think he needed a clone to do it, so I would underestimate him. I should have expected such a trick, especially after seeing his sword, Rasengan," Naruto cried as he slammed the sphere into the water clone's unprotected torso, causing the water it was made of to fly all over the place. "And Naruto-kun did it?" Hinata said, amazed. "I'm not surprised," Sasuke replied. "He always was a little unpredictable." "Quite impressive brats you lead, Itachi," the original Zabuza said as he dodged another swipe from Itachi's katana. "The blonde in particular has earned a place in my bingo book if he survives." "That's assuming you survive, Zabuza," Itachi replied, dissolving into crows again, following being sliced in half by Kubikura Bocho. "That trick is very annoying," Zabuza growled, swinging again at the point where Itachi reformed. Itachi ducked under the blade, and stabbed forward. Zabuza dodged, but got kicked in the gut by a follow-up attack. Zabuza flipped to recover, and cast a few hand signs. Water style, water dragon bullet. From the water, a massive dragon rose, only to be met by another, Itachi having copied the technique with his Sharingan. Both attacks cancelled each other out. Before Zabuza could try again, he spotted Itachi casting several fast hand signs. Fire style, phoenix flower jutsu. Several small balls of fire were launched at Zabuza, who laughed. Water style, water wall. A wall of water rose between the swordsman and the flames, causing them to be extinguished on impact. But doing nothing about the shuriken and kunai Itachi had thrown hidden in them. All of them hit Zabuza full force, all of them in painful but not fatal areas. "Blast it," Zabuza growled as he backed up fast to avoid Itachi's next dash, only to slam into a tree that Itachi had hidden in a genjutsu. He was stabbed through the gut, again non-fatally, and pinned to the tree by the katana, which Itachi released and started forming hand signs. "It's over for you," Itachi said as he breathed in to launch a fire-style jutsu to finish the job. Before he could, however, two Senbon came from the trees and pierced through Zabuza's neck, killing him instantly. Itachi smirked. "So far so good. I must thank you for giving me the chance to strike," a masked hunter Nin said, jumping down from hiding. I have been tailing the man for weeks, but did not have an opportunity until now. What just happened? Hinata asked, staring with shock at the masked ninja. It seems as though our friend here decided to help finish the job for us, Itachi answered as he retrieved his katana, caught Zabuza's body as it fell, before bending down, and under the guise of checking to ensure he was dead, he used his body to conceal the head from everyone else's line of sight. He gripped the head, cast a single sign with the other hand and said quietly, "Pulse imprint jutsu." Once that was done, he slipped a note between Zabuza's head and the cloth of his headband. "There, now all I have to do is hope I did not kill him by mistake." He rose and said to the hunter Nin, "I take it you are a hunter ninja, deployed by Kirigakure to dispose of Zabuza to prevent him from revealing any village secrets. That correct?" "You are indeed correct," the masked ninja replied as he picked up Zabuza's body. "Now if you'll excuse me, I must dispose of the body." With that, he vanished. Itachi frowned and, acting like he was missing something, muttered, "Odd. Big brother?" Sasuke asked tentatively, once they were on the road again. "Why would a Kirigakure hunter Nin be after Zabuza? I mean, why would a Kirigakure ninja of Zabuza's standing reveal village secrets? Because he became a missing Nin after attempting to stage a failed coup d'etat against Yugura, the Yondaime Mizukage," Itachi replied, causing Sasuke to frown. After what had happened over 4 years ago, the term coup d'etat was a sore subject for him. What confuses me is why the masked ninja would lug the body away like that when it is standard procedure to dispose of the body immediately. It's almost like shit. His eyes widened as though he was just realizing something. Once again, Naruto found himself mentally applauding Itachi's acting skills. "We've been duped, haven't we?" said Blonde grumbled, his own acting ability having improved thanks to Felix insisting on it over the past 12 years, to avoid blowing their cover. "What are you talking about?" Tazuna asked, clearly stumped. "It appears as if our mysterious assistant only pretended to kill Zabuza for us, and helped him escape," Itachi growled, faking frustration as Sasuke's, Hinata's and Tazuna's eyes widened extremely fast. "Biba, didn't you make sure he was dead, Itachi-sensei?" Hinata asked fearfully. "Yes, he lacked a pulse, that was for sure. But the tool used to kill him was Saban, which needs to be very precise to kill. Anyone with the skill to do so, and enough extra medical knowledge can instead put their target in a near-death state, one that can fool even some of the best medic ninja. I can't believe I didn't realize sooner." "So what do we do, sensei?" Sasuke asked. "Well, fortunately it will take some time for Zabuza to recover, about a week, which will give us some time to prepare, now that we know who we're up against. Hopefully, that was the best ninja Gato could hire. There are not many missing Nin with reputations like Zabuza's. With luck, he'll be forced to wait for Zabuza to recover before he can make his move. You all handled yourselves very well, and with a little more training for the next week, we should have a fighting chance when the time comes. First, I should cut the bandages from his mouth to let the blood flow out, and then..." Haku muttered to himself as he reached for Zabuza's face, a pair of surgical scissors in hand to cut said bandages. Before he could, however, Zabuza's hand snapped up to grab Haku's wrist. "Enough, I'll do it myself," Zabuza said as he pulled the bandages from his mouth and moved to spit the blood from it. "Awake already, I see. You sure can be brutal," Zabuza muttered as he pulled the saban from his neck in a rough manner. Then he suffered a sense of déjà vu, as a burst of pain flared through his head, all the memories of the future, and the different version of the past where he had fought Kakashi returning full force now that he was conscious again. "Zabuza-sama, what's wrong?" Haku asked as the older man clutched his head with his right hand. "I've told you to be careful with pulling those out, if you've gone and done something permanent to yourself." "I'm fine, Haku, just give me a minute." Haku frowned and nodded, still concerned for his surrogate father. Zabuza growled as the pain receded. "Haku, did Itachi do something to me before you got me out of there?" Haku frowned and said, "Nothing that I am aware of, except when he checked to make sure you were dead." His eyes widened. "But then he seemed to make sure he was hiding your head from view. Whatever he did, it seems to be a very elaborate genjutsu that implants false memories. I remember fighting the copy ninja Kakashi instead of him in the same situation, the Hyuga girl being replaced by a pink-haired brat, the blonde not nearly as competent as before, though he did still manage to pull one on me when I trapped Kakashi. Then I remember acting the exact same way I did when I woke up before the memories came, though that can be explained by another effect of the genjutsu. But the weird thing is, it gave me memories of events after this. I don't know how he could do that unless he knew about you, because I remember fighting Kakashi again with me, and they included everything about you, your name, your fighting style, even your mannerisms. We lost, somehow, you to that Uchiha and blonde brats, the blonde showing some kind of hidden power and me to Kakashi, and only surviving when you took a fatal blow for me." Haku's eyes widened at this. "I continued to fight, only for Kakashi to disable my arms, followed by me getting backstabbed by Gato and his thugs, though I managed to murder the little midget before I died, after the blonde said a few things to me that made me cry over your death. Haku frowned and said, that is an odd genjutsu, and no doubt very potent. I'm not even done yet. After that, a few years later, some sick bastard restored us to life with a forbidden jutsu, along with several other dead people, and used us to fight a war, in which we fought against Kakashi and some of his allies again, one of them the pink hair I mentioned. After the battle, we were sealed because we couldn't even die again. And one of the weirder parts is that before the battle really got started, I asked about the blonde, and Kakashi had told us that he became a great ninja, and we were the ones who set him on the road to where he was. Zabuza rubbed his head in deep thought, causing him to feel the note Itachi slipped in his headband. Frowning, he pulled it out and opened it. He beckoned to Haku to read over his shoulder, stating shortly, it's addressed to both of us. Haku complied, and read, to Zabuza and Haku, you have probably already come to the conclusion that you are under a powerful genjutsu Zabuza, but I assure you that this is not the case. In truth, if your memories have returned, that means the jutsu worked. If not, then I have some explaining to do. Haku, if Zabuza really is dead, that means I accidentally killed him, which also means I need to do some explaining to you. Those memories I mentioned are not false ones, nor are they implanted. The pulse imprint jutsu I used merely restored your memories that were suppressed. This occurred when Naruto and a man named Felix used a powerful Fuin jutsu and turned back time. Both Haku and Zabuza's eyes widened at this before narrowing as they continued. As unbelievable as this sounds, think about this. How did we know about Haku, and how she fights? Haku and Zabuza snorted. Apparently Itachi, for they were sure that he was the one who wrote the letter, was unaware of Haku's true gender. If I had used the pulse imprint jutsu to view your memories, which I could have done, I would have needed much more time to come up with the details if it was a genjutsu. That should prove that the memories were already there. All I know about you two was told to me by Naruto, who remembers everything about the future. If I was trying to lure you into a trap, I could have just killed you two after Haku's stunt, so there would have been no need. More will be explained by me and Naruto to place Haku and he met while she was gathering herbs. I can restore her memories as well, and we can discuss our future options. Itachi Uchiha. Zabuza groaned as he read the last of the letter. This was going to lead to a massive headache later, though not as bad as the previous one, hopefully. Well, Zabuza-sama? Haku asked. What should we do? I think that we should at least hear them out. Too many pieces fit into place to disregard this, and that is our plan for the next week. Itachi finished while they were eating their meal at Tazuna's, inhaling in Naruto's case. He had just told them that Naruto and Sasuke would train together every day, with Naruto trying to finish the Hiraishin with Sasuke working on the Chidori. Itachi, Hinata and a shadow clone of Naruto would accompany Tazuna to the bridge. Hinata would be Tazuna's bodyguard and use her Byakugan to regularly check for danger. At the first sign of trouble, the shadow clone was to dispel and Naruto and Sasuke would come running as fast as they could. What's the point? You are all just going to die if you fight Gato, Tazuna's grandson Inari stated as he entered the room. You are better off if you just run, you'll live longer that way. And just who are you? Naruto demanded as the boy's mother, Tsunami, chided him for lacking confidence in the group protecting Tazuna. I'm going back to my room, Inari said sullenly. There's no point talking with people who are signing their own death warrants. What's the point of fighting when you are only going to get killed? As Inari left, Tazuna said, you'll have to excuse the boy. He has never been the same since that day. That day? Itachi asked. Tazuna nodded and proceeded to explain about Inari's stepfather, Kaiza, who had been a village hero ever since he saved Inari from drowning, and helped the village weather a flood. When Gato had come, Kaiza had tried to stand up to him, but had only been publicly executed. Ever since, Inari had lost his faith in the world, Tazuna finished. He no longer believes that heroes exist. Yeah, well, I'll prove him wrong, Naruto said moodily as he left the house. Itachi sighed and said, better help him if he's going to train. You two stay here and hold down the fort. What took you so long? Naruto asked as Haku came into view. Itachi was leaning back against a tree. You are Naruto, yes? Haku asked. What exactly are you going to explain to me? Well, first, you should let Itachi restore your memories. Haku nodded and stepped towards Itachi, who placed his hand on the boy's head, cast the hand sign and said, this is going to hurt quite a bit, believe me, I know. It's okay, Haku said. I'm prepared. A few minutes later, Haku got up rubbing his head, saying, I guess Zabuza-sama wasn't being a baby. Sorry about that. I don't exactly take much pleasure in causing a young lady such as yourself pain. Oh, about that, Haku chuckled as Naruto let an evil grin show. I'm actually a boy. Itachi paled and said, what? But you, he whipped towards Naruto and asked, and why didn't you tell me this, and miss the look on your face, Itachi-sensei? I thought you knew me. I'll remember this. Naruto and Haku laughed at Itachi's embarrassment before Haku asked, "So what next?" Naruto paused and said, "Well, there is really no reason for you to start another coup against Yugura. He is no longer Mizukage. Am I correct in guessing that you and Zabuza started it because you knew he was being controlled?" "Yes, and I normally would be surprised that you would know that, but after the time travel story, you probably found out a lot of things." "Yeah, well, you don't need to do anything anymore, and it was Felix who had found out after doing a little research on the subject." Zabuza was rather loyal before Yugura started acting up, so it wasn't hard to deduce. The new Mizukage is not being manipulated, so there is no need to try again. So I guess Zabuza-sama and I need a new goal in life. It's not like we can go back. How about helping to stop the bastards who caused this trouble in the first place? Once we make sure you two survive this, you can go about it any way you choose, maybe. Do you think Konoha has room for 2 more ninja? Chapter 10, Secrets and Shattered Memories. Do you really think that the Hidden Leaf Village will accept us, Haku? Zabuza asked from his recovery bed. There is a question of whether or not I am trustworthy, especially after the incident that gave me my moniker. Zabuza-sama, you really need to stop beating yourself up about that, Haku replied comfortingly. Even if you could have done a better job controlling your temper, it was not your fault. Zabuza did not reply as he sadly thought about the past. Flashback. As a child, Zabuza was frantically running from the angry group of villagers he had just stolen food from. He had been an orphan shortly after being born, and had hated life at the orphanage, resulting in him leaving, preferring an equally hard life on the streets. He turned a corner and slammed into another boy, causing them both to fall over backwards, the loaves of bread Zabuza had in his arms flying free. The boy Zabuza had knocked over looked at him in slight annoyance before frowning and grabbing Zabuza's arm, pulling him into an alley. The villagers ran by, oblivious to where their quarry was hiding. "Why did you just help me?" Zabuza asked. "You're the kid who is always on his own right," the boy asked. "I helped you because I had just recently learned a little on what that was like." "What do you mean?" "You have parents, don't you?" "Yeah, but they have been ignoring me ever since I was selected." "You are aware that the recent host of the Sanbai was killed? As soon as it is revived, the village will recapture it. Once that occurs, I will be made into its new Jinchuriki. Even my friends at the academy have been distant from me after they heard." "I see. I'm sorry about that. Thank you for your help, by the way. My name is Zabuza Momochi, Yugura." Since that day, Zabuza and Yugura had been fast friends. It had been a few months afterwards when Zabuza went to the academy to check up on Yugura. He had never been interested in being a ninja, for he did not want to serve the very village that had done so little for him. As he entered the academy grounds, however, a sight that would forever be burned into his retinas greeted him. His first and only friend was in a fetal position, being kicked and beaten by his entire year of fellow students. With a surge of rage, Zabuza noted that Yugura had a very deep cut under his left eye, likely inflicted by a kunai. "You're gonna be a monster, you know that. Beast, why don't you just die? We're doing you a favor, putting you out of your misery." Zabuza shivered uncontrollably. Before he even knew what he was doing, he had walked up to one of the training dummies and pulled a kunai loose from it before rushing the mob of academy students in a blind rage. After the resulting bloodbath, Zabuza was kneeling over Yugura, who was unconscious from the beating, but still breathing. Zabuza sighed in relief before he saw again the results of his handiwork. "Kami, what have I done?" Zabuza asked himself before keeling over and losing his lunch. Afterwards, he had rushed Yugura to the hospital, and the Sandaime Mizukage offered Zabuza a place as a Kiri shinobi, and named him a candidate for the 7 ninja swordsmen in recognition of his abilities. Though initially tempted to refuse, Zabuza decided that it was his best shot at getting stronger, so he could make sure no one ever laid a finger on the only one he cared for again. The cut under Yugura's eye had required stitches, despite the best efforts of the medics, and left a permanent scar. About a year later, he had grown much stronger, and was named the Yondaime Mizukage after the death of the Sandaime, though both he and Zabuza recognized this as an attempt by the village council to control Yugura. This failed because Yugura refused to be a puppet, and his first act in office had been to order the discontinuation of the bloody graduation exercise. Many assassinations were attempted, but Zabuza, having been made one of the 7 swordsmen by Yugura, proved very good at preventing these attempts. A few months later, the Sanbai returned earlier than expected and was recaptured and sealed within the young Mizukage. Zabuza had reassured Yugura that he would be his friend regardless. After all, they were both considered demons now. End flashback. But after that, Yugura had begun to act strangely. It did not take Zabuza long to realize that he was not himself, and that someone was controlling him. When Zabuza tried to stage his coup, he was trying to get to the bastard who was using his friend as his puppet. He had almost succeeded in at least finding out who the bastard was, but a new member of the 7 swordsmen, Kisame, was in cahoots with the man, and prevented Zabuza's coup from working. Now he knew that Yagura was dead, and that the one who was behind it all was using the name of Madara Uchiha. Zabuza gripped the covers in silent rage. Soon Madara, Kisame, Zabuza thought. I will make you both pay dearly for the crimes you have committed. I will not let this second chance go to waste, and I will see Yagura avenged, this I swear. Yes. Naruto shouted in jubilation, having just attempted Hiraishin again. Only 10 feet away from the sealed kunai this time. That's great, Naruto, Sasuke's voice said from somewhere off screen. But before you celebrate your improvements, how about getting OFF of me? A/N. I love the classic teleporting on top of some poor sap gag, they never see it coming on time. Oh whoops, sorry, Naruto replied as he hastily got up. It was the final day before the Battle of the Bridge would occur, and their training was nearing its end. He and Itachi had collaborated with Zabuza and Haku on what would occur this time around. Itachi and Zabuza would fight, but hold back so as to save their strength for Gato and his goons, while Naruto and Sasuke would be kept busy by Haku, until Naruto could convincingly pretend to knock the boy out. Once Gato and his goons showed up and declared their betrayal, Itachi and Zabuza would take them out, followed by them giving an acted-out negotiation before they all returned to the village. It was that simple. After the day of training was finished, both boys returned to the house for the night's meal, with Itachi telling them that tomorrow was likely the day that Zabuza made his move, so the two would join him and Hinata on the bridge. Again though, Inari said it was pointless, that there was nothing heroic about throwing one's life away. Naruto had enough once again. He had forgotten just how much Inari's defeatist attitude had pissed him off last time. Let me tell you something, brat, Naruto growled. One of the people I look up to was the Sandaime Hokage, and you know how he died. When the Kyuubi attacked my village, he gave his life to defeat him. In doing so, he saved countless others, including those of my parents, who were going to do the same thing. He died protecting something important to him, and you know something? It was not even the slightest bit pointless. Nor was your father's sacrifice. Because of him, we are even more determined to stop Gato, and even your grandfather has not given up yet, even though the odds are stacked against him. When you say there are no heroes in this world, you not only insult the Sandaime Hokage, but you insult me as well through him. And worst of all, you insult the man who cared about you, even as he died. You have abandoned the ideals that he tried to pass to you. I have no respect for people with your attitude, and I would rather give my own life for something important, even if it seems like a worthless endeavor, than live knowing that I am a worthless coward. Remember that next time you want to run your mouth at me, you big baby. Inari sobbed at this and ran back upstairs, and Hinata looked at Naruto in shock. And Naruto, you went too far. You made him cry. I'm sorry, but he needed to hear that, even if I lost my temper when I told him, Naruto grumbled. I don't deny that the kid has been through a lot, but that does not give him the right to spit on his stepfather's grave like that. Hinata's expression softened a little. I'm tired, I'll be in bed. And with that, Naruto got up and left the dining room. The next day, they were just leaving and Naruto frowned as though he had just thought of something. Wordlessly, he created 6 shadow clones as they left. What are you doing? Sasuke asked with a frown. Just a hunch, Naruto lied smoothly as his clones hid themselves in the bushes near Tazuna's home. Upon arriving at the bridge, they found all of the workers beaten bloody, but all left alive. Naruto, Sasuke, you two are with me. Itachi shouted as Zabuza and Haku came into view, the latter having discarded his mask this time around. Hinata, protect Tazuna. It is so good to see you again, Blazing Crow, Zabuza stated. Though the feeling does not seem to be mutual with the brats, they are shaking with fear, poor things. Indeed, both Naruto and Sasuke were shivering as several water clones emerged, surrounding the group. We're shivering with anticipation for a rematch. Both Naruto and Sasuke declared at once. And with that, they attacked, quickly making short work of the water clones. Well, you two seem to have grown up even more already. Haku, entertain them while I have my fun with their sensei. Yes, Zabuza-sama, Haku replied as all fighters faced off with their opponents. So far, so good, Naruto thought as he and Sasuke dashed at Haku. Now I just have to make sure Sasuke does not kill Haku. You let my mother go. Inari shouted at both of Gato's thugs, who had shown up earlier to take Tsunami hostage. They both turned to him as he charged and drew their swords with sadistic grins, only to freeze as the point of a sword emerged from each of their guts. You might want to drop your weapons, one of Naruto's shadow clones said with a smirk. Where we stabbed you two was through painful, but not fatal points that are fairly easy to heal. It would not take much more than a twitch on my part to change that. They both immediately complied with the request. Amazing what having someone at your mercy can do for their cooperation, huh? The clone chuckled as the other 4 clones appeared to confiscate the weapons and tied the two up. I thought you were at the bridge, Tsunami said as one of the clones just finished with a knot. The original is, but he left us around, because he felt something like this would happen, one of them replied. By the way, Inari, thanks for distracting those two for us. I see that you've pulled your head out of your ass since last night. Thanks, Naruto, Inari said, tearing up a little. Damn these mirrors. Sasuke cursed as several more Saban were stabbed into his torso. Despite being able to see Haku's movements, he could barely react to each attack, and Naruto was not faring much better. Meanwhile, Itachi and Zabuza were trading blows, Zabuza appearing to let Itachi have the upper hand. Finally, Haku made a discreet gesture to Naruto, and attacked again. Naruto whipped around as quickly as he could and threw a punch at the oncoming ninja, who allowed the blow to connect to his torso, making it seem like a lucky punch. Haku flew backwards and slammed into one of his own mirrors, and slumped, pretending to be knocked for a loop as the mirrors dissolved. I got him, Naruto said, faking shock. Nice one, Naruto, Sasuke said as the former went to Haku with some cord, looking as though he was going to bind Haku's wrists. Though it seems that you just happened to punch the exact right place at the exact right time, any second now. Naruto thought as he approached the groaning Haku. Gato, what the hell are you doing here? Zabuza demanded with Itachi's katana at his neck, as said Gnome approached, leading his small army of thugs. Well, I got tired of waiting for you to do your job, and it looks like you failed miserably, Gato chuckled. I wasn't going to pay you and your lackey anyway, you were asking for too much, so let's just say, I'm going to cut expenses. Itachi frowned and said to Zabuza, well, it looks like we have no more reason to fight since you're no longer employed to kill my client. Can we call a truce? Yeah, Zabuza said, and Itachi removed his katana. Naruto pretended that he was just coming to the same conclusion and helped Haku to his feet. Don't worry, I don't hold petty grudges against opponents employed by my targets, it's just business after all, but in the case of people who tried to cop out of giving me my due. Let's murder a midget, get them. Gato shouted to his thugs and they all ran forward, ready for a fight. What they got was a slaughter. Itachi and Zabuza easily mowed through them, the latter having use of his arms this time around. Gato never got the chance to get far before Itachi had him in a death grip around the neck and lifted him up. Please, I'll pay you anything, just let me go. Oh, I will certainly take your money, for the people you stole it from, Itachi said coldly as his eyes took the shape of a three-point shuriken. But you have forfeited your life, because even if I were to spare you, I will not defend you from the one you had the stupidity to try to double-cross. Tsukuyomi. Itachi's left eye bled a little as he put Gato in the genjutsu, and tortured all of the information he would need to acquire all of the man's money out of him. Once that was done, he dropped the traumatized Gato, and used his katana to put him out of his misery. The bandits simply fled after that, not wanting to fight anymore. Good riddance, Naruto muttered before grinning at a job well done. That was, until a black-cloaked figure suddenly materialized out of nowhere in front of him, and slammed his fist into the blonde's gut. Naruto spat out blood and collapsed as the man caught him and put him under his arm, dashing off. Naruto. Both Hinata and Sasuke shouted as they dashed after the man. Blast. Itachi cursed as he tried to follow them, but his way was blocked by a bandage-wrapped sword. Now, let's not get ahead of ourselves, Kisame chuckled. Why don't we have some fun first, Kisame? Zabuza shouted as he dashed at his most hated enemy, his giant blade raised to strike the shark man down. Kisame backed up, raising his sword to block, causing both blades to lock. Well, if it isn't my old friend Zabuza, Kisame grinned as sparks grinded between Kubikura Bocho and Samahata. I never expected to see you again. Oh, I actually hoped we would, though I am surprised I have the chance to avenge my friend so soon. Fire style, dragon flame bullet. Itachi shouted from behind Kisame, launching Senjutsu, forcing both swordsmen to get out of the way, and Itachi launched the Phoenix Flower Jutsu next, at which Kisame simply smirked and blocked with his large sword, which consumed the flames. Haku appeared behind the shark man and pegged him with several samban, only to watch in horror as they were forced from his body and the punctures healed. What? Haku asked to no one in particular, and backed up next to Itachi and Zabuza. Tazuna decided he would only be in the way, so he simply hid himself. Kisame's sword, Samahata, absorbs chakra and he can use it to heal himself, Zabuza explained shortly. Our best shot is to wound him with weapons and taijutsu. I'm going to engage him, sword to sword. Itachi, it would be best if you back me up with shuriken and kunai from a distance, and use your katana whenever there is an opening. Haku, keep your distance and use Senban on him. Hey, come at me then, Kisame chuckled as he raised Samahata into a fighting stance. Zabuza charged with Itachi right behind him, and Haku dashing to the side to find a good angle to attack from. The cloaked man paused in his escape. It It will take me a few minutes to create a dimensional rift with no interruptions, since I have an unwilling passenger, which I am not going to get with the Kyuubi brat's teammates on my heels. I guess I am just going to have to kill them, he thought as he turned, Naruto groaning weakly. Give Naruto back now, Sasuke demanded as he and Hinata came into view. Why don't you make me? The man mocked. But then, you would not want me to harm him now, would you? If that is the case, you had better back off now. Don't try to bluff us. If you were going to kill Naruto, why go to the trouble of trying to kidnap him? It is true, a live capture would be preferable, but our goals can also eventually be accomplished with his death. Care to try me? The man asked as he held Naruto in a choke hold, prepared to snap his neck in an instant. If you harm Naruto, I will kill you. Hinata declared, her features distorted by rage, all her fear forgotten. Sasuke nodded in agreement as he raised a kunai. A particular one. Naruto grinned and vanished, surprising his would-be kidnapper, to reappear next to Sasuke, who was holding the Hiraishin kunai with a smirk, and formed a Rasengan. The man cursed as Naruto used Hiraishin again, and appeared right in front of again, having placed one of the seals on the man's cloak. He never had a chance to dodge as the sphere was forced straight into his chest, flinging him back with enough force to blast right through the thick trunk of a tree to lie prone as he landed. Gotcha, Naruto said smugly. You alright, Naruto? Sasuke asked. That was quite a blow you took before he tried to take you. I'm fine. I may be a Namikaze, but I have Uzumaki blood too, so I have a decent healing factor. He on the other hand should be out of luck. Oh, I don't know about that, the cloaked man laughed, to their surprise, and he rose easily, the part of his cloak that the Rasengan had hit, shredded completely, revealing his bare chest, which was completely unharmed by the attack. The man tore the part of the cloak with the Hiraishin seal on it. What? What the hell? Sasuke demanded as Naruto and Hinata stared in fear. Not even a scratch, Naruto thought. This could be bad. Kurama mused. Oh gee, you freaking think? Naruto thought snidely. I must commend you on catching me off guard like that, the man said while applauding mockingly. I was not expecting you to have learned Hiraishin. Against most foes, that would have been endgame. But then, I am far from most foes. What is he? Sasuke and Hinata both thought. By the way, Sasuke, the man stated as he turned to the raven-haired boy who stiffened in fear. You seem to be a shadow of your former self. Where did all of that hatred that gave you power go? Naruto's eyes widened while Sasuke growled. What are you talking about? I am strong enough to take you out. Chidori. 1,000 birds. With that, his arm was shrouded in lightning chakra and he rushed the man, ignoring Naruto's cry of Sasuke. Wait, pathetic. Come, I will restore your true self, the man said as a spark rose from his palm. His chest turned a blackish color as the Chidori struck it, not even scratching the surface of it. Sasuke's eyes widened as the man's hand went for his head, only for Naruto to quickly tackle Sasuke out of the way. This guy is clearly from the Elder Dimension, Naruto thought frantically, his eyes gaining a reddish pigmentation around them, and the pupils turning yellow with a block in them. And it is also obvious that he knows about the time travel, and a little about what Sasuke was like before we turned time back, and he seems to know the pulse imprint jutsu as well. Kurama growled. If he restores Sasuke's memories, there is no telling what he will do. I can't let that bastard get a hold of Sasuke's head. Sasuke, you and Hinata stay back, I'll take care of this guy, Naruto declared as he rushed forward, ignoring their protests. Immediately, he and the cloaked man exchanged blows, but Naruto's frog katas were having very little effect as the man's chest and presumably the rest of his body turned black again. What kind of ability is that? Naruto demanded as he ducked a kick from his opponent, drew a Rashikata and struck, enhancing the blade with wind chakra. This is the power of the Elder Dimension's Kuroko, Black Steel, clan, the man said as he casually raised his arm to block, the blade cutting the sleeve, but only causing sparks to fly from the arm. Black steel is a very rare and strong material that only appears in a few dimensions, the Elder Dimension being the third most common location for it. Our Kekkei Genkai allows us to turn into this metal at will. With that, he kicked Naruto hard in the chest, throwing the blonde back. It also gives our strength and speed a boost, because the metal is actually lighter than flesh. Naruto flipped on time to meet the man's next charge, ducked a punch, sidestepped a kick, jumped another kick and formed another Rasengan, this one bigger that he was tall. Sage Art, Giant Rasengan. The giant orb blasted into the man, flinging him backwards once more, but once again unharmed. The Kuroko clan member did have the entire upper half of his cloak torn however, only the sleeve of his left arm still on from the waist up. His exposed face was nothing special, no facial hair and short brown hair on his head. Still not good enough, he said as he turned black again and charged as Naruto braced himself. Before they could attack each other again, Hinata and Sasuke leapt at the man, both casting hand signs, fire style, giant fireball jutsu, water style, water bullets. The fireball hit first, the man laughing as he took the hit, with no damage, before two water balls hit him, causing him to steam a little. Sasuke, Hinata, no. Naruto cried as he quickly made a shadow clone and formed a Rasengan, while the shadow clone immediately started adding wind chakra. Chidori. Sasuke shouted again as he stabbed forward. 8 trigrams, 16 palms. Hinata cried, rushing forth. The man laughed off the Juken strikes and kicked Hinata away, while Sasuke's Chidori struck his chest again, this time penetrating a few centimeters. I see, you managed to soften my skin marginally by heating it before rapidly cooling it, the man mused as he kneed Sasuke in the face, before grabbing his forehead. But it was not enough. Now, Pulse Imprint Jutsu was cut off when he was hit violently in the side by Naruto's Rasen Shuriken, carrying him away from Sasuke as the latter fell to the ground, clutching his head in pain. After a bit of distance, the wind-style attack expanded, causing the man to scream in pain. Oh no, Sasuke! Naruto shouted, running to his friend and helping him up. He detected a small bit of chakra in his head, not enough for a complete pulse imprint, but that was expected since Naruto interrupted the technique. With an incomplete pulse, who knew what was going to happen? Hinata, Naruto shouted as he carried Sasuke to where she had collapsed, and she rose unsteadily to her feet. You need to take care of Sasuke for me while I finish this. What did that man do to him? Hinata asked fearfully as Naruto helped to steady her. I don't know, Naruto lied before he dashed off to where the man had been thrown. Damn. It. Sasuke snarled as several voices flashed through his head rapidly. What is this? Multiple flashbacks. Do you truly wish to kill me, brother? Then hate me, and live, with no purpose other than destroying me with that hatred. I do not have a dream, because I will make it a reality. I'm going to restore my clan, and destroy a certain person. You're still too weak. You don't have enough hate. I want you to fight me, Naruto, right here, right now. There's no reason for me to put it on, because you won't be able to scratch my forehead. Sakura. Thank you. When two shinobi of a high enough level fight, they can tell each other's thoughts, without any words, knowing what the other is thinking through no more than a trade of blows. So Naruto, can you tell what I'm thinking? What's on my mind? I've had enough of this. What the hell are you? I'm your friend. That's why I'm telling you, I'm not gonna let the likes of Orochimaru get a hold of you. But if you won't listen to reason, then I'll break every bone in your body. Just shut up already. What can you, who never had anything, know about me? You were on your own right from the beginning. What makes you think you know anything about it, huh? I'm suffering now because I had those ties, so what can you know what it is I feel? It's true. I don't have a clue what it's like to have parents. Or siblings. But during those times with Iruka-sensei, I can't help but wonder if that's what it is like to have a father. And when I am with you, I wonder if that is what it is to have a brother. Why Naruto? Why go so far for me? Because Sasuke, this is the first time that I've had a bond like this. That's why I'll do whatever it takes to stop you. A bond. If that's the case, then all I have to do is sever that bond. Chidori, Rasengan, your life was spared on a whim, nothing more. And this time, you will lose your life on a whim. I see you dead at my feet. I see. Well then, try to make it reality. Sorry, Sasuke. That's the last time. He was ordered to do so by Konoha. He sacrificed everything, including his life. Still fooling you to the very end. We now exist for a single goal. To destroy the Hidden Leaf Village. You are laying waste to Itachi's sacrifice. Do not say Itachi's name. Sasuke, there is more in you than just your clan. Look into your heart, one more time. You're all laughing. You're laughing. At the cost of Itachi's life. Ignorant fools. Your laughter sounds like contempt and jeering to me. I want to change them to shrieks and wails. All of you outsiders just shut up. Do you know what Naruto has gone through for you? No matter what he heard about you, he never once stopped thinking of you as a comrade. Even now, the severing of all bonds is the ultimate purification. And that shall lead to the Uchiha clan's true restoration. Chidori, Rasengan, do you remember? The entire village used to hate me. Because I have the Kyuubi sealed within me. I hated them right back. I wanted revenge. One bad move. And I could have been like you. I used to think that I didn't have bonds with anybody. Until I met you and Iruka-sensei. I knew that you were alone like me and I felt better that there was someone around like me. I wanted to be your friend, but I never could. Because I was jealous of you. You were good at everything. You were my rival. You were my goal. I had nothing, but I built bonds, and when we had our missions as Team 7, I was always chasing you, trying to catch up to you. I wanted to be strong like you. Cool like you. I'm happy I knew you, Naruto. No matter what you say to me now, I'm not changing. I'm still going to kill everyone in Konoha, including you. So your only choices are to kill me and become a hero who saved the village, or just be another loser who was killed by me. Neither. What is it with you? Why are you always messing in my business? Because you're my friend. But it's also because I'm your little brother that I won't stop, no matter what you say. Just like how you're protecting the village now, I will definitely destroy it. Goodbye. I always lied to you, telling you to forgive me. I always kept you far away, with my own hands. I didn't want to involve you. But now I think that maybe you would have been able to change father, mother, the Uchiha. If I had faced you from the start, tried to see things from your point of view and talked with you about the truth, but I failed, and no matter what I say now, it still won't reach you. That's why I'm finally going to say what I really think. You don't have to forgive me. No matter what you decide to do from now on, I will love you forever. Have you reached a decision? Sasuke? Crushed the village. End flashbacks. Sasuke was panting hard and sweating profusely. What was that? He tried to remember what had just gone through his mind, but the details were slowly trickling away, like water he was trying to keep cupped in his hands. All he could recall after a minute was a sense of great loss. And anger. That actually hurt a little, QB brat. The man said as he rose again, some skin torn from his right arm where the Raisin Shuriken had hit him. But you still won't be able to beat me, darn. That wound isn't nearly serious enough, Naruto cursed mentally. What does it freaking take to beat him, Naruto? You're just going to have to use that jutsu, Kurama advised. But I haven't finished it yet, and I don't know if I can throw it, even if I use it right. I'm going to give you enough chakra for a three-tail cloak. At this stage of your development, that's the most I can do without running a serious risk of killing you. But it should be enough to give you some protection from the backlash without the need for distance. I did not want to reveal you to them yet, but guess there's no other option. Naruto decided as the stage 1 cloak flowed from him, 3 tails forming. 2 extra sets of hands also formed as Naruto began to form a Rasengan with both hands, and the cloak's 4 extra arms also moved around the Rasengan, as it started to once again take the shape of a shuriken, but with the exception of the wind chakra blades, the Rasengan took on a rocky shell. Come on, if there was ever a time I needed you to hold together, it is now. Please don't blow up in my face. Sasuke and Hinata were watching in shock as the cloak formed around Naruto. What is that? Hinata asked fearfully, as she activated her Byakugan and gasped in surprise as she saw a chakra entirely different from Naruto's. What's happening to you, Naruto? If that attack is more powerful than the last, the man thought fearfully. I can't afford to let it hit me. And if I charge, I'm just asking to let it hit me. Time to get some insurance. His eyes fell upon Hinata and Sasuke and he dashed for them. Damn, Sasuke muttered as the man moved so fast that he was behind them before they could even realize he was coming at them. The man grinned as he reached to grab his hostages, only for Naruto to appear between them and him, completed jutsu in hand. What? I knew the bastard would come for my comrades again, so I made sure to put a Horatian seal on them when I helped them to their feet, Naruto thought with satisfaction. It's over. Earth and wind style. Solid Raisin Shuriken. He rammed the jutsu into the man's torso full force, adding his cloak-enhanced strength to the blow. Ahurf. The man screamed in agony as the jutsu left Naruto's hand, the force of the attack blasting them both back, Naruto still taking serious damage despite the protection of the cloak, which was dispersed. He slammed into Sasuke and Hinata, who skidded back, refusing to drop him. The jutsu exploded a short distance away to do its damage to the man. Quickly, Sasuke and Hinata jumped back, taking Naruto with them, looking in awe at the power that put even a regular Raisin Shuriken to shame. Naruto, that was amazing, Sasuke said. The banged-up Naruto still managed a cocky grin. I'd give the Understatement of the Year award to you, but that was so much of one, that if I said it was an understatement, I'd win instead. Sasuke chuckled before they heard, damn it. I underestimated you, QB brat. I have to retreat. The team watched in horror that the man could possibly have survived, as he got up, looking like he had been on the wrong end of a bear mauling. He seemed absolutely mutilated. Gritting his teeth in pain, he raised his left hand, and the air behind him cracked. He started to stagger backwards into the resulting rift. Sasuke snarled, and closed his eyes. I'm not letting you get away, he shouted, opening them, the 6-point stars in them surprising everyone present. Chapter 11, Wrapping Things Up. Oh man, when did Sasuke's Mangekyo Sharingan come back? Naruto thought. Was it because the scumbag tried to restore his memories? Amaterasu. Sasuke shouted, the name of the jutsu he was attempting just popping into his mind as he focused on the man who was desperate to escape. In mortal terror of what was coming, he extended his right hand, and it ignited into black flames. Before Sasuke could continue, his left eye bled and he closed it in pain. Shit. The man cursed, realizing that even black steel would eventually be consumed by the flames, and would not go out until then. Realizing his only option if he wanted to live, he turned his left hand into the metal, and chopped down on his right arm, literally crushing it off at the elbow. He screamed in pain at this self-inflicted wound as the blazing arm fell to the ground to finish its incineration. He backed into the portal, a look of sheer hatred in his eyes at Sasuke as it closed. This isn't over. Mark my words. When next we meet, I will finish restoring your true self. And you will gladly destroy all that you hold dear now. Damn, he's gone, Sasuke panted as he plopped down, panting and clutching his bleeding eye. What did I just do? It looks like you somehow awakened a stronger level of Sharingan, Naruto panted, feigning ignorance. But it doesn't seem as though you should use it that often, not if it makes your eye bleed like that. It clearly has drawbacks. Sasuke nodded in response. Sasuke nodded as he got up. Hinata looked at Naruto and said, "And Naruto-kun, that was amazing, what you just pulled off. But what was that chakra around you?" Naruto looked a little more solemn as this was asked, so Hinata hastily continued, "And never mind, you don't have to tell us if you don't want to." "No, it's fine Hinata, Sasuke," Naruto said with a small sigh. Both of his friends looked at him, worried for him. "You two are too close to me for this to stay bottled up anymore. I have the Kyuubi sealed inside of me." Their eyes widened in shock as he continued, "What you heard about the Sandaime killing him, that was a lie. You can't outright kill a tailed beast, you have to seal them. My dad was going to do it instead, but Felix stopped him so that the Sandaime could seal him instead. So now you two know why some of the villagers hate me, even if I am the son of the Yondaime." "I did not realize that you had such a burden," Hinata said, thinking that this at least partly explained why there was a great deal of hurt hidden in his eyes. "But why was there more than that? Don't worry about it. I have friends like you guys who know that I'm still Naruto, and not some overgrown fur ball in a human form. Besides, Kurama is not that bad." "Kurama?" Sasuke asked. "What, you didn't think his name was just Kyuubi, did you? I say he is not that bad because he did not attack the village of his own free will." What do you mean?" Hinata queried. "Think about it for a moment. A being that powerful, and the only two times he has a major impact on human history are first when he was controlled by Madara Uchiha against the Shodaime Hokage. Then Kurama told me himself that someone claiming to be the same person controlled him into attacking the village as well. But if he can talk to you," Sasuke said as he paled, "how do you know he's not lying to you to manipulate you?" "Two things. First, he willingly gives me chakra when I need it with no strings attached. Second, his story actually fits a few things from when he attacked the village. You see, Dad told me that there was a Sharingan in Kurama's eye at some point, implying that he was controlled by an Uchiha. Many villagers can attest to that. And Dad actually fought the guy that day, which was why he took so long to go fight the Kyuubi itself. Then there was the fact that he was summoned to the village." "What do you mean summoned? Dummy, do you really think that a walking natural disaster could just waltz on over to a village without being spotted long before he arrived? But no one did notice him, not until he was inside the freaking village. That means he practically had to appear out of nowhere. But if he was controlled at the start, why did he continue attacking once he was free from the control?" "Well, oh hold on, Kurama wants to tell you this himself. Give me a sec." With that, Naruto closed his eyes and opened them again, shocking both of his teammates with their red irises and slit pupils. "Oh, I'm sorry. I should have just told the villagers who were still in the midst of attacking me that it was a big mix-up and I didn't mean any of it." "Ha!" Kurama snorted sarcastically. "Besides, I was in a very bad mood at that point and needed to vent as well as defend myself. So anyway," Naruto said once Kurama had turned control back to him, "Kurama has done nothing thus far to betray my trust, so I will continue to give him the benefit of the doubt." "All right, Naruto," Sasuke said, pinching the bridge of his nose. "I'll trust your judgment on this, because I can tell that you're serious. Just don't let the Kurama pull a fast one on you." "All right, let's head OWWWW." Naruto had just tried to get up before remembering that most of the bones in his right side were broken as a result of the backlash of his jutsu. "Naruto, you baka. You tell me not to use my new Sharingan after you pull a stunt like that? The pot calls the kettle." Zabuza dodged a swipe from Samahata, and thrust forward with his own large blade only to see it dodged. The battle thus far had been driven to a stalemate, with Zabuza being fairly even with Kisame in the Kenjutsu department, and had the advantage of having Itachi and Haku as a distant backup. Their main disadvantage was their inability to fight with ninjutsu for fear of Kisame just absorbing it into Samehada. Kisame did not have that problem, and used several water-style techniques against them. Kisame moved to Zabuza's side and cast his hand signs. Water-style, shark bullet jutsu. A large shark made of water sped at Zabuza, who leapt back hastily, and received a kick from Kisame when the shark man had dashed in front of Zabuza while he had dodged. The force of the blow threw Zabuza backwards, Kubikiri Bocho flying from his hand. Blast, he got me, Zabuza thought as Kisame charged him while he was still in midair, ready to swing his sword with both hands. So it ends here. There was a blur between Zabuza and Kisame, and Haku materialized, arms spread wide to take to blow for his surrogate father, just as he had died last time. Zabuza's eyes widened in horror as the blade came down, about to take Haku's life. Then Kisame suddenly veered off and black flames ignited in the air he had just been in, just in time. I managed to make him back off. Itachi panted while clutching at his now bleeding right eye. Well, looks like we have a user of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Kisame mused. It was lucky for me Samehada detected the chakra for the flames gathering, otherwise you would have caught me. This could actually be fun. Then without warning, the air behind Kisame shattered and a bloodied hand emerged and grabbed the shark man's shoulder. We're retreating, Kisame, the mission was a failure. Huh! But I was just getting to the good part. Kisame protested, though he reluctantly stepped into the rift. Do not argue. Fine. And the rift closed. They were gone. What did you do to yourself, Naruto-san? Haku asked in horror while he was working on setting the bones and using some basic medical ninjutsu to try to expedite the blonde's healing factor. After the battle, Naruto, Sasuke and Hinata returned to the bridge, Sasuke carrying the blonde, to find the battle completely over. Afterwards, the entire group had returned to Tazuna's home, though everyone was nervous about Zabuza, and Haku a little less so, but Itachi assured them that he trusted Zabuza not to do anything now that he was no longer getting paid to do so. Plus, now that Itachi had access to all of Gado's financial information, he could give Zabuza what Gado was supposed to pay him, if he behaved himself. Then Haku began to try fixing Naruto up. It was a good thing he knew the human body so well and had some medical techniques. It was a new jutsu I had been working on, Naruto groaned. It puts 2 elements into the Rasengan instead of just 1. I was forced to use it in the fight, and well, you can see the result. At least the guy I hit it with is in worse shape than I am. I don't doubt that, Haku muttered. Hold still for me. Setting ribs is a little harder than other bones. And it hurts quite a bit too, so be sure to be braced. Gee, you couldn't have told me before the first one? Sasuke meanwhile was sitting in the corner, deep in thought. The parting words of that man were still fresh in his mind. This isn't over. Mark my words. When next we meet, I will finish restoring your true self. And you will gladly destroy all that you hold dear now. Sasuke frowned and felt his still throbbing head. What had the guy done to him that could have awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan? Sasuke had asked Itachi if he knew anything about the new Sharingan he had, and Itachi had explained about it, and said that usually awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan required the death of someone close to the uchiha in question and could not answer what the man had done that caused Sasuke's to awaken. Itachi had also warned Sasuke not to use it too much, or it would eventually result in blindness. But whatever the man had done had somehow caused Sasuke to feel an inexplicable hatred, though he could not place what it was directed at. He also remembered some kind of echoes in his mind, but he was unable to remember the words or even the subject. And Sasuke was afraid. What would have happened if Naruto had not interrupted the jutsu? Would he have really turned on his friends and other things he held close to him as the man had promised he would? What if he would hurt those he cared about? He could not let that happen. Haku left after he had finished treating Naruto, cautioning him to take it easy for a few days at least, healing factor or no. Once he was out of the room, he was greeted by Zabuza. Haku, may I have a word with you? Of course you may, Zabuza-sama, Haku replied, and they left the house for a little privacy. What did you wish to talk to me about? Haku, I do not ever want to see you try to take a fatal blow for me again. I already lost you once that way, and that had been what it had taken for me to realize that you were more than a tool to me. You are practically a son at this point. We now have a second chance at fixing things, but when I saw you come between me and that shark bastard, I thought we had failed already. But Zabuza-sama, I have no desire to lose you either, and I will not promise not to lay down my life for you again. Damn it, Haku, do you not realize that after I had lost Yugura, you were all I had left, though I did not realize myself at first? I had treated you as a tool for so long, afraid that if I admitted that I cared for you, I would suffer again if you were to die. But now I can no longer deny the bond we have. Do not do me the cruelty of making me see you die again, so help me, I refuse to go through that twice, Zabuza-sama. I did not realize you had such a soft spot. Haku laughed, trying to break the sour mood. Zabuza chuckled as well as he realized what Haku meant. What can I say? For Yagura I became a demon alongside him. For you, I will go back to being human. Sasuke, you alright? Naruto asked as he turned his head towards his friend from the bed. Not really, Naruto, Sasuke muttered. I'm thinking about what happened when we came for you, that genjutsu the guy put on me. If you had not interrupted it, I don't know what would have happened. What did you see from it? Naruto asked. I don't remember. The details slipped from my grasp soon afterwards, only leaving behind a sense of anger. Whatever the fragments of that genjutsu did, they made me feel great hatred, though I do not know what towards. And that state of Sharingan you saw me use is supposed to only show up with the feelings of losing someone close to the one who has Sharingan, though I still don't remember what caused it to awaken in me. And do you remember what that man said to me before he left? Sasuke, Naruto, I need you to promise me something. If something does happen, and I become threat to what I hold dear now. Sasuke, that will never happen, we're friends, so don't make me promise to. And that's why I'm asking you, as a friend. If I go down a dark path, and put those I care for at risk, just put an end to me. No. What? Sasuke, I do not care how far you fall. I refuse to lose you to the darkness. No matter how deep within it you go, I will pull you out of it, no matter what. I will never give up on you if you go bad, Sasuke. So don't ever ask me to do so again. I'm sorry, Naruto. You're right. Whatever happens, I will stay away from the darkness. I promise that I will not force you to go back on your word. How dare you fail me, Drek? Raisin bellowed as the now one-armed was hovering above the ground in great pain as the Genshikoi Atsuri was using his powers on him, slowly putting pressure just short of ripping his helpless servant to pieces on him. Not only could you not subdue or eliminate the Kyuubi brat, but you even failed to set his friend against him. Both of your tasks failed because of your total incompetence. Please, Lord Raisin, have mercy. Drek managed to gasp as his remaining limbs started to make sickening cracking noises under the pressure of the gravity manipulation. You are very fortunate that I believe in second chances, Drek, Raisin said as he whipped his arm to the side and Drek was thrown against the wall hard. If you fail again, you had better pray that your enemies are the ones who kill you before I have the opportunity to truly awaken you to what pain is. Drek only whimpered in reply. The Great Naruto Bridge had been completed about 2 weeks later, Inari having insisted that his grandfather call it that. Afterwards, Itachi had given Tazuna the money he had taken from Gato, with a small amount given to Zabuza for the trouble Gato had put him through, and to help him get settled in the Leaf. Tazuna also gave the remaining payment for an A-ranked mission, and gave all members of Team Itachi a small bonus. They had tried to refuse the extra, but Tazuna insisted, saying, You not only kept me safe from Gato and his thugs, but you all helped restore hope to my country and to my family most of all. We wouldn't have this money if you hadn't taken it from Gato anyway, so this is your due. Besides, unless that kid gets more than a steady income, he is going to eat himself and everyone around him into bankruptcy. So they departed the land of waves, and as they walked, Itachi was discussing with Zabuza the procedure for integrating missing Nin into the payroll of other villages. It obviously was not done for everyone, because there were too many trustworthiness issues with most, as well as political issues with the ninja's original village. But those who had something to offer were considered, and considering that Zabuza was one of the 7 ninja swordsmen and his apprentice was someone with a bloodline thought to have died out, they should have more than a good chance at being accepted after submitting to an interrogation and going through a probation period. Zabuza was not happy about the probation period, but took it stoically. They were let into the village and spotted Konohamaru, who was holding some kind of microphone, and Akari both running for dear life while laughing from an angry and bruised Ebisu, who for some reason was being chased by a large number of angry women while he was holding some kind of recording device. Naruto guessed that the two had slipped said device somewhere on Ebisu's person and rigged it to play anything Konohamaru and Akari said into the mic in Ebisu's voice, making it seem as though the Jonin was the one saying them and insulted the women through the device. Heh, I knew it, pay up Sasuke, Naruto said, as the grumbling Uchiha handed him a roll of cash. Before they came back into the village, they had had a little bet that the 2 little jokesters would be right in the middle of one of their pranks when they got back to the village. Itachi laughed and said to Sasuke, You should know, little brother, that Naruto's luck happens to be the exact opposite of Tsunade's. She never wins a bet, not unless something bad is going to happen. That method of predicting catastrophes has never yet failed, the most famous example happening to be about 12 years ago. Oh really, what happened? Zabuza asked with interest. She bought a lottery ticket, same old, but the difference was that this time she had won the jackpot. Next day, we have ourselves an oversized 9-tailed feral fox tearing apart our village. I resent that, Kurama grumbled sleepily. I wonder if we should prepare for something similar if Naruto ever loses a bet, if it's the opposite of the legendary suckers, Haku mused with a chuckle, earning a nod from Itachi and a few giggles from Hinata. What if I actually lose a bet against Tsunade herself? Naruto wondered aloud, causing Itachi to pale drastically as he imagined the horrors that would come of that. As soon as our two guests and I are finished meeting with the Hokage, I am going to go home to recover from that terrifying thought, Itachi said as he headed to the Hokage's tower, Zabuza and Haku in tow. The rest of Team Itachi could have sworn they heard their sensei muttering, "And write out my will." All three of them laughed at this, and Sasuke turned to Naruto and asked, Is it too late to retract those other two bets we had? Yes, Naruto said immediately, causing Sasuke to shed anime tears. I see, Minato said to Itachi as the report was finished. Very well, Zabuza Momochi, for the next 2 months, I am going to have you watched, and you will be restricted to D-rank missions during that period. Should you pass the interrogation, and your probation period fail to turn up any problems, consider yourself a fully commissioned elite jonin of the Hidden Leaf Village. Hakuyuki, you will also be put on a probation period, though since you have had no official shinobi training, we will give you no missions until we are able to put you in a team of genin. I am aware that you are already Chunin level at the least, however we do have rules to maintain. Fortunately, the Chunin exams should be over and done with after a couple of months, and with luck, we will have enough in the way of promotions and others not making Chunin to put you on a 3-cell team. I understand, Hokage-sama, Haku said respectfully while Zabuza just grunted. All right then, let me just finish your probation forms and you can go. With that, Minato made 2 shadow clones to take care of said forms. Wait, Zabuza said, his mouth open under his bandages. You use clones to do paperwork? Yeah, why are you interested? I did not think that you ever had to do much, if any of it. Well, no, but Yugura did, and I was the one who had to listen to all of his complaints all of the time. To think, I learned the secret that could have shut him all these years too late. Yeah, I sometimes wish that old Hiruzen was still around, if only so I could rub it in his face. Hey Haku, how was the meeting with my old man? Naruto asked as he slurped at his ramen. It had taken a bit, but Haku had found Naruto and his teammates at the ramen stand called the Chirakas after getting directions from a villager who said that Naruto could usually be found there. It was fine, though it seems like it is going to take a couple months before I can be instated as a genin, Haku replied as he sat down and placed his order. What do you mean? Sasuke asked. Haku started to give a quick explanation, but was interrupted by Kiba coming up behind him, wrapping an arm around his shoulders and saying, Well hey, beautiful, you come here often? Because if you do, I should eat here more. Hinata and Haku were both having a very hard time not bursting into laughter, while Sasuke groaned for some reason and started to dig in his pockets. With a perfectly straight face, Naruto said to Kiba, Why, I had no idea you were gay, dog breath. What the hell do you mean? Of course I'm not gay. Kiba declared indignantly. Oh really? Then why are you hitting on that guy you have your arm around? Naruto inquired, still barely managing to keep his face straight. 3, 2, 1. Wait, what? You mean this lady is a dude? Oh man. And with that, Naruto, Haku, and Hinata could no longer hold back and were roaring with laughter at Kiba as he went into the fetal position, Akamaru whining with embarrassment at his owner, while Sasuke finally found another wad of cash and handed it over to Naruto. No way, I am so ruined. I am going to be known as the village's gay boy for the rest of my life. Sakura, who had arrived with Kiba and her other teammate Shino, was laughing as well. That's what you get for hitting on every pretty thing you see, dog boy. It was only a matter of time before you came to regret it, though this was not what I had been expecting. That never gets old, Haku gasped as he finally sobered a little. Wait, did Sakura cut her hair? Sasuke thought, looking in confusion at said Kunoichi. I thought that ever since Naruto thought it would be funny to start that rumor, she would not let a single strand fall without crying about it. Come to think of it, she hasn't gone fangirl on me yet. A little after that, Naruto and Hinata were the only ones left at the stand, Sasuke having just left, wanting to make sure he still had enough cash to pay Naruto for when the blonde won their last bet laying around. Naruto was on his last bowl when Hinata said, You know Naruto-kun, it would be nice of you to let Sasuke off the hook for that last bet since you almost made him broke. Yeah, it would be, but that would be no fun, Naruto said. True, but you still should do it, unless maybe you want me to tell my father about what happened at the end of our first day on that mission. She replied with a deceivingly sweet smile. It took Naruto about 3 seconds before he paled and sweat profusely as he remembered slapping her. You wouldn't. Oh, I would. Sasuke is our teammate after all, and I would feel guilty if I let you keep taking his money like that. Alright, I suppose it is too easy. Please don't tell your father about that. Who knows what he would do to me. Oh, and just what were you not going to tell me? A voice asked behind them, causing them both to pale to a level that it would be insulting to call white and whip around. Sure enough, right behind them, there was Hayashi with a very scary look in his eye. Well? Is there something I should know? Well. Hinata started as she and Naruto tried frantically to come up with something before they were surprised by Hayashi breaking out into a grin and disappearing into a puff of smoke to be replaced by Sasuke, who was laughing his ass off. Oh man, the looks on your faces, I totally had you. He cackled. Apparently he had come back, having forgotten his lighter wallet and overheard Hinata's threat and decided to have some fun with them. Both Hinata and Naruto stared at him for a second before they also started to laugh. That was way too good, Sasuke, Naruto choked out. You scared me shitless there. Yeah, well, consider it payback for the money you took from me. Sasuke chuckled before he was sobered by the evil grin of Naruto's that was very unnerving. Sasuke, you have no idea just what horrible game you have just committed yourself to. Welcome to the world of petty revenge pranks. Sasuke went white as he considered the war zone that was soon to come to Konoha. I'm going home to write my will, he said as he left. Naruto and Hinata laughed at him before Naruto asked, you are not gonna try to stop me, are ya? Who's stopping you? Hinata asked with a grin that scared Naruto a little. I'm with you. He should know better than to scare me like that. Whatever you plan to do to him, count me in. Inoki, the sandamed Tsuchikage of Iwagakure, frowned at the reports in front of him, and the one that Setsu, a member of the organization that the Hidden Earth Village had employed, had given him. All of them dealt with the battle strength of Konohagakure due to recent developments that caused said battle strength to increase. First off, there was Zabuza Momochi and that apprentice with the bloodline thought extinct. Somehow, the Hidden Leaf Village had persuaded the former member of the ninja swordsmen to join them, along with said apprentice. That was not a good development for IWA. Then there were the two Uchiha brats that somehow awakened their Mangekyo Sharingans. Inoki knew firsthand just how powerful those ocular abilities were, having faced Madara so long ago. Now, with two of them. The old fence-sitter was starting to worry there. Finally, there was the Namikaze brat. If what Setsu was telling him was accurate, the son of the Yellow Flash had already not only mastered both of his father's techniques, the Hiraishin and the Rasengan, but actually completed the latter. And then the boy had actually improved the completed version. Add that to the fact that he already had at least some level of control already over the Kyuubi's chakra, and that brat was no doubt already a threat on the same level as his cursed father, who had almost single-handedly defeated IWA in the last war. The only nation that could hope to hold its own against the Hidden Leaf anymore was Kumogakure, and that was mainly because they had two Jinchuriki that had full control over their tenants. Konoha was becoming far too big a threat to the other nations, and there was still bad blood between them and IWA. Something had to be done, and soon. Inoki looked at Setsu and handed the mercenary his due. Tell me, is the Akatsuki still doing business with that snake, Orochimaru? On an underground level, yes, Black Setsu replied. Give him a message for me. Tell him that I want Iwagakure in on his plans to invade Konohagakure. Chapter 12. Preparing for the exams. All went according to plan, Obito-sama, Setsu stated to his leader. The old fool who calls himself our employer totally took the bait we laid out so well. With all of those careful hints that we worked with Orochimaru and that he had an invasion plan against Konoha, as well as our subtle implying that Konoha still bore a grudge and was planning on further hostilities. It was not long before the old coot was jumping at the opportunity to erase the threat to his village, and he thinks that it is his idea. Well, not jumping, his back is not up for that sort of thing. Well done, Obito stated. It seems as though our continued partnership with Orochimaru has borne some fruit. Soon, we will have crushed the Hidden Leaf, and there will be 4 Jinchuriki in one place, right for the taking. It is so good when a plan comes together. Alright, now that the exams are rolling around, we need to figure out just what to do about a certain snake, Felix was saying to Naruto in his mindscape. The only others present were Celia and Kurama. Not only that, but now that we know that, Genshukoyatsuri or no, but we also have to worry about other shady characters from the Elder Dimension. The fact that some of those people are here was pretty much confirmed by Naruto's report, and we can safely assume that they have designs on the tailed beasts, and that they are working with the Akatsuki. So the more immediate problem is Orochimaru, Naruto said. How do we keep him from giving Sasuke one of those curse marks this time around, now that Erosen Spy Network has confirmed for us that his goals are pretty much going to be the same as last time? They had recently let Jiraiya in on the loop on the time travel, but on the exact same basis that Minato and Kushina were on, need to know only. They asked him to look into the invasion plans and found out that Orochimaru was still planning on it this time around, and Sasuke was his target once more. They also managed to persuade the Toad Sannin to keep his mouth shut about it so they could handle things without Minato having anything done that could mess up the future. They would eventually tell the Hokage, but only when the trap was good and set, and they needed him to play his part. The spies also picked something up that Felix knew that he was going to have to take care of. About that, Naruto, Felix said. I am thinking that we are going to let Orochimaru give Sasuke the seal again. What? Why the hell are we going to do that? We need to avoid making the snake too suspicious, or he may see the trap. We let him give Sasuke the seal, and we let him get overconfident, helping us reel him in. The invasion is our best shot of taking him out. Not only that, but we can deal with the curse seal, thanks to Celia here. She raised her hand in recognition of the praise. She can either remove the seal, or tweak it so it doesn't screw with his mind or have any other negative side effects, while still giving him the power it has. So we not only not have to worry about the seal, but we hopefully help give Sasuke the strength to fight off the guy who's trying to make him go emo Avenger again. Hopefully before the complete pulse imprint jutsu can be used on him. I hate it when you are right like that. Funny, I would think that you would be used to that by now. But now we need to discuss the Elder Dimension's new player. Since there is only one person from our realm confirmed, the Elder Dimension is only going to send one person specifically to back us up in this. Yeah, I get the procedure by now. He or she should be selected and sent within a week, so we will talk again about our plans then. In the meantime, Naruto, I suggest you work on safely using that solid raisin shuriken of yours. Kurama growled. It is your best chance of defeating that Kuroko man again. You should also make sure your teammates get stronger as well. I still can't believe that you managed to pull a 2-element Rasengan before I did. I'm still having problems forming one of my own, Felix grumbled. Me, who is supposed to be a master of the 5 elements. At least I can still lay claim to being the only one who can possibly do a 5-element one. No one else but one of my clan members can use all 5. No one else, yeah, Naruto grinned, thinking about his future project. Once he got Sasuke and Hinata up to a decent level. So this AOS room is for sparring and training on a mental level, huh? Sasuke asked as he and Itachi were led into the room by Felix and Naruto. And all physical damage is erased? Yep, Felix said proudly. You too can practice with those enhanced eye of yours without losing any of your vision, so you can learn about your techniques and abilities, allowing you to get maximum effect right off the bat in real battles rather than have to lose some of your vision as you learn. You can also go all out in a spar with no risk of killing one another. Minato and I have gone at it several times already, but he has not managed to beat me yet, although he has been getting close. He even convinced Naruto to bet for him just yesterday, and I still pummeled him. I think I am going to go put the village on high alert right now, since Naruto lost the bet, Itachi deadpanned. Wait, you beat Naruto's dad? On a regular basis? Sasuke asked disbelievingly. Yep, and let me tell you, that guy is really strong if he can keep me on my toes all the time. And about the crisis that Naruto's luck predicted for us, Jiraiya's spy network picked it up for us, and we took care of it. Felix looked seriously at Itachi, who got the message about the invasion still being on this time around. Alright then, let's get to training, Naruto declared. I cannot wait to kick Sasuke's butt all over the place. Oh yeah right, like you could beat me, Sasuke retorted. Hey, Hinata, Naruto said as he walked up to her, grinning like a fool, having repeatedly beaten Sasuke in the AOS room. No matter what the young Uchiha tried, Naruto was always one step ahead. He was really starting to love the time travel thing that got him a head start this time around, and he was also improving the solid Raisin Shuriken. He could throw it now, although it required a balance of both Sage Chakra and some of Kurama's. He was still trying to get it to work on just one or the other, but at least it was practical now, even if the chakra requirements were heavy. Why yes, and Naruto-kun? Hinata asked nervously. Listen, Itachi-sensei is thinking about recommending us for the upcoming Chunin exams that start in about a month, and I want to make sure you are ready for it. You got some time to train, one-on-one? It was about a week later when Naruto was approached by Felix, Celia, and 2 other people. I thought you guys said that the Elder Dimension was only sending one guy, Naruto said as he was filling some water balloons at the stream, which Felix guessed was for some sort of prank. That's just their opinion, one of the men said in a somewhat reserved tone. His build was slight and he was a little shorter than average. He wore a rather simple garb, a white shirt with short sleeves and a low neckline, and dark blue slacks. His blonde hair was almost so short as to be bald, and his green eyes gave the same reserved air as his tone. Many fools who write the laws consider my partner a simple tool. I am Zachary Shikakyo, Death Border, and I am Boris Higo, my friend's personal revenant, the man's companion said. Unlike Zachary, Boris towered at nearly 7 feet, though he wore similar clothing. His build was also pretty heavily muscled, and he had his red hair tied in a ponytail, and his blue eyes had a rather soft look to them. He had a large black double-bladed axe strapped across his back, the blades both put together having a little more size than Zabuza's blade. What's a revenant? Naruto asked. Someone who is suspended in a limbo between life and death itself, Celia answered. The Shikakyo clan is one of the most feared and avoided because they have powers over death. This allows them to reanimate corpses, summon spirits of the dead, and even completely resurrect the recently dead. A revenant is someone who is put in a death-like slumber before having their hearts surgically removed to be replaced by a stone infused with a Shikakyo's chakra. This keeps them from aging or dying, though they are not quite alive anymore. Boris here was one of Zachary's few friends growing up before he contracted a fatal illness that even the medicines of the elder dimension could not cure. This led to Zachary choosing to make him a revenant. That's a little creepy, Naruto said. A lot of people have the same reaction, Boris said with a sigh. But I can assure you that the Shikakyo do not use their abilities lightly, never forcing the spirits of the dead to fight against their will, or using the bodies of the dead without permission of the deceased. And though they know the Edo Tensei jutsu, they do not use it unless they have a revenant as a temporary sacrifice, because that jutsu does not kill a revenant if they are used for the process. Although I have heard that it is still rather uncomfortable, we can still feel pain. Huh, so you have free will and everything? Of course. I could even kill Zachary if I ever wanted to, though that would result in my own death. Not that I ever would. He is one of the few people who treat me like a human being, some of the others being Felix and Celia. Not many people are comfortable around people with my condition. I know how that feels. So, what does it take to kill a revenant? There are 4 methods that would do the trick. 1 is to burn said revenant to cinders. 2 is to either remove or completely destroy the stone in our chests. Just breaking it won't work, it just mends itself. 3 is to inflict what would be a fatal injury on our removed hearts, which the Shikakyo who keeps us in this state keeps stored in a sealed box with him. 4 is as simple as killing the Shikakyo, because once the chakra that they provide throughout their lives stops, so does the jutsu. That means I will still have a normal human lifespan, except for the fact I will live every day in my prime. I believe that is enough for introductions, Boris, Zachary said. Felix, am I correct in assuming that we have a place to stay at your home here? Yes, of course, Felix replied. Do you want me to? No, that is fine, I already know where to find it. Boris and I will meet with the Yondaime Hokage later. With that, he and Boris left, the latter apologizing for Zachary's somewhat short attitude. The Shikakyo clan was a lot like the Aburame in the fact that people avoided them because their powers made people quite uncomfortable, to say the very least. This made Zachary a naturally quiet person, not one for socialization, much like Shino. Anyway, Naruto, I am going to be gone until the start of the exams on that diplomatic mission I mentioned before. Celia will help take care of your friend from Sand when he arrives, so you won't have to worry about not having a pulse imprint jutsu user while I am gone, Felix said to Naruto. And I will just be going now, before I somehow get involved in your prank, Naruto, Celia deadpanned as she looked at the water balloons the blonde had gone back to preparing. What prank? Naruto asked with a grin. A couple of weeks later, Felix was sneaking around several IWA guards, really cursing old man Inoki's paranoia. Ever since Jiraiya's spy network had uncovered the fence-sitter's intent, the Ashuria had been trying to think of a way to keep things from getting out of hand. The best he could come up with was to restore the man's memories of the future, though Felix was really wishing he did not have to. The more people he restored the memories of, the more he would have to worry about things changing, and not to their advantage. Fortunately, he knew that Inoki was at least somewhat level-headed, despite his worries against Konoha, and would hopefully try to keep things as close as possible to the original timeline. It would also be good to have another Kage in the loop to change things once other nations got involved in the battle against the Akatsuki. Felix just hoped that things did not get too complicated. Eventually, he made it to the Tsuchikage's building and slipped past the guards. While Felix generally preferred to settle things in straight-up fights, his stealth was also first class. He was finally able to slip into the old man's office while the geezer was taking a nap at his desk, large stacks of paper on either side of his head. Felix thanked his luck that he would be able to do things without a scuffle, and put a few privacy seals on the door, as well as entering sage mode to skin for any unwanted guests Zetsu cough, before walking up to the old man and grabbed his forehead. What dash? Inoki started as he woke. Pulse imprint jutsu. So what do you want me to do? The Sandaime Tsuchikage asked about an hour later. It's too late for me to back out of the invasion at this point. I'm not asking you to. What I want is for you to double-cross the old snake. We plan on taking him out this time. At this point, he'll cause way too much trouble otherwise. Your support will help with the rout. We already plan on turning sand against sound as well by tipping them off that Orochimaru killed their Kazekage on the day of the invasion, and having their commanders order their troops to fight the sound ninja instead of the leaf. If all goes according to plan, this endeavor should lead to a completely one-sided battle and cure many of our headaches at once. I hear you. I did not like the idea of working with that snake either, but I was fool enough to think I had to get rid of the Leaf Village. Very well, I will go along with the invasion at first, but at the last minute, Iwa's troops will get their new orders, and this way, you also have the added benefit of reducing some of that bad blood between stone and leaf. Once the invasion is dealt with, you can likely sign a new treaty with them, so you won't have to worry about stone being a target of the leaf later. Another one less headache for you to deal with. Now if I could just figure out a way to defeat my worst enemy, I could relax a little. Worst enemy? Wordlessly, Inoki gestured to the piles of paper at his desk, causing Felix to face fault. Are you kidding me? Is figuring out that using shadow clones is the solution really that hard? Inoki did a very convincing impersonation of a fish before proceeding to give himself a concussion by banging his head against his desk, saying stupid with each impact. Anyhow, Felix continued as Inoki massaged the bruise. Now that we are done with our planning against Orochimaru, I need to tell you the do's and don'ts of this whole time travel thing. Well, you completed the second step already, Naruto was telling Hinata proudly as they walked through the village. Now we just need not this again. They turned around to find the usual square rock following them. Alright, come out please, Konohamaru, Hinata said while she face-palmed and sweat dropped. Honestly, you four, do you never learn that we never fall for, huh? Cords? Indeed, as Naruto had noticed there were 2 wire cords pulling the box along. Naruto and Hinata whipped around to find where the cords led, to spot Udan and Moegi coming from behind trash cans, each of them having a cord, having hidden in front of Naruto and Hinata and pulled the box into scooting behind them. Just as Naruto and Hinata were realizing that they were being had, an icy deluge of water with a few live fish in it rained down on their heads, thoroughly soaking and chilling them. I told ya it would work, Konohamaru. Akari gleefully told the boy from the roof they had been stationed on top of, and they slapped a high five while Konohamaru tossed the now empty bucket down, and it landed open end first on Naruto's head. Both teens were twitching rampantly as Naruto pulled the bucket off of his head and a fish flopped off of Hinata's head. I only have 2 words for the 4 of you, Naruto said in a spooky manner, scaring the heavily laughing kids. Run. Fast. Crap. Konohamaru, Akari, Udan and Moegi said in unison. Seriously Temari, you'd think a village this big would have a few signposts, Kankuro was telling his older sibling. It's not their fault that you are so easily lost and confused and refuse to ask for directions, Temari deadpanned. Boys, Kankuro was about to retort as they turned a corner, when they heard a lot of yelling getting closer to them at a very fast rate. Come back here so we can kill you, you're the one who told us to run in the fur OECH. Akari cried as she slammed right into Kankuro, and bounced backwards, landing painfully on her butt. Of course, she was not hurting nearly as much as Kankuro was, because her forehead had collided with his crotch. Damn it. Kankuro grumbled, shivering in pain on his knees and clutching his soft spot while Temari was laughing her ass off at her brother's misfortune. That hurt, you little witch. He snarled as he rose, grabbed Akari's shirt, and hoisted her up so she was eye level with him. Big mistake. With the exact same expression as Kushina gets when she's ticked, she reached forward, grabbed Kankuro's nose and twisted very quickly. Aergrig. Now Temari literally had to lean against the side of a building for support, failing to use her lungs for efficient oxygen intake, when Kankuro hastily dropped Bloody Habanero Jr. What's the matter, little bro, can't handle a little girl? She wheezed. Shut up, Temari, Kankuro growled. Well, that is what you get for messing with my little sis, she's like a mini version of Ma, Naruto chuckled as he and Hinata arrived, the latter still glaring angrily at the 4 kids. You mean that the little she-devil is your sister? Kankuro demanded. What's the big idea with her attacking me like that? It was an accident. Akari protested. Hey, why don't you tell that well-hidden friend of yours to come down? Naruto asked. The one with the kanji for love on his forehead? Kankuro and Temari whipped around to see Gaara jump down from the branch of the tree he had concealed himself in and look at Naruto with mild interest. I take it that since you guys are from Sand, you are here for the Chunin exams? You are correct, Gaara said to Naruto. I am Gaara of the Sand, and my 2 companions are my siblings, Temari and Kankuro. My name is Naruto Namikaze, and this is my teammate Hinata, and the red-headed she-devil is my sis Akari. The other 3 are Udan, Moegi and Konohamaru Saratobi. Namikaze. You're related to the Yondaime? Temari asked while Kankuro paled as he realized just who he had come so dangerously close to pissing off. Yeah, but I don't let it go to my head. And Naruto-kun, Hinata whispered into the blonde's ear. That boy Gaara. Do you see the look in his eyes? Naruto nodded as he realized that Hinata recognized the pain that was in Gaara's heart, hidden under the somewhat careless look he was giving now. Hey, how about we get some ramen and get better acquainted? My treat. Very well, we accept, Gaara stated flatly, and Temari and Kankuro nervously nodded. On the way to the stand, they ran into Haku and Sasuke and the former asked, Hello Naruto-san, new friends? Sort of, Naruto grinned. Well, hi, hot stuff, care to join us for lunch? Kankuro asked Haku, earning loud snorts from everyone who knew Haku was a boy. Sorry, I happen to be straight. What? Despite my appearance, I am a boy. Huh. Now everyone except for Kankuro and Gaara were laughing, and even the latter seemed to be struggling against a smirk. The former meanwhile was reacting in a similar manner to Kiba. Wow, you are never going to live this down, Tamari sniggered. You were already considered to be gay by most of your friends, because of that makeup, when they learned that you actually flirted with a boy. It's not makeup, it's war paint. After the embarrassing scene, Naruto, Hinata, Akari and the three siblings from Sand arrived at Isaraku's, a mortified Kankuro still shedding anime tears. Sasuke, Haku and the rest of Konohamaru's gang went their separate ways. Hey Tucci, Akari and I are here with friends, so get busy. Naruto shouted. Money. Tucci shouted in glee as he dashed into the kitchen. Once they had all placed their orders, Naruto sat next to Gaara and slipped a piece of paper into the redhead's pocket. The boy frowned but did not say anything. The rest of the afternoon was spent with Temari and Kankuro watching in sheer amazement at the volume of ramen Naruto and Akari downed, and they seemed to be competing. If these two are regular customers? Kankuro asked thoughtfully. How is this guy not rich enough to start a whole string of these stands? He should too, this is good stuff. Do you think he will come? Celia asked Naruto as the blonde arrived in the clearing. He should. I did pretty much tell him all about knowing the fact that he has Shikaka sealed inside him with that note, as well as about the fuzz but inside of me. I told you to stop calling me that, you little turd. I will when I stop calling Jiraiya Erosenin, Naruto sniggered as Kurama groaned as he recognized just how far off that day was. Anyway, he is not the type to blab this sort of stuff. So with that, the two waited. It was not long before Gaara came into the clearing. I came as you asked Namikaze, so tell me, how is it you have gotten people to accept you? Celia here can put that information directly into your mind, but you are going to have to let her touch your forehead. Naruto replied. And before you ask, no, this is not some elaborate scheme to take you out of the exams. If it was, I could have just tried to poison that ramen at the stand. Gaara frowned and moved to Celia. Try anything and I will kill you, he threatened. I have heard similar things before, she replied before she put her hand on Gaara's head. Pulse imprint jutsu. Gaara's features tightened in discomfort, but he took the pain. Once the process was over, he glared up at Naruto and Celia, and before they even knew it, they were caught in his sand. Give me one good reason why I should not kill you two now. Because I can tweak your seal for you, so you can actually sleep without that creature that pretends to be your mother's spirit taking you over, and you'll be able to control that bloodlust of yours, even on the full moon, Celia replied without the slightest hint of fear. Because that is no way to greet an old friend, now is it, Gaara? Naruto grinned. Gaara sighed as he released the two. Welcome back, Godame Kazekage. It is good to be back. After a brief explanation of what had occurred, and what they were planning for the future, Gaara nodded. I see, so we are going to eliminate Orochimaru this time around when he attacks. Just one question. What are we going to do about my father? I have an idea about that, Naruto replied. We have a new ally who can heal and revive the recently dead, so if we let the start of things go down the same way as before, we should be able to still lure the snake into our trap while still allowing us to save your father. Thank you? He may have done some cruel things to me in the past, but I understand his reasons, and have already forgiven him. Okay then, just let me fix your seal for you, Celia stated as she undid her headband. Brace yourself, Gaara, Naruto said with a shiver. It's a little uncomfortable to have her look at you with that extra eye of hers. What do I see? Gaara said as said eye was opened. Lift your shirt please so I can see your seal, Celia requested. Gaara complied and she stated, wow. Sloppy, sloppy, sloppy. This was very poorly done. The seal does give you almost full access to the Ichibi's power, but it also gives him complete access to your mind, and that is a bad trade-off if you asked me. Alright, hold still so I can fix this. A few minutes later, Gaara was rubbing his gut in some discomfort. There you go, you should have your mind to yourself now. Unless you initiate a conversation, Shikaka won't be bugging you for a while. Thank you, Gaara said. It was 3 days later when Felix returned and told Naruto his mission was a success. Coincidentally, that was the same day the exams were supposed to start. Just in time, Felix, Naruto grinned. Good luck in there, Naruto, Felix said. Your teammates should already be in the building. Sure enough, the blonde did find Sasuke and Hinata waiting for him. Hey Naruto, you notice yet? Sasuke asked, pointing to the block that had the room number on it. Yeah, I did. Let's go to the real room then. On the way, they spotted a familiar face. Hey Zabuza, what are you doing here? Naruto asked. What do you think? Zabuza replied. Since I am still stuck with low-ranked missions, I am stuck with being an exam proctor right now. Don't think I'll be going easy on you, wouldn't dream of it. With that, they entered the exam room, soon to be followed by all of the other genin. Things were a little uneventful after that. With the exception of meeting Kabuto again, it took a lot of self-control on Naruto's part not to kill the spy then and there. Then the confrontation with the 3-sound ninja happened all over again. As Kabuto was busy emptying his lunch, a voice out of nowhere shouted, "Quiet down, you worthless brats." And Ibiki, Zabuza, and the other proctors appeared in the room. Chapter 13. Confrontation in the Forest. Naruto, Sasuke, and Hinata took seats far apart from each other, as per the instructions of the proctors. Ibiki began to explain the rules of the exam. A/N, sorry, but I am too lazy to describe these events in detail. It is, and I quote, too troublesome. Besides, I am sure you people are eager for the Forest of Death part. The hour time limit began, and Naruto was quite unconcerned. The questions were mostly complex things that he did not think were very important. I mean, who freaking cares what the exact velocity and angles of shuriken are in an actual battle? You don't calculate that stuff, you do it on instinct, for Kami's sake. Even so, Naruto was actually able to answer a couple of questions this time on his own, and he decided to get the rest the way the proctors wanted. "May I use the restroom, please?" he asked with his hand in the air after the first 10 minutes of the exam. "Very well, I shall have a proctor escort you," Ibiki stated, and Zabuza immediately stepped forward with a pair of handcuffs and rope attached. Once they were on Naruto, the two left the room and took the next door on the left. "Just what sort of trick are you planning, Naruto?" Zabuza asked. "A magic trick," Naruto said before pointing to his mouth. "I consume stuff up here, and it comes out." "Never mind." "Wise ass," the swordsman muttered as Naruto entered the stall. Despite the cuffs, Naruto was able to discreetly form 2 clones without too much trouble, and they quickly transformed into little orange ladybugs with an eye on each wing, one of them closed to make an impression of a wink. After a moment, they had hidden themselves within his sleeves, and Naruto left the stall. Once they were back in the exam room, Naruto sat back down after reminding Zabuza to remove the cuffs, which he seemingly forgot. Once that was done, he let the bugs out of his sleeves under the table, and they made an erratic path to Hinata and Sasuke. Hinata was still in the middle of copying answers down, having the use of her Byakugan to see all papers in the room. Then she spotted a strange insect making its way to her. She noticed the orange color, and that the wings seemed to have a winking design on them. She smiled a little, having guessed what Naruto was up to. Sasuke meanwhile was using his Sharingan to copy the movements of a Chunin hopeful that seemed to know what he was doing. He felt a little movement on his hand and upon looking at the orange insect crawling on it, understood immediately. After about 20 more minutes, the transformed clones dispelled, their memories going back to Naruto. He wrote down the rest of the answers at a record pace. It was finally 45 minutes into the exam when Ibiki called their attention and explained the rules of the 10th question. When he said that it was a choice between rejecting the question and immediately failing or accepting it, and if they got it wrong, would be banned from ever taking the exams again, the reaction was the same as last time. Naturally, many genin backed out, same as last time. When there were 78 people left, Naruto decided to make the exact same speech as last time as well. They had to keep things the same as possible after all. Upon realizing that no one else was going to quit, Ibiki declared that the first part of the exams was over and they had all passed. He proceeded to explain that the first 9 questions were merely a test of information gathering. The 10th question was just a way of asking whether the candidates for Chunin were willing to take the plunge into the unknown, as would be expected of a Chunin on certain missions. Finally, Anko made her dramatic entrance, by breaking through the window and pinning a banner up behind her with kunai. "What up, maggots?" she shouted at all of them. "Now that you all passed the first part of the exams, I will be your proctor for the second part of it, so let's go." "What? 78 of you? You must be slipping a little, Ibiki, if you let this many people pass." "They all do have potential, Anko," the man replied. "I see, but I am just going to have to reduce their ranks by at least half before the end of the next exam." With that, she led them to the training grounds known as the Forest of Death. Just as she declared that she was going to tell them why they were called that, she developed a tick mark as Naruto yawned, and threw a kunai at him, nicking his cheek before she came up next to him and started to lick the blood that came from the cut, right before a certain grass genin came up behind her and gave her the kunai back, with her tongue. "Yep, that's Orochimaru all right. I still can't believe that I am going to let him give Sasuke that stupid mark again," Naruto grumbled mentally. Afterwards, Anko gave the teams all of the forms required and explained that the goal of the second exam was to get 2 scrolls, one of earth and one of heaven, and bring them to the tower in the center of the forest, with the requirements of it being done within 5 days, all 3 teammates still being alive, and no one opening the scrolls until they were at the tower. Since there were 26 teams, There would be 13 of each scroll, and each team would start with one scroll before being let into the forest at different gates. It was finally time to enter the forest, and Naruto, Sasuke, and Hinata were quick to dash into their segment. They were discussing a few tactics when Naruto recognized the same spot as before and said he needed to take a leak and headed off into the bushes, Sasuke muttering something about having too much to drink before the exams. While Hinata was fighting a temptation, Naruto smirked as he pretended to do his business and whipped around with no warning, pulling a kunai and having the aim genin at his mercy. Said genin was cursing his luck as Naruto tied him up and rummaged around the guy's pouch, and lo and behold, there was an earth scroll, the one they needed. Some small detail must have changed which scroll the Amigekure team got this time around, to the delight of the young Namikes. "Hey, I bagged us a prisoner already," Naruto declared as he came out of the bushes, dragging the guy along with him. And guess what luck would have him have? He brandished the scroll with one of his trademark grins on his faces. "Nice work, Naruto," Sasuke replied. "It's about damn time your luck was used for something other than evil. Though you could have saved some of the fun for us." "Eh? What fun? This guy was way too easy. Anyway, I will carry the scrolls since I'm the one who acquired our second one." "Alright, fine. Let's get to the tower so we don't have to fight anyone else until the next part of the exams." "Good idea," Hinata replied. "Yeah, I second that," Naruto agreed. "If we move out now and fast, we can probably beat the ones who head straight for the tower to set traps to the place." Temari and Kankuro were seriously confused right now, as they made their way through the forest, their youngest sibling leading the way. "Kankuro, do you think that Gaara has been acting a little odd lately?" Temari asked. "Yeah, I mean he has not threatened to kill us more than once or twice over the past few days," Kankuro replied. "It's like the world is coming to an end all of a sudden." "I can hear you both, Gaara stated, scaring the crap out of his two siblings. "If you do not enjoy the way I am acting, I could always," he continued as the cork in his gorge shivered a little. No. We love the new you." Both the older siblings almost screamed in a panic. Gaara chuckled mentally. Ever since he had gotten his memories back, he had been playing small jokes on both of his siblings. He was going to enjoy scaring them a little over the upcoming weeks. Darn the luck, Kiba cursed. Why couldn't have those morons have had an earth scroll? "Well, we can still use the surplus one if we need to barter our way out of a situation," Sakura sighed. Teammate had managed to trap another team in one of their little traps using leeches. "Yeah, but..." "Hey," Kiba sniffed the air as he came to a stop. "There are 6 cents over in that direction. I think we should check it out." "I concur," Shino stated. "If there are 2 teams, possibly about to fight, the odds are good for them having the scroll we need. Not only that, but if they did fight each other, we have the opportunity to take advantage of the winning group being weakened." "Well, let's not just stand here and talk about it. Let's go," Sakura replied, and they quickly went towards the direction Kiba had found the sense in. Upon arriving and spotting the 6 people facing off, they quickly hid in the bushes. And they watched in fear as Gaara fought the 3 ninja from the hidden rain village. "That's not possible," the lead ninja of the team shouted in denial, staring at the shield of sand that kept the needles of his attack from harming Gaara. "Those needles are capable of penetrating 5 millimeters of steel. It's just your rotten luck you had to go up against Gaara," Kankuro said smugly. "You guys are dead meat." The leader of the Amigekure team charged, only for sand to wind around his ankles, and before long, all but his face was covered in binding sand. Gaara proceeded to bind the other 2 in the same manner. "Which scroll do you have?" the young Jinchuriki demanded, to the surprise of his 2 teammates, who were expecting him to just kill the 3 ninja right off the bat. "Earth." One of the shorter ones confessed in a panic. "Darn, that's the same one we have," Temari muttered. "We should take it anyway. It will mean one less team will have a shot at passing." "If you value your lives then," Gaara stated as his sand wrapped a fallen tree branch and crushed it into splinters. It did not take the 3 long to get the message, and they hastily nodded. Gaara released them from the sand coffins, though he left an ample amount around their necks as insurance. The shortest on immediately handed the scroll over, and Gaara removed that sand as well. "Leave," the boy immediately told them. Once they were gone, Kankuro and Temari stared at Gaara in shock. Before they could inquire, however, Gaara turned to a few bushes and said, "You 3, hiding in the bushes, you should come out now, or else you won't escape my sand." Reluctantly, Team 8 emerged with their hands raised to show that they would not attempt to fight. "Which scroll do you 3 have?" Gaara asked. "We happen to have 2 heaven scrolls," Sakura replied fearfully. "If that is the case, then that means between our 2 teams, all 6 of us should pass. I propose we trade a single heaven and earth scroll and head to the tower as a group." After Gaara said this, Kankuro and Temari were doing the most realistic fish impressions anyone would ever see. If they had not just seen Gaara use his sand, Temari would have been certain they had an imposter in their midst, and Kankuro was busy trying to dispel whatever genjutsu he thought he was in. That sounds quite reasonable, Shino said as he tossed one of the heaven scrolls to Gaara, and the latter delivered the surplus earth scroll with his sand. Then let's get going. Just keep running, Hinata. Naruto will be fine. Sasuke was shouting. On the way to the tower, they had been ambushed by a grass genin, who had assaulted the team with a powerful wind jutsu that had blown an off-guard Naruto away. It became clear to Sasuke shortly afterwards that the genin was on a level way beyond them. Of all the times to not be able to use Mangekyo Sharingan, he cursed in his head. Flashback. Sasuke, once the exams start, you may well be tempted to show off all of your abilities, the woman known as Celia was telling the boy. I don't need to tell you that this is not a wise course of action to take. That is why your brother has asked me to place a seal on your eyes for the duration so that you cannot use Mangekyo Sharingan to remove the temptation. What? Why? Sasuke demanded as he contemplated going against other people taking the exams without his greatest weapon. Because you should stand a good chance already against other teams taking the exams. Mangekyo Sharingan is a very dangerous power, one that will more than likely kill your enemies without you meaning to, and its use brings blindness, as you already know. Plus, the exams, while important, are not the sort of thing you should use this ocular ability to get through. Even if you are sure that you can resist the temptation, it is easy to end up thinking about using your strongest powers to expedite a battle against a stronger foe, even if you could win without it. But what if I actually do get into a situation where I actually need it to survive? We have already thought of that. Naruto is progressing fast in Fuinjutsu, and we will be giving him the formula to remove the seal in case of emergency. TCH, fine, though I don't like it. End flashback. What Sasuke did not know was that the real reason, though the ones given were also good ones, were to make sure that he did not use it against Orochimaru. They still needed to make sure that he got the curse mark, and they also did not want to let Sasuke get unnecessarily closer to blindness. Letting him have access to Mangekyo Sharingan was too risky in the fact that it would give Sasuke a chance to fight the snake off, and there was also the fear of Orochimaru getting so interested in Sasuke that he would kidnap him right away. Sasuke quickly pulled Hinata into a hiding place and told her to keep quiet. He was still cursing his lack of Mangekyo, and the fact that the only one who could release the steel had to get himself blown away. He would not have noticed the snake about to bite him if Hinata had not shouted out a warning. Naruto stood next to the remains of the popped snake. Just as before, he let the summons eat him, before he spammed his clones inside the snake. End result was the same as before. He quickly sent a single clone to the location of his teammates. Sasuke watched in terror as the grass genin rose from the hide of the giant snake summons he had killed with a few well-placed shuriken. Well done so far, Sasuke, but you are not nearly good enough yet, she said. Not if you want to kill the man responsible for your clan's lost honor. What do you mean? Sasuke asked shakily. They were the ones who tried to start a coup, and its leader, my father, is already dead. But you see, that is only the end result. The catalyst was the betrayal of the man known as Madara Uchiha, when he fought against the Shodaime Hokage. This had led to mistrust of your clan from the village, which only increased when the Kyuubi attacked the village nearly 13 years ago, because Madara was the one controlling it. So Madara is the bastard who took away any respect the village had for the Uchiha. It is only natural that the clan could no longer take the blame, and decided on an uprising, though your father was in actuality spurred on by Madara, who was operating from the shadows again. Sasuke's eyes narrowed at this. Your brother may have been the one whose hands killed Fugaku, but Madara is the true reason he died. Do you not want revenge? If you were to kill the man and bring his head back to Konoha, that would bring the justice the village and your clan need for the waters between them to finally calm. But for that you need more power. Sasuke's hands tightened. The suffering the clan and the village had gone through was all the fault of a single Uchiha, and this grass genin was right about one thing. Madara did have to die for his crimes, and Sasuke would like nothing better than to be the one to do it. If not him, then at least another Uchiha, for it was their honor that Madara had been stepping on all this time. Don't listen to her, Sasuke. Naruto shouted as he landed next to his friend and comrade. Revenge is not the way to go, and besides I seriously doubt she would give you power to achieve it for free. Naruto-kun, thank heaven you are alright. Hinata cried. Good of you to show up, Dobe, Sasuke declared. Now could you? Sorry, Sasuke, I am just a clone, and I don't have the chakra to undo that seal, the clone stated. The original is in the middle of fighting one of these ladies' huge-ass snakes. I am going to dispel so he knows where we are and can come to help. Sorry, Sasuke, but that means you are going to have to fight her. You will last longer that way than exposing your back by running, and I don't want to have to find you again. So quit being a pansy. With that, the clone disappeared in a puff of smoke. Hinata, stay back, it's me she is after, Sasuke told her in a determined tone. He was not going to run away, not after what Naruto told him, but he did not want his other teammate getting hurt. But Sasuke-kun, Hinata protested, not wanting to abandon her comrade. Don't argue with me. I have to hold her off as long as I can, and I can't do that if I have to worry about you as well. With that, he ran at the grass genin, pulling out his sword and activating his 3-tomo Sharingan as he went. Immediately, the genin pulled out a kunai and engaged in a battle of blades. Initially, no ground was given, but as she raised her kunai to block another strike from Sasuke's sword, he smirked and channeled lightning chakra through it, giving the blade a keener edge that easily cut through the kunai. The genin quickly jumped back, but Sasuke still managed to graze her, giving her a long gash across the chest, though it was not deep enough to affect the outcome of the battle. Kukukukuku. Impressive, but you will have to do better than that, she chuckled and her tongue lashed out, knocking the sword from Sasuke's hand and wrapping around his neck. Using the freakish appendage, she lifted Sasuke off of his feet and started to strangle him. Chidori stream. He managed to cry out as the lightning chakra was quickly channeled through his body, giving the grass genin an extremely painful jolt, causing her to release him. Not giving her a chance to recover, he threw several shuriken and kunai at her, which she still managed to dodge, only to get caught in the wires he had attached to them, and she was slammed against a tree and bound to it. Sasuke immediately followed up by casting hand signs. Fire style, Dragon Flame Jutsu. The blast raced straight along the wires towards the trapped genin, and she screamed as she was caught in the blaze. Sasuke bent down and placed his hands on his knees, panting. Hinata came to check on him when they were both suddenly frozen by a genjutsu. Sasuke managed to turn his head to where the genin had broken from the wires, and to his horror, noticed that her face had crinkled and was peeling away at one corner to reveal another, paler face. Well, Sasuke, you did very well indeed, she said, and Sasuke noted with horror that her voice had changed to a male's, and he reached for his headband and rubbed it to reveal a Sound Village insignia. But it is here we must part ways. For now. I am Orochimaru. Sasuke's eyes widened as he recognized the name. I will see you again, Sasuke, when you seek me out for power. Now, before I leave, I will give you a parting gift. With those words, Orochimaru's neck suddenly elongated and his head went straight for Sasuke, who was still unable to move enough to escape. The snake Sanin's mouth latched onto Sasuke's neck, leaving 2 puncture marks, before he withdrew. Sasuke was screaming in pain at this point. Sasuke! Naruto shouted as he finally arrived, landing right next to his fellow teammates. He noted the mark forming on Sasuke's neck. Hinata, we've got to get him to the tower right now. Hinata nodded, pulled one of Sasuke's arms around her neck and rose. Naruto took the other arm and gave a final glance in the direction Orochimaru had gone. If looks could kill, the Jibi itself would have keeled over from the one Naruto was shooting at the retreating figure. Team 7 made it to the tower about an hour later, Sasuke having passed out on the way. They were lucky enough that no one else had come across them as they had fled. Upon arriving in the main lobby, Naruto quickly opened both scrolls and tossed them down. Itachi had appeared and after a brief explanation as to what had occurred, had Sasuke rushed to the medical bay. Naruto and Hinata meanwhile took the opportunity to rest. It was a couple days later when Enko and a few ANBU that had found her weakened by her own curse seal arrived to the tower and were in the midst of meeting with Minato. After he had treated the pain the seal gave her with some assistance from Kushina, Enko had run into Orochimaru in the forest and after a brief confrontation, learned that the snake had marked Sasuke. She wanted the exams called off, but Minato refused, having already discussed the matter with Felix after Team 7 had made it to the tower. Meanwhile, Naruto was training a little with Hinata while they were waiting for Sasuke to awaken. Hinata's mind had been set at ease when the medic said that Sasuke would survive, so Naruto suggested that they take the last few days of the second exam to finish the jutsu he had been teaching her. She almost completely had it down. Gaara's team and Team 8 had arrived before Team 7, and though Sakura was anxious to see Sasuke, she seemed in control of herself, much to Naruto's surprise. She had been such a fangirl, her only rival in that respect being Ino. What kind of training had Kurenai put her through? Sasuke had woken up, and Kushina put the curse seal under one of her own seals as a temporary measure, for Celia would need more than a few days to fix the curse seal to the group's specifications, and the preliminaries of the third exam would begin sooner. Hey, how are you feeling? Naruto asked Sasuke as the latter arrived at the mess hall. I have been better, Sasuke replied. That Orochimaru really did a number on me with this stupid thing. He rubbed his neck absently. At least Mom did a decent job sealing it. Who knows what that thing could do to you unchecked? Celia said she could take a look at it later, and her sealing expertise puts even Mom and Dad's to shame. So whatever that snake bastard did, you won't have to worry about for long. Any other teams make it to the tower yet? That Sand team arrived with Team 8 before we did. The sound team also showed up, followed by Niji's team. I wonder how he's doing, it has been a while since I saw him. That Kabuto guy was the last to arrive with his team so far, so that is 6 teams so far, including ours. I wonder if anyone else will come? Call me crazy, but I have a hunch that Shikamaru, Choji, and Ino will be here. That lazy bum, the fatty, and the tied for first fangirl? Give me a break, Sasuke said before he sensed a large level of killing intent behind him. Whipping around, he saw said fatty glaring at him, with Shikamaru and Ino coming behind him. Help me, Sasuke muttered as he now had to worry about the fangirl and an angry Choji. Sorry team, you are on your own for this, Naruto grinned. Screw you dope, Sasuke snapped before he ran for his life through the hall. Troublesome, Shikamaru muttered as he watched his 2 teammates both chase Sasuke, each for different reasons. Everything is troublesome to you, Shikamaru, Naruto chuckled. If it was not required for life, you would probably think the same thing about breathing. By the way, how did you guys get your scroll? Just this morning, there was a team heading for the tower, and we had Ino take over the body of the leader, who was carrying both scrolls. She dropped the one we needed when the other 2 were not looking. When they were a fair distance away, she came back to her body and we were able to get to the tower just about half an hour ago with no more problems. It was still troublesome. Good afternoon, Naruto-san, Niji said as he entered the mess hall alone. It has been a while since we last spoke. Yeah, you practically disappeared on me after you graduated a year before I did, Naruto accused good-naturedly. I apologize, I have been on many missions with my team. And even when we are in the village, Gai-sensei keeps us all on a very strict training regiment. Sounds troublesome, Shikamaru groaned as he thought about it. I hope Lady Hinata was not harmed during her time in the forest? Niji asked. She did fine, Niji, Naruto replied. She got out all right. That is good to hear. She is like a sister to me, but it seems that she has been given a bad hand by fate. I worry that she is not strong enough to be a shinobi. Yeah, I told you to shut up about that fate crap when you're around me, Naruto grumbled. Even though he had saved Niji's father, resulting in him lacking his former hatred for the main family, he still somehow got fixated on fate. It was probably because Hisashi felt it was fate that he was forced to serve the main family. Right, sorry, I know you don't hold much stock in that, Niji replied. The point is, Hinata has gotten stronger than you know lately. I think she may end up surprising you. The next day, all teams had gathered in the tower's arena. It was the day of the prelims. They were all given an explanation as to why there would be prelims, and Kabuto dropped out as he had done last time. Then the Proctor Hate told them that the screen would randomly select 2 combatants, and told all of them to be prepared. Naruto anxiously watched the screen and the 2 opponents were displayed for all to see. Sasuke Uchiha vs Sakura Haruno. Chapter 14, Preliminaries. Great, it looks like I am stuck fighting a fangirl, Sasuke thought with a mental groan. Sakura does seem more competent than before, but any second now she will go fangirl on me again. I will show everyone her that I am not just some weak little thing that can only dote on Sasuke anymore. Sakura mentally shouted. I have not given up on getting Sasuke's attention yet, but thanks to Kurenai-sensei, I know that I am a kunoichi now, not just a regular girl. Flashback. Sakura was groaning after the rough treatment she had gotten at her teacher's hands during training. Kiba, Shino, you 2 go home, Kurenai told the 2 panting boys. Sakura, I want a word with you. Why did you even bother becoming a shinobi? You have done almost no training to speak of ever since you became a genin, except what I have forced you to do. In short, you are too weak to be a shinobi. Sakura's protests were cut off when Kurenai continued, you are either going to have to give up being a kunoichi, or stop trying so hard to get that Uchiha's attention. I know full well that your only reason you only became a genin to impress the boy, but you are going to have to grow up. He has no interest in you as you are now. You harass him all the time, and he is no doubt annoyed that he is the only reason you became a shinobi. If you want to impress him as one, then stop focusing so much and work on your abilities. Sakura flinched at Kurenai's words. Somehow, she knew that her sensei was right about this. If she wanted to have a chance with Sasuke, she would have to become a stronger kunoichi and stop being such a yes-girl to him. The next day, as a sign of her resolve, she cut her hair to keep it from getting in the way of her training and missions. End flashback. Are you both ready to begin? Hate asked the 2 genin. When they both nodded, begin. Sakura surprised Sasuke when she took out 2 kunai and threw them at him with no hesitation. Wait, she is actually fighting me? Sasuke thought in shock as he dodged. She closed the distance between them and started throwing punches. Where the hell did that fangirl go? He blocked a punch, sidestepped a kick, ducked a high sweeping one and punched her in the side, causing her to gasp and back off. He held back, not wanting to get too excessive against her. He was surprised again when she glared up at him and demanded, well? When are you going to attack me? You had the advantage after that hit. Or do you think that I am just the same weak fangirl who will keel over after that one blow? She threw a few kunai at him, and he dodged again and threw some of his own at her. She ducked and charged again. He was about to meet the rush when she jumped back again, tossing a kunai at him. He cartwheeled away from it, and she was on him again, and actually managed to land a punch on his face before he could block it. He skidded backwards before recovering and slamming Sakura with a roundhouse kick that threw her painfully to the ground, though she got up quickly. Have it your way, Sakura, Sasuke said as he spit some blood out. If it is that important to you, the gloves come off. Good, she replied and started casting hand signs. Ninja art, flower profusion. Sasuke frowned as several petals from multiple types of flowers obscured his view. He quickly dispelled the genjutsu to find that Sakura had moved to the side and was running along the wall. She threw a few more kunai at him, and he jumped to the side and saw the air behind the kunai to shimmer and exploding tags come into view as the genjutsu that hid them faded. Sure, he started as the tags exploded. He was able to leap back from the worst of it, though he was still a little bit burned. Sakura leapt from the wall with the kunai in hand and Sasuke quickly drew his sword to block. Before he could, Sakura burst into flower petals, proving to be an illusion that she had made during the previous explosion, while the real Sakura had never left the wall, and threw some more exploding tags attached to kunai at Sasuke. The uchiha had seen such a tactic coming, however, and managed to fling shuriken at the kunai, intercepting them and knocking them back a little before they exploded, catching Sakura in the blast. When the smoke cleared, she was slumped against the wall, the shockwave having slammed her back into the wall and knocking her out. Winner by knockout, Sasuke Uchiha. Hade declared. Wow, Sakura has improved a lot from the previous timeline, Naruto mused. Kurenai must have been a better sensei for her, if that genjutsu was anything to judge by. But she still was no match for Sasuke. He did not even need to use the Sharingan or any big jutsu against her. Sasuke walked over to where Sakura had fallen and helped her up as she came to. Darn, I guess I wasn't strong enough after all, she groaned as she leaned on the boy's shoulder with her arm around his neck. Don't be ridiculous, Sasuke replied, helping her up the steps. You actually gave me a run for my money there. I honestly thought you were just another one of my annoying fangirls, but you seem to have grown up a little. How about it, if you are still interested, we can try going out after the exams. Yes. A million times, or a sorry old habit, she said sheepishly as Sasuke's sweat dropped, and he sighed. No need, I was expecting worse. Like on the same level as that behavior there, only the opposite. Sakura looked to where Sasuke was looking at and spotted Ino trying to hang herself with Shikamaru and Choji trying frantically to prevent it. She chuckled as he set her against the wall, and went back to the railing next to Naruto, Hinata and Itachi to watch the next fight. Yeah, I guess I could be worse. I see you finally have a girlfriend, Sasuke, Itachi teased. Not yet, big brother, I want to get to know her a little better before we go that far. The screen showed the next fight. Choji Akimichi vs. Gaara. Oh man, I am not sure I want to fight that guy, Choji said with a little fear. He kind of creeps me out. Oh relax, if you win, I will buy you all the barbecue you can eat, Asuma baited. Let me at him. Choji shouted, having somehow materialized onto the floor of the arena, causing Asuma and Shikamaru to sweat drop. Ino was too busy crying in the corner over Sasuke dating Sakura to care. I am ready as well, Gaara stated. Begin. Choji immediately dashed at Gaara and cast his jutsu, expansion jutsu. Human boulder. The gigantic ball of death rolled straight at Gaara, only to be slammed into the side by a wave of sand, knocking it off course and into the wall. The sand immediately covered Choji, preventing him from trying again. I give, Choji grumbled. Winner by surrender, Gaara of the sand. Choji was released and hung his head in defeat as he headed back up the steps. Oh well, I think I will still get him barbecue, Asuma said. Since when was Gaara so merciful and reasonable? Kankuro asked his sister, who shrugged. I don't know. He has been acting quite strange lately. Needless to say, Baki was also showing confusion. Once Gaara was back up to the railing, the board showed the next fight. Shikamaru Nara vs. Tenten. Ah man, I'm fighting a girl? A/N, yeah I know, he's cursed, lol, troublesome, Shikamaru said just loud enough to be heard, causing Tenten to twitch and develop a tick mark. Oh yeah? You want to take it down here, you bum? She shouted as she leapt over the railing into the arena. Hurry up so that this girl can beat you. Yeah, I'm coming, the Nara replied as he descended the steps at leisurely pace. When he was finally facing his opponent, Hate shouted, begin. Shikamaru immediately formed his hand sign, and his shadow raced right towards Tenten. Oh no you don't. She yelled at him as she dashed out of range of the jutsu and threw her shuriken at the lazy boy. I know how your clan's jutsu works, and how far it can stretch. The Nara dodged the shuriken and Tenten pulled out 2 scrolls with the declaration, I'm gonna wrap this up fast, since you think we girls are weak. Twin Rising Dragons. That Nara boy must have really ticked her off, Niji was saying to Naruto while they watched Tenten jump between the two spiraling scrolls. She was saving that for the finals. I knew she hated sexists. Lady, I never said girls were weak, Shikamaru said with a sigh. All I meant was that they were troublesome to Phi Ohs Chaiti. He found himself frantically dodging as Tenten started furiously throwing a barrage of weapons at him, and whenever he dodged the initial attacks, wires attached to them were used to manipulate the weapons into attacking him again. Fortunately for him, he was analytical enough to spot the wires and guess their purpose, leading him to be able to dodge the worst of the assault fairly well, though he pretty much covered the entire ground of the arena with his running and got some very deep scratches from attacks he had failed to completely dodge or block with his kunai. Once the assault was over, Tenten landed right into the center of the arena. Ha, still think I am a weakling? She asked Shikamaru, who was sitting against the arena wall in a hunched position that hid his hands a little. I have plenty more where that came from, and I doubt you are in any shape to continue what the... She demanded as her body suddenly froze up and shivered. How your shadow should not be able to reach this far. The surface area is not that large. It was that assumption that was your downfall, Shikamaru said as he got somewhat shakily to his feet. He started to circle the arena with Tenten imitating his movements. You see, though you knew a little about my clan's abilities, you were clearly ignorant of the fact that we could extend our range by connecting our shadow to others. This led you to not even bothering to watch for my shadow when you thought you were out of its range, allowing me to catch you fairly easily. But wait, what other shadows did you now weigh? She cried as she saw all of her weapons littered across the arena, all casting shadows and the ones between her and Shikamaru having the latter's shadow linked to theirs. That's right, I used the result of your own handiwork against you. I even took the precaution of making sure to use the entire arena to dodge, so that the entire floor would be littered with your weapons sticking out of them, just in case you dodged initially. That way, no matter where you went to escape, I would have plenty of shadows to work with to catch you, though it was clearly unnecessary. Troublesome. They finished circling, with Shikamaru near where Tenten had stood in the middle of the arena earlier, and Tenten about 10 feet away from the wall. Impressive, Tamari was thinking. He came up with a strategy like that on the fly, with the pressure of having an entire arsenal being launched at him, and even made sure to plan ahead in the case of his initial attempts to catch her failing. It was clear that Tamari was not the only one who was impressed. Most of the other genin were looking at Shikamaru in their own silent appreciation, Sasuke, Niji and Gaara included. Even the Jonin proctors, Zabuza included, were thinking that Shikamaru would make a brilliant strategist in the future, and Minato was thinking, dang, genius intellect must run in the family. I always did have trouble against Shikaku when playing shogi or go with him, though I have managed to beat him on occasion. Checkmate, Asuma thought with a smug look at Guy, who was weeping anime tears. I had forgotten how ingenious Shikamaru was, Naruto mused. Maybe I should talk Felix into restoring his memories too. His intellect would come in handy for changing the future. We can do this the easy way or the hard way, Shikamaru said to Tenten. The easy way is that you surrender. The hard way is that I run full speed backwards and throw my weight backwards, slamming your head into the way I positioned you near, giving you a concussion. Honestly, I would prefer the easy way, since that would save the energy of running backwards, but it's your call. I withdraw, Tenten said reluctantly. I honestly have to take enough headache medicine dealing with Gai-sensei and Lee. Winner by surrender, Shikamaru and Nara. That was so troublesome, Shikamaru grumbled as he gingerly walked back up the steps, wincing at the cuts Tenten gave him. I can't believe I let him beat me, Tenten mumbled, taking her place next to her teammates. It's not your fault, Tenten, Lee told her sympathetically. The intelligence of the Nara clan is well known for its youthfulness. Kiba Inuzuka vs. Dosa Kinyuta. Alright, time for me to shine. Kiba declared as he and Akamaru jumped down to the arena. Sure you want to do this, Mutt? Dosa asked. You have no idea how bad the matchup between the two of us is. Shut up. Kiba shouted and Hate called the match to start. Kiba took a food pill and gave one to Akamaru as well. Ninja art, beast imitation jutsu. Down on all fours technique. Kiba went down on all fours and stated for Akamaru, ninja art, human mimicry jutsu. The now red-furred dog turned into a clone of Kiba, and they charged Dosu, with their attack that imitated fast spinning drills. Fam over fam. Pathetic, Dosa said as he slammed his fist on his gauntlet to create the sound waves for his attack, and unleashed them full force at the two, confident that the power of the attack combined with the extra-sensitive hearing of the Inuzukas would easily cripple his foe, only for his eye to widen in horror as the attackers just kept coming regardless, and he had not left enough time to dodge. Desperate, he raised his gauntlet to block, but it was an insufficient defense against the two drills, which shattered the gauntlet and collided full force with the sound ninja, throwing him back with enough power to put a sizable crater in the wall he hit. How? Dosa asked as he struggled and failed to rise. That sound wave combined with that overly sensitive hearing of yours should have been more than enough to ensure your downfall. Hehe, Kiba said as he and Akamaru reached up to their ears and pulled out plugs that were very solid. I'm sorry, could you repeat that? I couldn't hear you the first time. What? Dosa cried in shock. But how did you know? You were very foolish to show your attack against that Kabuto before the exams even began, Kiba boasted. Normally, me and Akamaru's hearing would have been a weakness against that ability, but while you had directed the sound waves to Kabuto's ear, making sure no one else heard it, enough of the waves reached us and we were able to hear it. After that, it was easy for us to figure out how it worked, and when we knew that your team made it to the tower, we made sure to have these plugs beforehand, just in case we faced you. And lo and behold, the moment we saw my name next to yours, we put the plugs in before the match even started. Our reaction to that taunt was just acting, because it was not hard to get the gist of what you were saying, even if we couldn't hear you. Dosa passed out a few seconds after the explanation and Hate declared, winner by knockout, Kiba Inuzuka. Well, that was a rare flash of brilliance, Sakura told Kiba when he came back up to the landing, and he laughed. Dosa was carried out of the room on a stretcher. I may not have many of them, but I do have my moments from time to time, Kiba admitted modestly. What a fool, letting his guard down like that, Saku was telling his remaining teammate. Yeah, he let himself get beat way too easily by an opponent that should have been easy for him, Kin replied. Oh, hold on, I am up. Kintsuchi vs. Kankuro. Great, I am fighting an ally, Kankuro muttered so that only Temari could hear. Don't let that stop you, Temari told the puppet master before he joined Kin in the arena. Begin. Kankuro immediately removed the bundle from his back, but Kin quickly dashed forward and kicked it from his hand before he could do anything with it before she jumped back and threw several sanban with bells attached. That old trick? He scoffed as he dodged them. I take it that you mean to throw some without bells along with the bells next time, am I right? Not that simple, she stated before Kankuro heard the bells again behind him and turned around to realize that she had attached cords to the bells and were ringing them with said cords. He turned again, and this time he was tagged by several of Kin's sanban. And now you are in my genjutsu, she laughed. If you haven't figured it out already, the bell's sound waves are what induce it, so you are now helpless. Now to finish, she broke off as she saw Kankuro rise again and laugh. Sorry, but your genjutsu got the wrong target, Kankuro declared as he charged her. Too late, she realized that there was no blood where her sanban hit. His face peeled off to reveal a puppet's and said puppet jumped on her, wrapping its limbs around her and tightened its grip to bone-crushing levels. As she screamed in pain, her bones breaking, the bundle Kankuro had unwrapped to reveal the real Sand Ninja. I am calling the match, Hate shouted. The winner is Kankuro. Nice work, Temari said to her brother when he came back up with a satisfied smirk, while a sobbing Kin was carried out of the room on a stretcher like her teammate. Yes, very well done Kankuro, Gaara said with a small smile, causing both of his elder siblings to gawk at him and look at the ceiling with every expectation that a meteor was going to come crashing through it at any second now. Shino Aburame vs. Misumi Tsurugi. With no words at all, Shino calmly walked down to the arena and faced off against his opponent. Begin. Both combatants rushed each other and Misumi threw a punch, which Shino blocked, only to watch in surprise as Misumi's arm wrapped around his. Before most people knew what was happening, the spy had the Aburame wrapped up in his elastic limbs and was in a position to snap the boy's neck. A unique and impressive ability, isn't it? Misumi asked. I have had my body modified to be able to dislocate all of my joints at will, as well as soften my limbs and control them with my chakra. The result is the inescapable hold I have you in now. Surrender, or I shall break your neck like a twig. Sorry, but both options are not to my taste, so I will take a third course of action, Shino replied calmly. Fool. Do you wish to die? What the dash? Misumi demanded as he suddenly felt his energy draining. He looked down in terror as he saw the insects covering his body and consuming his chakra. He quickly tried to make good on his threat, but Shino's neck did not break, for he reinforced the joints internally with his insects and Misumi did not have much strength anymore, and he collapsed, releasing Shino and Hate called the match. Nice work Shino, Kurenai said proudly once her student had come back to the group. You and Kiba both won your matches quickly, and with good tactics as well. And Sakura, even though you lost your match, you have made me proud of your progress. You three are all worthy of the title of shinobi, whether you become Chunin or not. Thank you, Kurenai-sensei, Kiba said as he teared up, and Shino nodded in acknowledgement of his teacher's encouragement. I just wish that I did not have to fight Sasuke-kun, Sakura said. Though I suppose it worked out to a way I wanted, even if I lost. Kurenai smiled at them as the next match was displayed. Naruto blinked and thought, I suppose some things are meant to be. No, don't think that. You sound like Niji when you do. Niji Hyuga vs. Hinata Hyuga. Do your best, Niji-san. Lee shouted to his rival. I wish to engage you in a most youthful battle in the finals, so don't you dare lose. Do not worry, Lee. I do not intend to hold back against her, even if we are family, Niji responded, though he seemed somewhat torn. He jumped into the arena and Hinata joined him. Begin. Hate yelled. Lady Hinata, I ask you to surrender, Niji said as Hinata started to enter her gentle fist stance. I have no desire to harm you. It is decreed that you are no match for me. You are far too kind to be a shinobi. Don't listen to him, Hinata. Naruto shouted. Fate does not have the final say on anything. It only says what is likely, not what is for sure. You can choose your own path, and I have already told you that your kindness is not a weakness. Naruto, I know your point of view on my beliefs, Niji said as he glared up at the blonde. It is also clear that you think Hinata can defeat me, but you are wrong. And though we may have been friends for years, if you try to force my cousin into this fight that she cannot win, I will not forgive you. No, Niji, Hinata declared with conviction. You are the one who is wrong. I have to stop running from my battles. Her Byakugan activated. Ever since I have been on Naruto's team, I have learned to abandon my fears that I could never get stronger, and that I was not fit to be a shinobi. Naruto is the one who has motivated me to come this far, and I will not let him down now. That is my final word, and I won't go back on it. Because, like him, that is my ninja way. Niji gave Naruto one last hard look before he faced his cousin. All right then, he sighed. As much as I hate to raise my hand against you, Lady Hinata, you have forced it. And my pride will not allow me to hold back, no matter who I am up against. His Byakugan activated and he entered his taijutsu stance. Immediately, the two Hyugas dashed for each other and started exchanging blows. Bursts of chakra made visible from their palms as each blow was deflected. At one point, Hinata managed to nick Niji slightly, though she was unable to get any chakra in his system. Did she get him? Sakura asked. Maybe, Naruto replied. It is just a scratch, but that is all it would take with that style of fighting. Naruto-san is correct, Lee said, and both he and Naruto explained how the gentle fist style worked in conjunction with the Hyuga clan's bloodline. How do you two know so much about that? Sakura asked as they finished. It helps when you have a member of the clan in question on your team, Naruto answered modestly. And fight them on a regular basis, Lee added. Meanwhile, Hinata pressed her attack, and seemed to have Niji against the wall. However, Niji was merely baiting her, and struck for her chest, the same blow that tagged her last time. Keyword, last time. Thanks to Naruto, Hinata had gained her confidence sooner than this point this time around, so her abilities had increased to a level that was beyond what she had in this point in time last time. As a result, she was able to see the counter blow coming and immediately veered to the side. The attack still managed to get her shoulder, and Niji's chakra entered her system, but it was not nearly as bad a blow as what had happened before. She struck at his side, but he dodged and, extending two of his fingers, pressed them fast on her outstretched arm. As she backed off, Niji looked at her and said, It seems I barely missed. Your eyes, she said as she panted, clutching her sore left shoulder. Can they really see the tenketsu? Yes, they can. I see. Then I have to try harder. She made a hand sign and Niji's eyes widened as she shouted, Shadow Clone Jutsu. 5 more of her sprang into existence. Naruto, is that the jutsu you have been teaching her? Sasuke asked as 3 Hinata clones engaged Niji in close quarters while the original and the other 2 clones started using mid to long range combat water-style attacks. Yes and no, Naruto replied while watching Niji skillfully avoid the worst of the attacks, and he popped 2 of the close-range clones. I taught her that, but that was to help her progress with the other technique I was teaching her. She just got it down yesterday. You didn't. Sasuke deadpanned as he saw the blonde's rather cheesy grin. You did, didn't you? Blast. Niji cursed when he slipped on water that one of the clones had just created and sent right behind his feet, while he was being forced to back up by the remaining close-quarters clone. He quickly regained his balance but was now in a tight spot as all 4 remaining Hinatas closed in, the original and another one using the water whip jutsu. No choice. Kaiten. He declared as a cocoon of chakra surrounded him, and he rapidly spun, and all of the Hinatas were thrown back, the clones dispelling and the original being slammed into the wall. That jutsu, she panted as she rose shakily. How did you? I was able to reverse engineer it, Niji said simply. As well as this one. You are within my range of divination. Hinata gasped as she saw Niji enter the stance of the 8 trigrams, 64 palms technique. I can't let him use that on me. Hinata thought desperately. No choice. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Another clone came into being next to her, and she held out her hand to it. The clone immediately started weaving her palm, and a sphere of chakra came into being. Wait, since when did I give Naruto permission to teach that jutsu to just anybody? Minato asked Kushina as he frowned up at his son. I think he has just as much right to it as you do, sweetie, the redhead replied. When Minato raised his eyebrows, she continued, after all, he did complete it before you did. Complete, Hinata said as her clone dispelled, leaving the jutsu in her hand. It does not matter what you do, Niji shouted as he charged. Fate has decreed that you will fall to me here. I challenge my fate. Hinata replied as she charged as well. Niji, realizing that continuing his attack would be suicidal, skidded to a halt and instead shouted Kaiten, Rasengan. The spiraling sphere slammed into the swirling dome with explosive force, and both attack and defense battled for supremacy. Thanks a ton for watching, Shinobi Squad. I hope you had as much fun as I did putting this epic what if together. Make sure to smash that like button, subscribe, and hit the bell icon so you never miss a single twist in the story. Drop your thoughts, theories, or even wild ideas in the comments. I read every single one. And hey, if you're craving more awesome Naruto content, go check out the other videos on the channel. I've got plenty of heat waiting for you. Until next time, stay sharp, stay awesome, and remember, even a shadow clone needs love. Peace out, Shinobi.